Oof. 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 Way up. Okay. We're back. How's it going? Oh, dude. I used to pray for days like this. Okay. How's it going? Dude, it's so fucking good. It is legit so fucking good today. We've got more than we could ever fucking hope for, man. Snark Summer has been off to a fucking roaring success so far. You know, just a few weeks ago, we had Ethan Klein, Durio, Destiny. Everybody's talking about the Snark server. The Snark Summer got off to a hit with that. And now we've got Denims winning her fucking legal case. Let's go. Unfortunately, probably nothing that Casey Tron or Frogan can do. Yeah, they kind of fucked it. You know, but what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? I bet Casey Tron's feeling really fucking stupid right about now. Really fucking stupid. Oh, if only she didn't have parents. If only she didn't give a fuck about her mum and dad ailing, aging, on the cusp of death. Very, very sad. Very, very sad. You know, bringing her down, if anything, right? Yeah. Frogan more so. Dude, what the fuck was Frogan doing, man? Frogan could have literally, the other day, just before the deadline hit, like, submitted a, you know, not liable appeal to the court. She could have just, like, responded to the paperwork, and she'd be sitting pretty right now with Denim's judgment in hand, ready to go and hand it to the court and say, we sure we want to do this, guys? Are we sure we want to do this? Fuck me. Literally, what was the strategy? I don't know. I feel like people picked up the Frogan story and then, like, immediately put it down because it was so fucking retarded. It's hard to say anything about it. You know what I mean? Like, you can't try and divine any strategy there at all. Frogan is just fucked. Like, there's nothing she could fucking do. I heard I had a conversation or I had an argument with Kilo back and forth, trying to like hash out the particulars about whether or not Frogan, and I quote, was raped. That was the topic of debate. That was the topic of debate. But we like hashed that out back and forth, had that argument. Personally, I think Frogan probably is. Like she got a certain amount on her GoFundMe. I think what was it? Something like $30-something thousand. I believe the amount that she's going to end up owing is between $30,000 and $100,000. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Even if you take like the straight down the middle, like you know, I guess the average between those numbers, what does that come out to? Like 65,000, something like that, right? The middle of the range, 65,000. Probably leaves her in tens of thousands of dollars of debt. Pretty fucked. Pretty fucked. Yeah. And then on top of that, given the fact that at this point, all of the claims made in the Ethan Klein lawsuit are just assumed to be true, how is she going to be able to, like, fight the punitive damages? I don't know if she is. And then on top of that, built into the statute about copyright infringement, she might get fucked and have to pay Ethan Klein's legal fees. She didn't pay her own. She paid $1,000 to her lawyer. Barely anything at all. He didn't even file a fucking response. But she is possibly, maybe, gonna have to end up paying Ethan Klein's legal bills. Very, very, very fucking sad. But, yeah, realistically, I don't know either. Some people said that, oh, well, you know, there's no way she's still got that 38k. There's no way she's still got that 38k. With the kind of income that she gets from streaming, it is probably pretty tempting to dip into it. But, I mean, so far as we've seen, there's, like, no evidence that she has dipped into it yet. So anybody saying that as a definitive is just retarded. Hold on. Yeah. Yeah. She can appeal, no? Well, not really. Not really. She can appeal, okay? She can appeal. So basically, she can go to the court right now, so far as I understand it, and say, listen, Your Honor, you gotta believe me, man. You've got to listen. Can I get a little bit of grace here? Just a little bit of grace? I was actually in a coma. Yeah. I was stuck on top of Everest in a coma, and I was being held there against my will by terrorists. Yeah, there was no way possible that I could have responded to this. But unless she comes up with an argument like that, so far as I understand at least, yeah, there's no way to be able to wiggle a way out of this, or get it back to court. But I don't know, okay? Big surprises could happen. It's like legal technicalities, and I'm not a fucking lawyer, so I'm not going to make a like a strong statement on it. But so far as I'm aware, yeah, that's about the most she could hope for. Did you see she uses CapCut? Queen? Absolutely. Absolutely, I saw that she uses CapCut. Base? Wait, what's this YouTube link? It is dumb that she kept on showing her spending money on random things, as she did nothing for her court case. What do you mean? Showed her spending money on random things? Is that new? Or is that, like, a narrative that's been fed to you by Legal Mindset or somebody else? Look at her making these wild expenses! Buys a cup of coffee. Buys nails. Like, her nails? Okay, so her nails, her friend does that for free. She knows the person. The Xbox Game Pass. Bro, she got donated $38,000, and now she's got nothing! She's got nothing! She spent it all on an Xbox Game Pass. Dude, how fucking expensive are those things, man? What are you talking about? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they're fucking, maybe she is living it up. I've seen no evidence of that. Realistically, can we just be real? Frogan has got incredibly rich parents. Yeah. Like, how the fuck do you think she's been able to survive this long, living where, I believe she does, LA, right? Well, she's got that many viewers. Mummy and Daddy are footing the bill, right? Mummy and Daddy are obviously footing the bill. I don't think she's now getting subsidies and dipping into a fucking legal case. Wait, hold up. What's this? You've sent me a Chud Logic live stream. I couldn't find the original stream, so you're getting Chud in the corner. Okay, give me a second here. Here we are. And confession, I use Canva to edit. I used to use Canva to edit. Now I use CapCut.
What's wrong with Canva?
That's what I said, but whenever I tell everybody that, they start losing their shit.
What is it? Is it VDS or something, or is it just like?
Isn't it? Oh, dude. The first point they go to is it BDS. Are you not streaming on YouTube anymore? No, I'm only streaming on Kick.
No, it's haram, bro. It's BDS, bro. Google's infiltrated by Jews, bro. Didn't you know? No, that's BDS. That's haram, bro. Okay. Imam logic coming there with the wise Muslimic teachings. Nice. I mean, if Brogan did use the money on Ozempic, surely that's a win for her 50 viewers. Myself included. I don't know. I fucking know. I've literally got no fucking clue. I mean, people can speculate. Literally, there is like... It is pure speculation. Just so long as people can accept that, we can probably all have a conversation about it. But the stuff about Frogan spending all of her money on these wild expenses, it's like total, like pure speculation. You can ask now, how is Frogan able to like afford this lifestyle? You could ask that for the last 4 years that she's been trying and failing to be a streamer. And you'll get the exact same answer. Mummy and Daddy, right? Okay. DMs. It better be interesting, Nate. It better be interesting. Oh my fucking god, dude. I'm gonna fucking block Nate, I think. I think I'm probably gonna block Nate, and ban him from the Discord. Dickers, check your DMs, bro. Check your DMs, bro. And he just says, I was right. Okay, nice. Well done. Fantastic stuff. No, you weren't. Dude, Nate, I don't even get this obsession. You admitted at the time that you were wrong. You admitted at the time that you were wrong. Okay, so this is Nate's position, okay, back then. And this is what Nate accepted that he had said. If you want to fucking litigate this fucking disagreement, we can litigate the disagreement. Holy fuck, it's the most obnoxious fucking shit possible. So Nate said, when the Denims stuff originally started popping off, and people were warning that, hey, this might be a pretty dangerous precedent that's been set, he goes, actually, all of the legal technicalities here are already set. Yeah. Have you never heard of Sargon's court case? It was already decided in that. Sargon's court case was over a tweet, and it was over a portion of a 20-minute video or something like that. It was not about a live stream reaction at all. This was brand new precedent that was being set. Oh my god. And now, because that case has been, has informed the current ruling, that means that, I don't know. That means that, I don't know, Nate was right all along, and there was no legal precedent set here. There's nothing new under the sun, and this legal ruling will not have any broader implications at all. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Most, yeah, but the judgment on that was whether... I'm not even going to fucking get into it. Basically, the judgment was whether or not Sargon had used what was reasonable and necessary to make his point. Right? That's it. That's it. Slandering again. Nate, you've been bandying about this fucking talking point for the last several months, that the judge said that they could use more, that Sargon could have even used more. That was never said. That was never said. That was literally never said. What you're thinking of, I guess, in the original filing, was a reference that was made to an earlier ruling, where the court decided in that case that it doesn't make it like automatically copyright infringement if you use the entire work, right? But that's that's not the Sargon case. That's a case that was cited in Sargon, and it wasn't even relevant in that case. But anyway, okay, nice. Ban Nate, every day that I spend listening to Nate makes me more and more tempted to...
You got dick.
No, okay. We appreciate Nate. We love Nate.
Too big for your boots.
Dick, has you been slaying with the shirts currently?
Yo, Will is me. Thank you for the 2. I appreciate it, mate. Oh, how's it going, Ryle? Snark Boy Summer continues. Snark Boy Summer continues, man. Snark Boy Summer continues. We're eating fucking good. We can fight about it later. Yeah, I'm sure we will. I'm sure we will. Oh my god. Yeah, no, Snark Boy Summer is absolutely heating up. It's going really, really well. You know what? I think the easiest way, it's probably maybe to give some thoughts, and then go through and literally just like read the ruling. It's the easiest way to do it. Yeah, I think that's probably the best. I think that's probably the best. So I've got both the decision today. The tentative decision that was given yesterday about the Denims lawsuit, and if it's relevant, I downloaded the Sargon court case as well. Okay, so we can take a look through that. Now, what I want to remind people, okay, want to remind people is that you will now see, because I saw it last night, people trying to claim that, well, if the court decided it was bad and the lawsuit was invalid, then I now think, retrospectively, it was bad. And I now, retrospectively, believe that the lawsuit was invalid. Okay? And then at the same time, some people might try to say that, well, I mean, he was just exercising his legal rights. What are you so upset about? Can a man not exercise his legal rights? 200 years ago, you would be on my plantation with an electrified butt plug getting shocked every time you stop picking the cotton fast enough, okay? And that would be my right. The legalism is fucking killing me on this topic. The legalism is fucking killing me. It's absolutely fucking, it's just, dude, I can't abide it at all. I literally can't abide it. I'm sorry for using that hypothetical, Tyrone. I know you're very sensitive to it.
Recently, not currently, stupid typo.
Thank you, Will is me for the 5. I hugely appreciate it. But, all of this to say, okay, this is a huge win, enormous win, great win. We love to see it. But, ultimately, on the topic of whether or not this was ever right to lodge, it's irrelevant, okay? The only reason why this would be relevant is people saying, No, 100%. I think this is a slam dunk. And so, therefore, I think this is a justified case, right? I think this is okay because it's so obviously infringement. And now, the point that people will usually use to make that argument is you've heard it 1,000 times over the last year, intentional stated malice. They stated their intention to make a market replacement. Well, not really, okay? But even if we accept that's true, what you'll take a look and see here is that at no point in the ruling on liability, you will not find that they say anything about intentional stated malice, because that has got nothing to do with liability. Right? It's got nothing to do with liability at all. Even last night, as I see people trying to read the ruling and figure out what's going on. How could the judge do this? Are they Palestinian? How could the judge do this to poor Ethan Klein? I even saw people saying, I'm not seeing the judge even address the point about intentional stated malice. They're not even saying anything about it. Yes, because it's irrelevant. And if you tried to raise your hand, excuse me, Your Honor, what about intentional stated malice? They would say, Warhol already raped you, little bro. Okay? Warhol is all over. Your stated intention, or the intention of the person using the original work to create the secondary work, is totally irrelevant for purpose and character. That's done. That's done. Now, where people have got confused, I think, is it's like important for damages, in some respects. So you can have you can get damages for like innocent infringement versus kind of like willful and like malicious infringement. But yeah, that only matters for damages. It doesn't matter at all for liability. Okay, but we'll take a look. We'll take a look. No, dude, don't do this already. I can see the fucking thing starting up. This is going to be just like the fucking Tectone case. You are going to see a lot of people, and I'm going to predict that Ethan is going to do this, okay? I'm going to predict that Ethan is going to do this. Start maybe floating the idea that the judge is Denims OF sub. That maybe they've got like a political bias which is swaying them in this court case. I think you're going to see that floated about, but we'll see the judge's ruling, okay? We'll see if we agree with it. Let's have a gander. I don't usually go through, like, the day-to-day minutiae of legal cases, because I just can't interpret it, to be honest. It's, like, impossible to give commentary, but with a tentative ruling, we'll take a look, okay? Now, I do want to say, I think I mentioned earlier, but a little bit of a caveat. This is not the final decision. As of right now, I believe oral arguments are going on somewhere in sunny California, and they're hashing this stuff out as we speak, okay? But this is the tentative decision, and we'll see what happens, okay? So, let's go half face cam and read through some of this stuff. Is that good? I think that's going all right. We might just slide that on in there. Fantastic. Okay, so the background of the case, we already know all of this stuff, okay? Drama heads already know all of this stuff. The discussion, legal standard, don't care. Let's get to the analysis. So defendant moves for judgment on the pleadings as to plaintiff's first claim for relief for direct copyright infringement as to the nuke, based on the second affirmative defense of fair use, as pled in defendant's answer. So, this isn't over the entire case. That's an important caveat to give as well. This is over the reaction to the nuke. And if you've been looked into this shit, okay, you will remember that the nuke is not the only thing that Denims is being sued over. She's also being sued over her reaction to the countdown stream. Ethan lodged both of them with the Library of Congress to try and make sure that if he couldn't get her on the nuke, he could get her on something else. Okay? So, it's not over, okay? But there's a tentative ruling on the nuke portion of it, you know? Okay. So. Let's get down to the four-factor analysis, okay? Nice. So, 1. Purpose and character of use. transformative nature. Defendant moves to judgment on the pleadings in part because of the transformative nature of her use. The first statutory factor examines the purpose and character of the use, including whether such use is of a commercial nature or is for a non-profit educational purpose. The factor is taken on a heightened significance because it influences the lens through which we consider the two other fair use factors. The central inquiry under the first factor is whether the new work is transformative. So the term transformative does not appear in yet it permeates copyright analysis. Nice. Transformative works, quote, add something new to an existing work, endowing the first with new expression, meaning, or message, rather than merely superseding the object of the original creation. Blah, 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 blah. The court in Campbell held that the central purpose of the investigation is to see whether the new work merely supersedes the object of the original creation, or instead adds something new, with a further purpose or different character, altering the first with new expression, meaning, or message. It asks, in other words, whether and to what extent the new work is transformative. In contrast, commentary that has no critical bearing on the substance or style of the original composition, which the alleged infringer merely uses to get attention or to avoid the drudgery in working up something fresh, the claim to fairness in borrowing from another's work diminishes accordingly. So basically, if you don't engage with it critically, and you, for example, I don't know, you pause to fart every 5 minutes, I guess, that would be like a diminished capacity, or it'd be like transformative to a lesser degree, where it like hurts your fucking argument, right? But yeah, okay. So the court deems defendant's use as transformative. Through the live stream, defendant provides commentary pertaining to criticism of the nuke. Defendant contends that the nuke resembles a high school video project or middle school project. During the subject live stream, defendant complains about the documentary's editing and that the video treats the audience as morons and is attempting to trick them. The complaint further states that she frequently makes comments that are later contradicted by the nuke itself. Notably, the fair use inquiry does not ask whether the criticism or parody of the copyrighted work is just or accurate or mean-spirited, but simply whether the use is of the kind that copyright is designed to protect. So basically, if Denims like pauses it and gives commentary, and she's actually wrong about everything she's saying, it still doesn't matter, right? Even if she's spreading misinformation, it actually doesn't fucking matter. Oh, dude, it's just like, it's so fucking annoying to get to the end, and this is the fucking decision. You will still see the cope. I'm surprised that we aren't seeing any of it, but weirdly enough, the people who argue about it in my Discord, I guess don't turn up to the streams. Weird. Almost like they're part of an Israel influence operation. I don't know. I couldn't say. I'm not making any strong claims, okay? That's what we're going through, okay? So, emphasis added. Finding fair use where copyrighted image of a model was posted on a website. Oh, this is the reference, right? With comments underneath including, every time I saw her, I thought she is super ugly and awkward looking, and wondering how the model could get married to that rich guy and be a model. Right, so I guess that's some copyright case there where those were the comments added, and that was found to be fair use or transformative. Right? Yeah. Defendant offers other criticism of the subject documentary during her live stream. Following one of the documentary creator's criticisms of Piker's apology of China's genocide of the Uyghurs, defendant comments, 1. On the treatment of the Uyghurs. 2. So much of American media is focused on pointing out how evil China is. Goddamn China. Goddamn China. Wait, is that a transcription error? Or what the fuck has happened there? Who the fuck is China, bro? Okay. Nice. 2. So much of American media is focused on pointing out how evil China is. 3. stating that disabled Americans lose disability benefits when they get married. 4. Incarceration levels in the United States. Additionally, during the livestream, defendant 1 challenges Klein's perception of Piker's sentiments regarding the interactions between imports and the fleeing of Jewish people from Israel. 2. Disputes Klein's account of the events of the occurrence of sexual violence of hostages. 3. Critiques Klein's discussion of Twitch's enforcement and moderation decisions. And 4. Discusses her perspectives on Zionism and Judaism. The court finds defendants' criticism of comment and commentary within the livestream video to demonstrate the following telltale signs of transformative use. 1. Further purpose or different character in the defendant's work, i.e., which is the creation of new information, new aesthetic, new insights, and understanding. And 2. The use of quoted matter as raw material, instead of repackaging it and merely superseding the objects of the original creation. The undisputed purpose of defendant's livestream is to contest, criticize, to mock plaintiff's message, which the court have found weighs in favor of fair use due to its transformative nature. Now, I was never super confident about the Denims legal case, right? I think at the very start I said that out of the 3, I think that it's the strongest, but dude, yeah. It's just so fucking retarded. It's just so fucking retarded how this case has got to this point. And now people are feeling as though they have to, 180 on their fucking, on their positions. I mean, I saw, hold on. I have the tweet lined up, ready to go. Yeah, I saw, what's his face? Legal Mindset and Potentially Criminal coping about this on the timeline. Potentially criminal. I shall be coping and sneezing on my way down to Florida today. Legal Mindset follows up. Can you pass the copium tank? I need a hit. I need a hit. Now, it can actually be fucking true. I could believe that Legal Mindset's feeling the fucking pressure right now. Because I don't know, outside of the Johnny Somali stuff, that I guess he just, speculated on how bad it could be, but everybody probably knew that Johnny Somali was fucked, right? It was down to prosecutorial discretion at that point. I mean, even from a layman's perspective, it seems pretty clear. And who fucking understands Korean law? I certainly don't, right? But with that stuff, he could say basically whatever he wanted about it. And it didn't really matter. This time, he has staked out pretty clear positions about how this copyright case is likely to go. It's going to go bad for Denims. It's not looking good for Denims. And now we've got to reckon with the fact that the court disagrees with him. And has disagreed with him every single step of the way. You know? Fuck me! Word on the street is that Hamas operatives are stalking Legal Mindset as we speak. He can smoke all that he can breathe in the fucking copium that he wants. The Hamas operatives are on their way. Absolutely. But Dickers, all the YouTube lawyers told me to get the to get the pack out for Denims. Why would they lie? Yeah, why would they lie? Why would they lie? Are people just starting to realize that the average law tuber is like a dishonest lying freak? Like a dishonest, unreliable hack that just goes off their own, I don't know, their own whims, with nobody else to, challenge them or criticize them, or... No, people just realizing that now? So fucking dumb, man. It's so fucking dumb. But yeah, surprise, surprise, these people are, unprincipled fucks. I hear some of them aren't even lawyers! Oh. 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 Oh, I don't know who you could possibly be talking about, Nicandros. I don't know who you could possibly be talking about. Don't tell me that, I don't know, Mama Oko, for instance, would surround herself with anything less than the best legal minds. Surely. Anyway. You know, side tangent. Lawyers would never be unprincipled. True. Absolutely true. I don't know. I don't know what the fucking truth is on it. Or the fucking, the reasoning behind it. Dude, oh my god. Have we got the bonkers tweet? Just to kind of, I don't know, put my finger on, I guess, what would it be? I guess the current vibe of H3 fans. We can go to the we could go to the H3 subreddit. But unfortunately, all discussion of it there is highly censored. And so you probably wouldn't be able to find it very well, alright? But there was a screenshot from Diorio's Discord that did make me laugh, with a lot of the H3 fans there. Yo, let's go! Okay, this is what I was fucking thinking of. Dude, I was fucking cackling when I saw this. Not only does this run counter to pretty much every legal scholar I've seen on the topic, but of the reason for copyright. Absolutely. Sorry. Also, Denims literally said in plain fucking English that she was being a market replacement, stealing from Ethan Klein, and then justified stealing! You might as well not have copyright. Like, could you sit there, silently, with a sign pointed at the movie that just says, "This sucks," and that would count? Because it's continuous hostile engagement? It's just so fucking dumb. Wait. And then to somebody saying, you might as well not have a copyright, somebody else says, you may as well not have copyright, unless you're Disney or Hollywood. If not, you're fair game. Brother, Ethan Klein is a multi-millionaire. What do you mean? What else are you expecting? Are you saying that Ethan Klein didn't have the best lawyers, despite the fact that Ethan Klein claimed to have the best lawyers, that he was giving generational wealth over this lawsuit? What are you saying, man? Literally, what are you saying? You're looking at the Ethan Klein Denims lawsuit, and somehow Ethan Klein has lost, and you've decided, well, he's the small guy. He's the little guy. He can't do the kind of things that Disney and Hollywood can do. What, like a lawsuit over copyright? Yeah? What are these people fucking saying, man? But the reason why this made me cackle so fucking hard to begin with was when they were talking about this runs counter to pretty much every legal scholar I've seen on the topic. Now, when they say legal scholar, I don't think they're talking about, I don't know, for instance, what would be legal academics working for universities who are writing papers on jurisprudence. I don't think that's what they're talking about, right? I don't think that's what they're talking about. I think when this person says a legal scholar, they mean a lawyer. That's what they mean. That they just mean a lawyer. And when they say lawyer, I think they mean legal mindset and lust. Bro. Look at my legal scholar, dude. Look at my legal scholar. I'm going to fucking jail. This runs completely contrary to every legal scholar that I have consulted on the subject. Yeah, my legal scholar. Bro. This is your legal scholar, bro. This is your legal scholar. If we think about it, like the incentives that are in play, Legal Mindset literally just wanted to bankrupt Denims so that she could only afford to live in the fucking East. Like, she has to travel there to be able to get away from the high cost of living in the United States. He wants her penniless, on the streets, in Bangkok, ready for purchase. That's literally what he wants. It got revealed to me in a dream, okay? To be fair, what I just said there is basically as accurate as any legal analysis that he's given, so, fuck it. Oh, man. But, yeah, the cope has been absolutely delicious. And now, okay, I just want to say, along the way, okay? Again, this is a tentative decision. This is not the final decision. We've not got that yet, okay? I just think it's funny how a lot of people are reacting to this. Like, they've completely been taken by surprise. They haven't expected this coming at all. It's just, dude, just like hedge your fucking takes a little bit, you know? No, that's actually, Tyrone, that is actually a fucking excellent point. What did those chatters think about the Legal Mindset coverage of Tectone's case? That would be interesting to see. That would be very, very interesting to see. Yeah, I mean, it's just so fucking stupid. Legal Mindset said that Reddit might have millions of dollars in liability over the actions of the Snark subreddit, not taking into account Section 230 at all. He just never talks about it. He just, like, never discusses it. And he just assumes for that analysis that Reddit and the Snark moderators are in cahoots. They're secretly conspiring behind the scenes. What evidence have we seen of that? None. But it's the popular narrative online at the moment, so he'll run with it. Like, basically every other LawTuber. It's just fucking retarded. Yeah, but people should have learned the lesson by this point with Legal Mindset. Legal Mindset will ride the wave as far as it fucking takes him. Right? What's the factual basis for his analysis? Well, the most popular factual narrative that's running around online at any given time. And if he's making his legal analysis based off that, it's like faulty to begin with. Right? If you haven't done a fact-finding mission to actually establish the facts of the case, you are fucked. You are done. And your analysis is totally fucking pointless. Yeah. Okay. Have you noticed that none of the LawTubers are Jewish? There's a good reason for that. I mean, what did Bungie say? Big Bungie, when he made his video talking about Legal Mindset. Legal Mindset has got two things, okay? A legal degree and a YouTube channel. He's choosing to focus on the YouTube channel. What does that tell you? What does that tell you? What does that tell you? He was so fucking right. Okay. Okay. Nice. Let's carry on. So, finding that the first factor weighed in the defendant's favor, as the defendant's reaction video was quintessential criticism and comment. Finding transformative use, where Host reacted to and commented on original videos. Okay, so that's like referencing another case. Wait. I completely missed it. Wait, dude, I completely fucking missed it. Wait, hold on. Wait. Wait, hold on. Dude, I missed the opportunity for the clip. The undisputed purpose of defendant's livestream, Denims livestream, is to contest, criticize, and mock Ethan Klein's message, which the courts have found weight in favor of fair use due to its transformative nature. See Matt Hoss versus Ethan Klein. Let's go. I won my first copyright lawsuit, and I'm using that to go after people for copyright. Has this not been one of the central lines that H3 fans have used for almost a year at this point? Months. Ethan cares about fair use. Ethan seriously cares about fair use. He's using the rights that were afforded to him in his first copyright case where he bravely fought for copyright protections online. He's using that decision to now punish these bad actors. He cares about copyright. Wait, have I literally got a clip of him saying it? Oh, I think I've got an edit. Even better. Fuck me, man. Can we stop using .movs? Please, dear God, can we stop using .movs? Holy fuck. Have I seriously got to convert this shit every time that I want to fucking show it on stream? Oh my God. Okay. Give me a second. Give me a moment. Okay. Convert. Conversion failed. Ran out of conversion credits. Oh, fuck it. I can't be asked to use it. Alright, never mind. Never mind. Okay. Let's get back to this then. Fuck me. Use FFmpeg, brozo. Dude, I'm not using fucking command line prompts right now to be able to remix something. Or remux it, pardon me. Okay, I should just download a VLC media player. I actually should. Yeah. Okay. Nice, let's carry on. Or do I just look for a different converter? Fuck, I really want to show this video. I even downloaded it because I thought it was funny. No! Okay, we're converting. Convert. Okay. It's converting. It's converting. Hold on, we're downloading it any second. Any second now, it's getting downloaded. Okay, it's currently downloading. Alright, perfect.
It's almost like poetic how it all ties together. My first legal case, which is, you know, precedent, is now informing my second one.
Okay, I mean, maybe the edit wasn't worth it, okay? Maybe the edit wasn't quite worth it. No, but I'm glad. I am glad. I'm glad from Ethan's perspective that, you know, it is informing his second court case. It's amazing, you know? History never repeats itself. But it does often rhyme, you know? It does often rhyme. Extremely wealthy. Jewish. Plaintiff. Trying to take out somebody who's been speaking about him negatively online. Because that is what it boils down to at the end of the day. I'm sure that everybody's kind of finally accepted that, right? You won't often find people trying to say that Ethan Klein felt actually aggrieved by the lawsuits, or sorry, by the original Storm reactions, right? Otherwise, again, he could have gone for XQC. Nothing else really makes sense. You know? He's going after these people because he didn't like what they said about him. They spent, what, a year calling him a fucking Zionist, getting under his skin, constantly fucking chirping at him. He can shut them up. 100% he can shut them up. He can send them a fucking cease and desist. And then a lawsuit. And then get them with a non-disparagement agreement, right? That's what Caseytron's under. Over copyright. Over copyright. That was the goal the entire fucking time. Or at least one of the goals, right? Get these people into court. Hit them with a fucking lawsuit. On the other end, listen, I'm not an unreasonable man. We can do some deals. Yeah. Hit him with a fucking non-disparagement agreement so they can't shit talk him online anymore. It is like demonic stuff. It is actually demonic. This guy is like a cartoon fucking supervillain. And the idea that some people are like, wow, this is totally normal behavior. No, I'm totally behind this. I'm totally behind this. Where have these people fucking come from, man? Legitimately, where have they come from? If Ethan Klein won this lawsuit, it would have been over for React commentary. It would have been over for live streaming. It would have all been in the fucking air, depending on what the legal case was, but there we are. There we are. I'm glad that Ethan Klein lost, humiliatingly, and now we've got even stronger free speech protections. We love that. We love that. Nice. So, the facts here closely align with Stebbins versus Alphabet Inc. In Stebbins, the court found the subject livestream to be highly transformative works because the livestream involved the viewing of the subject video for seconds at a time before pausing to respond and critique the subject video. The subject video, created by the plaintiff, provided the plaintiff's analysis and opinion regarding a video game.
Bro, you're getting too big for your boots.
Yo, Dan Jr.
W for Pisco.
Enormous W for Pisco. Enormous W for Pisco. Hey, what was he? He was like, was he atting Ethan Klein? He was talking about the fucking lawsuit. And then Ethan spurgs out and calls him a fake lawyer on stream. That was amazing. That was amazing. Oh, and now he's literally just correct. Fantastic. All right, nice. Nick Andros, why are you giving me FFmpeg advice right now, bro? You expecting me to go back and change my fucking path? Yeah, I'm not gonna. I'm not going to. Okay? Chill out. I might do it later. That might be smart. Or I can just keep on using websites. That's the easiest thing for it. Okay? Nice. This is my comp sci student, dog. I know how to change my path. I'm not doing it on the fly on a fucking live stream for future-proofing. Shut the fuck up. Okay, nice. Sell your data and shit. I'm not selling my data at all, bro. I'm not selling my fucking data at all. If anything, I'm selling Noz's data because it was his edit. At least he shared it in the Discord. Okay. Nice. So. The live streams, however, provided commentary on the subject video, as well as several additional hours regarding other videos produced by the plaintiff in his comments thereon. The relevant live stream in Stebbins paused and commented on plaintiff's retrospective with the purpose of reviewing or mocking the video. At 5, id at 5, the criticism at the heart of the this criticism is at the heart of the fair use doctrine and would lose meaning without reproduction of plaintiff's video. Id see Andy Warhol found for the Visual Arts Inc. versus Goldsmith, noting commentary or criticism that targets an original work may have compelling reason to conjure up the original by borrowing from it. As in Stebbins, Denims' livestream provided commentary on the nuke and sharp criticism of the claims made within the documentary. Throughout the livestream, Denims often paused the nuke to offer spontaneous reactions, engaged with their audience through a live chat, and provided real-time commentary interspersed with tangential discussions. Further, the courts have recognized that the difference in viewing experiences and uses weighs in favor of a finding of fair use. Yep. The difference in viewing experience here is undisputed. Indeed, Ethan Klein states, where the nuke seeks to expose how Piker radicalizes people online to be anti-Semitic and anti-Israel, Denims attempts to use the nuke for the exact opposite purpose, to radicalize her audience to be anti-Semitic and anti-Israel, along with defending Hassan. Yeah, I think I remember commenting on this on the time, didn't I? Yeah, they were literally given the argument that they are, like, perverting the work somehow, you know? Like, changing the original meaning, like, transforming it. Dude, it's just so fucking stupid. It's so fucking stupid. Maybe, actually, Ethan Klein doesn't actually have the best lawyers. Maybe there's a point to saying that Disney or Hollywood would be able to get away with it. Because Ethan Klein's lawyers are total fucking dog shit. Generational wealth? I'm not quite so sure. I mean, dude, we should fucking dig back through some of these lawsuits, man, and try and take a look at some of the claims there. Because Ethan Klein, for example, or his lawyer, claiming that Ethan was Sieg Heiling in the Noah Samson thumbnail. Just where does that come from? Legitimately, where does that come from? There's no way it's going to pass muster in court, right? Is it just in there so that Ethan Klein can repeat that claim on stream? Or what? Like, where does that fucking come from? There's no way this guy's buying expensive lawyers. There's no fucking way, right? I don't know. Smacks of incompetence, but I'm not a lawyer, and so I've got no fucking clue. It came from him? Maybe. Remember when Tectone said he has the same lawyers as Ethan Klein? Maybe that was true with how bad Ethan's lawyers are here. Yeah, maybe. I mean, let's be real, okay? Let's level with it. If Anissa and iDubbbz can afford the same lawyers that Ethan Klein has, how good are they really? I mean, how good can they really be, you know? Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that Pickle Boy is affording the top-notch, highest shelf legal team, but I don't know. Anyway, in opposition, Klein presents unsuccessful arguments. First, Ethan Klein, cites Defunct Brute versus Wolfsey for the proposition that the purpose of Denims' video and Ethan Klein's, he cites this legal case for the proposition that the purpose of Ethan Klein's video and Denims' livestream overlap to undermine Denims' transformative argument. Here, Ethan Klein has conceded that the purpose of both videos do not overlap by stating, quote, where the nuke seeks to expose how Hassan radicalizes people online to be anti-Semitic in Israel, Denims attempts to use the nuke for the exact opposite purpose, blah, blah, blah. We just read that already, right? Additionally, the two subject videos are disparate from the subject works in Defuntbrunn, which did overlap in nature. In Defuntbrunn, the Picasso project and the subject photographs both presented the works of Picasso with the shared purpose of documenting Picasso's works. As previously established, The subject videos in this matter do not share such overlapping purpose. Second, Ethan Klein cites to Mongi v. Mayamag. Mongi vs. Mayamag. For the proposition that defendant engaged in, quote, wholesale copying, sprinkled with spoken commentary. That's so fucking funny, man. That's so fucking funny. No, Judge, please, listen to me, okay? Your Honor, you've got to understand, okay? She stole my entire live stream! If you ignore the parts where she's, like, speaking and giving commentary and shit, okay? So fucking retarded. Okay. It's just so fucking dumb. Like, the amount of time that video remains paused on her live stream, and she's speaking or engaging with chat or whatever, is longer than the original video. I'm sure that people realize that by now. What do you mean interspersed? Okay. Which the court in Mong found, at best, minimally transformative. Defendant's livestream went beyond merely reproducing or supplanting the nuke, however. Rather, as set forth above, the livestream incorporated real-time commentary, criticism, and analysis that altered the purpose and character of the original work. Accordingly, unlike the defendant in Mong, defendant did not simply repackage or republish the underlying work with incidental commentary, but instead used the work in furtherance of a distinct, expressive purpose. For the foregoing reasons, the court finds defendant's use to be transformative. Boom. Boom. Now, I just don't know how Ethan Klein comes back from that, okay? As I'm reading through it, as I'm getting more into it, I don't know how Ethan Klein gets through a lot of this, okay? Because I'm trying to think in my mind, what the fuck changes in this case between yesterday and today for the judge to change their mind? For the court to go, oh fuck, yeah, actually, yeah, you're right. Yeah, fucking sue her, man. Yeah, she's liable. I actually don't know. Because it's going through Denims' claims and saying, yep. And it's going through Ethan's arguments and, like, directly refuting them and pointed out that it's, like, completely mischaracterizing the underlying cases that it's referencing. Right? I just don't know how Ethan comes back from it. Okay. But, okay. Second part of character and purpose, commercial use. The second part of the first fair use factor involves whether the new use is commercial, i.e., whether the user stands to profit from exploitation of the copyrighted material without paying the customary fee. Critically, the more transformative the new work, the less will be the significance of the other factors, like commercialism, that may weigh against the finding of fair use. The commercial use factor concerns the degree to which the new user exploits the copyright for commercial gain, as opposed to incidental use as a part of a commercial enterprise. The court in Draft Express found that even if the relevant video, quote, were considered at least partially commercial, its transformative nature offsets the significance of any commercialism. Here, defendant contends that her use was not sufficiently commercial to outweigh the transformative. As defendant is a live streamer, she is eligible to receive subscriptions, donations, and advertising revenue during her Twitch broadcasts, which is a great time to say. We've got 134 people, 137 people watching over on YouTube, and we've got some number of people watching over on Kick at the same time, okay? So I would hugely appreciate if you allowed me to cash in my eligibility to receive subscriptions, donations, and advertising revenue by A, liking the stream, okay, boosting it to more people, helping me out, okay, costs absolutely nothing, and it helps me an awful lot, okay? If you want to take it one step further, you can, by sending a super sticker, a super chat, you can buy a membership, you can gift a membership, and over on Kick, you can buy and gift a sub to other people as well, okay? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Listen, I'm trying to transform this court document, okay? I'm gonna get the Southern District of California in my fucking ass. Okay. Nice. So there is no doubt that there was a commercial use of the subject work. But the court finds distinguishable defendant's use from the intentional exploitation of copyrighted work for monetary gain that precludes a finding of fair use. A commercial use is demonstrated by showing that repeated and exploitative unauthorized copies of copyrighted work were made to save the expense of purchasing authorized copies. Basically, I guess, what is that? You've got a movie, The Lord of the Rings. If you want to buy an official authorized copy, it's going to be $15. So you make a bunch of like burner CDs, a bunch of burner DVDs, flog that off for like £5 a pop. Boom, right? They can buy it cheaper from you than it can with an authorized copy. Although Whistle's social media presence, quoting Seltzer, although Whistle's social media presence may serve to promote its business and indirectly boost revenue, the commercial use factor concerns the degree to which the new user exploits the copyright for commercial gain, as opposed to incidental use as a part of a commercial enterprise. This is interesting, actually. This is very interesting. Dude, who was around during the old, the Twitch copyright debates back in the day? Was it over, like, it was over a JXE video, right? Yeah, I think that's what I'm thinking of. I think that's, yeah. That's what kicked it off, I think, right? Dude, the argument at the time from some Twitch streamers, I mean, most notably Denims, okay? So she's been using this shit for a while, is that people would be donating and people would be watching if I was watching this video or if I was talking about politics. Basically, the copyrighted work that's being watched is kind of like incidental or independent of any of the revenue that I get on the live stream, you know? So that money wouldn't otherwise go to you. That's not how that works. I'm interested to see what the court says, because I do know that the court rules against Denims in some of these aspects. So, no. Beckett wasn't for the lawsuits. That's not true. That's not true. I'm pretty sure when I spoke to Beckett when it happened, he said anybody, supporting any of these lawsuits is completely retarded. I don't think Beckett ever supported the lawsuits. If you can find me a clip where he was, feel free to ship it over, okay? Exclamation point Discord of the chat. If you want to help in the Discord, feel free to send it to me. Okay. Okay. Here we are. So, defendant's transformation of the original work heavily outweighs the commercial nature of its use. Quoting SOFA, because defendant's use of the clip is transformative, the fact that The Jersey Boys is a commercial product is of little significance. Quoting from Mattel, finding that a work's commercial qualities become less important, where use is highly transformative. Okay. Accordingly, under the analysis of the first factor, the court finds the defendant's use weighs in favor of fair use. Boom. 1 down, 1 point to Denims, 0 to Ethan Klein. All right, let's go. We're on 1-0. We're on 1-0. Okay. 2. The nature of the copyrighted work. Oh, I'm guessing this is going to fall against Denims, right? I'm pretty sure. Actually, I don't know. I don't know how it's going to weigh. Because the nature of the copyrighted work is usually about, is this factual? Is it like a scientific paper? Is it a history book you've written? Or is it like an artistic piece? And I think, even despite the fact that it's like opinion-based, it's going to fall more into the first camp than the second, right? Yeah. Nature of copyrighted work. Actually, can I change the scale filter? Or is it the blending mode? The interlacing? Something like that. I know I can change one of these to make the text a little bit sharper. Preview scaling. Is that it? Nope. If I change it to bilinear, does that make it look ever so slightly better? Is it the blending method? Scale filtering? Where's Nicandros now when I need the fucking help? Huh? Where's Nicandros now when I need the fucking help? Okay, let me know if any of these look better. I think that didn't look too much better. Yeah, fuck it. That looks okay. Nicandros, for scale filtering on OBS, what do we use? What do we use to avoid a pixelated look? What do we use? I'm using bicubic right now. Lancos? Really? Okay, fair enough. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. Nice. I'm gonna add that to both then. Fab. Nature of copyrighted work. Let's get into it. Defendant avers that the documentary and informational nature of the nuke favors fair use. The second statutory factor considers, quote, the nature of the copyrighted work. This factor, quote, recognizes that creative works are closer to the core of intended copyright protection than informational and functional works, with the consequences that fair use is more difficult to establish when the former works are copied. Okay. So what, the second factor is going to weigh a little bit more lenient if you're kind of critiquing or copying across an informational work? I guess that would make sense. You'd want some kind of like factual back and forth and disagreement on those areas, right? Okay. The Ninth Circuit held that the factor addresses two aspects of the work: the extent to which it's creative and whether it is unpublished. The Ninth Circuit has held that the product is creative where it is the product of many technical and artistic decisions. McGuckin, which is a crazy fucking name, McGuckin versus Pub Ocean Limited, with respect to publication, while a work's unpublished state would weigh against fair use, quote, the converse is not necessarily true. The Ninth Circuit recognized, however, that the second factor has not been terribly significant in the overall fair use balancing. Oh, okay, so the fair use factor is like the fucking, like, I don't know, like virgin cuck retard of the bunch. It's just not that relevant all in all. That is my legal analysis, by the way. Yep, the second factor of fair use is the cuck retard midget version of it. Nice. It's just, I guess what? The least important factor. Okay. Here, the nuke is a creative work with significant informational contents. As explained by plaintiff, the nuke is a tragicomic documentary critiquing Hassan and Twitch. It contains original footage, highly edited montages, parodic skits, and archival materials. The nuke is divided into 7 sections. The first section walks the audience through Ethan's thesis of the nuke, that Hassan radicalizes his audience with genocidal and anti-Semitic terrorist propaganda. The second section involves a parody mocking how Twitch has embraced Hassan's extremist rhetoric, and a third section focuses on how Hassan allegedly radicalized his audience by glorifying and disseminating Houthi propaganda. Additionally, the fourth section focuses on Piker's interactions with Hezbollah propaganda. The fifth section focuses on Piker's interaction with Hamas propaganda. And the sixth section explores Twitch's alleged role in enabling Piker to violate community guidelines. In the final section, Klein summarizes the two motivations for making the nuke, which are to, quote, stop Hassan's infiltration of mainstream media, and to, quote, hold Twitch accountable for enabling anti-Semitic and anti-Israel animus on the platform. Accordingly, the court finds that the nature of the subject work weighs against a finding of fair use. As set forth above, this factor alone is not terribly significant in the overall fair use balancing. Ooh, okay, we're at halftime. Okay, we're just reaching halftime now. Ethan Klein, 1. Denims, 1. Wait, did I bug out there? Did I bug out and, like, lose 2 seconds? Okay. Ethan 1, Denims 1. Okay? 1-1. 1-1 at halftime. It's getting tense. It's getting fucking tense. 3. The amount and substantiality of the portions in relation to the copyrighted work as a whole. Okay, well, Denims used fucking everything. Okay, I'm guessing the consideration here, since Denims used the entire content nuke, is going to be whether that was considered reasonable or necessary for her particular reaction, right? Okay, let's have a gander. The third statutory factor asks whether the amount and substantiality of the portion used in relation to the copyright work as a whole favors fair use. The third factor looks at the quantitative amount and qualitative value of the original work used in relation to the justification of that use. Yeah, I don't even know why I tried to. I don't know why I tried to summarize it. Of course, the court is going to do that a lot better than I am. Right? Why are you trying to do sports analogies? I'm trying to listen. I'm trying to branch myself out. You know, appeal to multiple demographics. I'm getting the sports bros on my side. All right. This is basically like the third innings. When the quarterback is running to the 19th yard of the football pitch, right? You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Okay. Dude, they're about to do a touchdown and... okay, I'm gonna stop. Okay. So. Okay. So that is Ethan Klein's case. Noting the third factor considers the portion of the copyright work used, and then how well tailored that use was to the allegedly infringing work's proper use, no matter how large or long the alleged infringing work is. The law is very clear, however, that quantity alone is not determinative. Ethan Klein's lawsuit. This factor circles back to the first factor because the extent of permissible copying carries with the purpose and character of the use. Dr. Seuss, right? The courts have found that copying another work in its entirety is not dispositive as to infringement, if necessary for the intended transformative use. Quote from Ethan Klein's lawsuit: "A great deal of plaintiff's work was copied, but such copying was plainly necessary for the commentary and critique." Stevens: "Even if the court were to credit plaintiff's claim that Critosis copied the entirety of the retrospective, that would not be dispositive. Critosis used the retrospective clips in order to further the livestream's transformative purpose of critical commentary." Seltzer: "Finding the entire work necessary for the alleged infringer's intended use, and, quote, given the fact, this court has acknowledged that this factor will not weigh against an alleged infringer, even when he copies the whole work, if he takes no more than is necessary for his intended use." In Seltzer, the Ninth Court found the copying of the entirety of the original work, quote, did not weigh against Green Day. Here, defendant showed the entirety, or nearly the entirety, of the nuke. It is evident. It is evident that to comment on and critique a work, clips of the original may be used. See Ethan Klein's legal case, see Campbell. Okay. Quote, "Parody must be able to conjure up at least enough of the original to make the object of its critical wit recognizable. Copying does not become excessive in relation to the parodic purpose merely because the portion taken was the original's heart." The court in Ethan Klein recognized that without using original clips, the commentary and critique here would lose context and utility. Here, the extent and quality and importance of the video clips used by defendant was reasonable to accomplish the transformative purpose of critical commentary. Additionally, the court finds the factor does not weigh against defendant. Boom. Boom. Denims 2, Ethan Klein 1. Dude, this is actually like a massively fucking surprising to me. I thought this factor was probably going to weigh against Denims. I don't know why. Just my personal opinion, okay? Just my personal opinion as a total fucking retard. The idea that you can react to an entire video live on stream and that can be found to like, yeah, okay, you used a totally reasonable amount of that original work. Jesus Christ. Okay, copyright protections are stronger than I even anticipated originally. Nice. Okay, we love to see it. Okay, fantastic. What do you mean some didn't? Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's not necessary, right? It's not necessary. Okay. Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. I know, okay. I know that it's not definitionally gonna let you off on this thing. It depends whether it's transformative, right? But hey ho, okay. Nice. Without even knowing what's in the video is crazy to me. I guess it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter. Because again, like, the copyright infringement it's not an intent-based crime. It's a strict liability crime. It doesn't matter what you intended at the time. I think, you know, from what I've read at the very least, you can intend to go in there and make a market replacement. But if you spend your entire time spurging constantly at the fucking screen about how much you hate the video and hate the video creator, you might accidentally create a transformative work, right? Because your intent is just not relevant at all. But yeah, nice. At least not for liability. I think it can be relevant for the punitive portion, like the award given, but yeah, not for liability. Okay. The final factor. We are currently sitting at Denims 2, Ethan Klein 1. It's all to play for here. Effect of the use on the potential market. Did she steal views from Ethan Klein? Did she steal views from Ethan Klein? Let's see. The fourth factor asks what effect the alleged infringing has on the potential market for potential market for, or value of the copyrighted work. This factor considers, quote, the extent of market harm caused by the particular actions of the alleged infringer, but also whether unrestricted and widespread conduct of the sort engaged in by the defendant would result in a substantially adverse impact on the potential market for the original. Campbell. When the alleged infringing use does not substitute for the original and serves a different market function, such weight weighs in favor of fair use. In Campbell, the court found that when a use is transformative, market substitution is at least less certain, and market harm may not be so readily inferred. Indeed, as to parody pure and simple, it is more likely that the new work will not affect the market for the original, in a way cognizable under this factor, that is, by acting as a substitute for it. Thus, where the original work and the new work serve different market functions, such that there is no market substitution, the new work is more likely to be fair use. Defendant's livestream is not a market substitute for the nuke, because somebody watching the former will have a very different experience from watching the latter. Citing Ethan Klein versus Matt Haas. Anyone seeking to watch the nuke, a scripted and edited documentary, would have a distinctly different experience watching defendant's fragmented start and stop live stream, which featured spontaneous reaction, live chat interaction, sharp criticism throughout, and extrinsic source material. See Stevens, whatever. Finding a lack of market substitution because, quote, anyone watching the live stream would have a fundamentally different viewing experience than a person seeking to watch the retrospective. And then quoting from Ethan Klein's court case, anyone seeking to enjoy the original on its own will have a very different experience watching the reaction video. Okay, not going to read any more of the quotes. All right, let's get to it. Kelly v. Araba Softcorp, finding no market harm where a person could not use the alleged infringing work, a thumbnail photo, as a substitute for the copyright high-resolution photograph. Dude, is that entire thing literally just legal quotations to back up the point? Dude, Ethan Klein is fucked, man. Ethan Klein is just fucked. I don't know, like, I keep on going back through this stuff and wondering at each point, okay, how strong is that in my personal, layman's view? How bolted in, basically? I mean, me, with like a untrained layman opinion about this stuff, I see a lot of case citations, and I think, strong point, unlikely to be overturned, right? So we'll see. We'll see how things originally, eventually play out. However, it goes on. Indeed, plaintiff's own allegations suggest as much. Quote, Denims attempts to use the nuke for the exact opposite purpose, to radicalize her audience to be anti-Semitic and anti-Israel, along with defending Hassan. The decision in Hughes versus Benjamin. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Okay, the Sargon case. Nate? Dude, where's Nate? Where's Nate? Has anybody checked in on Nate? Nate, now's your time, man. Now's your time. Now's your time. It's time to come back and gloat. You were right. You were correct. Okay. There, the court held here. There is no danger that SJW levels of awareness will usurp the market of progressive commentaries, such as, we thought she would win. Benjamin's target audience, generally political conservatives and libertarians, is obviously not the same as Hughes' target audience, generally political liberals. Moreover, through SJW levels of awareness, although SJW levels of awareness is comprised entirely of portions of we thought she would win, there is no reason to think that Hughes' audience will abandon her progressive YouTube channel to watch the derisively titled SJW levels of awareness on a conservative YouTube channel simply because it contains part of her work. So essentially, okay, I'll give you the real take. I'll give you the real take, which this judge is too terrified to plot in black and white on a legal case ruling, okay? Ethan Klein's audience are too zogged out to watch Denims. Ethan Klein's original audience is far too zogged out to watch the content nuked through Denims. They're not interested, okay? They're not interested in Palestinian rights. They are only interested in Israeli propaganda and Mossad talking points. Iran is the global network nexus of terror. Okay. Such talking points as. Listen, I've ribbed Nate a lot, okay? And Nate can be pretty fucking annoying a lot of the time. However, okay? Nate did bring up this case originally. He knew about the legal ruling and said that it'd be relevant in the end. At the very least, okay? And it was relevant in the end. So, I'll give Nate that. Yeah, I'll give Nate that. 100%. 100%. Nice. Okay. Hughes. Supplementary information. Additionally, the court finds that Denim's livestream is not a market substitute for the nuke. Because 3 of the 4 factors... Dude, wait! They're going to conclusion! No! They're going to conclusion! Let's go! Okay, so that is now 3-1 in favor of Denims. And I think match time is about to be up. Okay? Conclusion. Because 3 of the 4 fair use factors strongly favor defendant, including the most important factor, purpose and character of use, the court concludes that the fair use defense applies as a matter of law. Thus, defendant's motion for judgment on the pleadings is granted. Conclusion. For the foregoing reasons, the court grants defendant's motion for judgment on the pleadings. The court offers defendant to prepare and submit a proposed judgment in this matter within 7 days of this order. It is so ordered. It is also so over for Ethan Klein. Oh my god. Historic L. Historic L. Literally, you of 10 years is coming back. It's coming back like fucking Ebenezer Scrooge, the ghost of Christmas past, to rape you in the modern day. All the arguments that you made back then, submitted to court to be able to save your own ass, is coming back to rape you in the present as you try to go after people vexatiously, spitefully, hatefully, judicially. We don't care about the CPS. We don't care about the skulls. Okay, nice. There we are. Have we got any kind of update from Denims and how the pleadings are going so far? I don't know when this stuff is going to eventually come through. I heard it was going to be today. I believe as soon as Denims gets back the decision from the court, she's going to go and do a live stream, right? So I guess we're going to have to try and keep tabs on Denims' Twitter to see what happens there. But I've got to say, okay, for free speech online, today is tentatively a very, very good day. But we will have to see. We'll have to see, okay? We'll have to see. I think the smartest thing to do is just, like, don't make any strong statements about it, you know? Isn't Ethan live? I don't know. He's supposed to be in fucking court. No? Wait, what? Hold on. Wait a minute. Something ain't right. Wait, what? Brother, they're slaughtering you in the Southern District of California right now.
The easier option is he calls the police on me to prevent me from serving him.
His name is Ben Schneider. He's stalking my house. Will you come to my house, please, and come get them? I'm not going to have stalkers.
Are they there right now?
They're on the side of the house.
One of the dispatchers made a note here saying that you were going to shoot.
I don't want to ever hear this guy's fans make any statements about
Fun
transformative
fact,
use ever
Ethan
again.
has retroactively lost the XQC debate on copyright. The environment is a transformative factor. BitChutes.
Yo, thank you, Nate, for the 5. I hugely appreciate it. Also, that's totally true. That's totally true. You know what other debate has been conclusively fucking won by one party? The Chud Logic debate with Denims, where she came on to argue with, what's his fucking face? JXE. That debate has been retroactively won by Denims, despite the fact that she got fucking clowned on it at the time. Yet again, people underestimate Denims, and they live to regret it. Okay? Yeah, JXE. Yeah, nice. Dude, Ethan Klein, I swear to God, if Ben wanted to sue Ethan, he would just play this. The guy just makes fucking faces, gives you a little... and then occasionally coughs. And he thinks that's transformative? Let's be real. Okay. Nice. I'm taking a look. I'm having a gander at Denim's Twitter. Let's see if we can see any of that shit. What do you mean, mirror? Listen, I don't like Denims. Well, Denims can grate on me, okay? Denims, like Hassan, grates on me. And I don't like her politics either, right? But still, you know. Occasionally, when she's right, she's right. Occasionally. Listen, me and Denims have got a very, very... a difficult relationship. We'll say that, okay? A former DGGer. Well, you could say that for us both. A former DGGer coming out, you know, not liking Denims. Then occasionally, I'll make a tweet about Tectone. It'll come across her feed and she'll give it a like. You know, it really warms you to a person. It really does warm you to a person. I'm gonna have to use it to my own ends. The manipulative abuse of the Twitter like function. To bring people over to your side. You don't defend your favorite streamer. You defend the fucking position. Yeah, okay, I'm taking the piss, alright? Let's go for Denims. Has she said anything? My queen. Fair use Queen Denims. Living her best life during Snark Summer. Has she said anything about this yet? Very true. Another truth nuke from Denims? Okay. Nothing yet. Just spent the last 30 days doing 100 sit-ups a day and lost 5 pounds. How we looking? Okay. What is Denims taking a fucking workout advice from One Punch Man? Based? Forgive me, Karl Marx, for I have bought. At Auxiliary, this is you. Who the fuck is this? Okay. Nice. Based. I'm not rating women out of 10 on stream. Okay? Ask me later in Discord. Alright, fantastic. Great stuff. Great stuff. I think, have we got anything yet? Dude, Loss is usually right off the fucking gate talking about this, legal decisions like this. Have we heard anything? Has anybody checked in with Luss? Has anybody heard anything from Luss yet? Some of us are getting very, very concerned. A Reckless Ben video 7 hours ago. Ooh. Dude, no fucking way. No fucking way. This guy is doing a live stream at 2 a.m. We will be looking forward to it. We will be looking forward to it. Yeah, he needs a little bit more time to cope. Legal Mindset, also somebody who's usually constantly tweeting about legal decisions like this stuff. Let's have a gander at him. I hear Luss is stable. Please, God. Oh, Legal Mindset. Let's have a gander. Ooh. Ooh. Commenting on the NMP lol divorce drama that happened 3 days ago at this point. A little bit late to the party, little bro. Little bit late to the party. My reaction to the body cam footage from Bricks and Minifigs. More Bricks and Minifigs. More Bricks and Minifigs. How about you stop playing with fucking Legos, little bro, and start hopping on the fucking golden goose that you've been talking about for the last year extensively? No? Maybe. Just a little bit. More about Legos. Okay. Okay. This is really all he said about it. Legitimately, that's all he's fucking said about it. Dude. This is the only statement that Legal Mindset has made so far. Can you pass the copium tag? I need a hit. I need a hit, bro. Bro, please. Bro, please. Okay. Fantastic stuff. Who else have we got? Who else have we got? Oh, another notable individual who's been speaking about this stuff at length. Let's go, Pisco. Actually, I did like a tweet thread that Pisco did about this. But knowing Pisco, there's going to be a lot more where that came from. Okay? Here we are. Denims gets a win in the Ethan Klein copyright case for the nuke claim. Okay. If you guys don't know the law as well, I think, didn't Pisco get called a fake lawyer by Ethan Klein when the proceedings were starting to, like, you know, build up steam? Because Ethan Klein was talking an awful lot about the different lawyers and their opinions on this stuff. Some of them went along with the narrative, kind of nodded, was pliant, didn't really talk about it that much, right? Just kind of agreed. Chud didn't call him a fake lawyer, I don't think. I don't think Chud called him a fake lawyer. Hutch L. Pisco W. Thank you, Clint. I hugely appreciate it. Wait, what? Hutch L. Pisco W. Where's that coming from? I'll take a look at that in a little second, okay? Just in a little second, real quick. Whoa, dude. Internet Versus has already put out a video. All right, we're eating good today. We'll go through that in a little bit. Okay. As I previewed a few weeks ago, if court relied on Stevens, Denims would be in a good spot. Completely absent from analysis, intentional stated malice. Let's go. Let's go. As I've always maintained, I still think Ethan has a strong claim on the countdown reaction, and then therefore is likely to win on at least one cause of action. But the nuke reaction by Denims was always the harder case, especially when compared to other reactions. Cough, cough, XQC. This is tentative, yes, but given the language here, hard for me to see Ethan recovering on the claim, except perhaps on appeal, if he so chooses. Link to the opinion. Okay. Dude, Stale getting in immediately with the fucking... with the fucking tweet. Okay. Nice. Nice. The case that got Pisco kicked out of DGG, I think it was, wasn't it? It was over the fucking Ethan Klein stuff, yeah. Okay, Pisco Litty. Since we now have court precedent, the React content can be transformative. Have you considered that actually Ethan did protect fair use reactors? Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Dude, shut the fuck up. He fucking retard. Yeah, he protected it. He accidentally did a good thing by failing to do evil. What the fuck? Dude, we are going to use the blessed genius rape hypothetical from earlier on, okay? If you're not in the Discord, you won't get the reference to this. But, if somebody takes a woman randomly off the street, grabs her, drags her into Rape Alley, and devours her. Wait, not devours, deflowers her, pardon me. Dude. And deflowers her ravenously. But it turns out, accidentally, that she just happens to have a rape fetish and enjoys it. Accidentally. Did that person still rape? Was the original action immoral? Or does it become retroactively justified because they happen to fucking enjoy it in the end? I think we all know the answer, okay? We all know the answer. That guy would be failing a fucking rape review analysis 100% of the time. Fuck me. Okay. Exclamation point Discord in the chat for more incredible insights into rape hypotheticals. Alright, nice. What's this? But my hero, Ethan Klein, told me you were LARPing as an attorney. All four factors are weighted together to determine if it's fair use. Market replacement, the fourth factor, is considered by many to be as important as transformation. More specifically, willful infringement carries a much harsher punishment. That is true, but that is irrelevant to a conversation about liability. I think Ethan Klein has intentionally tried to confuse this, by the way. For like a long period of time online, maybe not currently, okay? We are living in the dark timeline. This is the bad ending, if people aren't aware of this, okay? We are living in the dark timeline right now, where currently people are not quite sure about what they think about lawsuits. Some people think that, well, it's your right to serve a lawsuit if you would like to. And they've got no consideration about, I don't know, like, chilling effect on speech. They've got no consideration about what a large creator who doesn't like what smaller creators are saying about them could do if they wanted to be able to silence their critics. None of the considerations at all. None of the considerations at all. No consideration that if you're shit-talking online, you should have, like, a mutual interaction with the person instead of dragging it into court. None of that, apparently, is weighed in any of these people's minds. They don't give a fuck about it at all. So, you know, file a lawsuit. Why not? I see no moral objection with that. Other people might say that, well, if I think that it's a slam dunk case and it's definitely going to win, then, of course, why would I not support it? But, for whatever reason, okay? The way that things used to work is that, back in my day, alright? Back in my day, DMCAs were verboten, dude. DMCAs, you didn't do them at any time, for any reason, unless somebody is straight ripping, re-uploading your content. If somebody is trying to do a good faith reaction commentary, you don't DMCA over that. That's now out the fucking window, okay? If we're okay with lawsuits over this stuff, I don't know how you can say that a DMCA is a wrong thing to do. I do think the way that some people talk about this stuff right now, they would be more willing to accept a lawsuit rather than a DMCA. A DMCA is supposed to be the mildest thing that you can do to be able to respond to copyright infringement, which, if contested, would lead to a lawsuit, right? It's supposed to be like a first step. It's like a lesser thing you can do instead of taking it to court. But, whatever. I do think that Ethan Klein has willfully, kind of equivocated on this, right? He's spoken about it a little loosely to give the impression to people that willful infringement is part of the reason why these guys are dead to rights on a copyright infringement case. It's not, as he correctly identifies here, but which you will hear none of his fans echo, okay, is that he's right. Willful infringement carries a much harsher penalty but he intentionally obfuscates that fact to be able to get more support behind him. And people saying that the lawsuits are absolutely going to go through. Pisco LARPs as an attorney when he's about as qualified as Mike from PA. Damn. I see you've also been reading the r/Destiny subreddit, my fellow man. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Some real high-level ideas there. I'm pretty sure that Mike from PA does have a JD, right? He is a lawyer, if not a practicing one. Okay. Anyway. What is this? What have I been sent by Clint?
Able to move on from this. I mean, he literally cannot. Right?
Oh, what do I fucking expect, man? What do I fucking expect? A man who frequents the Queeman Discord server is sending me a link. What does it happen to be? Of course, it's Hassan RB. Nice.
On. Obviously, there are people who can't move on from this. Ethan Klein is one of those people, and some of his closest associates are the people that shouldn't be able to move on from this. I mean, he literally cannot. Right? Here's the original video I was quote retweeting.
XQC or Asmongold could end up with an opinion that's like way more broad.
Wait, and this couldn't?
I suppose, but I think there's less risk in this situation, though, right? Wouldn't you say?
Why?
Because of the particular egregious nature of their malice.
No, but that's not an element in the fair use analysis or in the.
Pisco LARPs as an attorney when he's about as qualified as Mike from PA. Well, it turns out Pisco and Mike from PA were actually correct, and the fake legal scholars that you constantly fucking promoted, who are literally MAGA supporting weirdo sex pests, by the way, like sex tourism lawyers, right? Fake lawyers that are, I don't even know where the fuck these guys live. Half of these guys are.
Dude, I'm supposed to hate this guy. This guy's supposed to be my enemy. This guy's saying everything I agree with.
They're just not real lawyers at all, simply claim to be on YouTube. They were wrong. It turns out that the guys that you're calling fake lawyers, like Pisco, LARPing as an attorney, were right. Their analysis was right. So what do?
The test for infringement. Intentional siphoning is not an element, right? I could intend to siphon money from you, but give a fair use work, right? I could say, I really want to steal from Hutch and I'm going to do this, but it turns out that my work is fair use, right?
Someone like XQC or Asmongold could end up with an opinion that's like way more broad.
Wait, and this couldn't?
I suppose.
Yeah. Didn't they pass the bar? Didn't they go to law school? I don't know if Michael passed the bar. I know Mike went to law school, but I mean, Pisco is an actual fucking attorney. Yeah. He says Denims gets a win in the Ethan Klein copyright case for new claim the court has held. Tentatively, her reaction was fair use. As I previewed weeks ago, if the court relied on Stebbins, Denims would be in a good spot. Completely absent from the analysis, intentional stated malice. As I've always maintained, I still think Ethan has a strong claim on the countdown reaction and therefore is likely to win on at least one cause of action. But the nuke reaction by Denims was always the harder case, especially when compared to other reactions like XQC's.
Yeah, I think everything I've seen from Pisco, when I've gone to try and look up some of the claims that he's made, he's just correct, right? It's difficult. It is genuinely difficult as like a layman commentary retard to try and, I don't know, evaluate claims that are made sometimes by lawtubers, right? Especially when they go into like citing cases. Are they citing it correctly? I don't fucking know. How the fuck am I supposed to tell? It's usually the factual basis that I'm going to challenge them on, right? But I don't think that Pisco has got anything glaringly factually wrong. And I think that his analysis has tended to be pretty fair. It just seems dispassionate. He's not that wrapped up into the drama stuff. He's just interested in the fucking league coverage. No, Pisco's fair. Pisco's great. We love Pisco.
This is tentative, yes, but given the language here, hard for me to see Ethan recovering on the claim, except perhaps on appeal if he so chooses. Yeah. Meanwhile, Mallory McMorrow was on Hutch's broadcast yesterday, apparently. So look forward to that massive bump that will take place. The intentionally stated malice was the reason why Ethan Klein argued that he won't sue Roach or X. He argued because the three women said, watch my stream instead. It is actual malice. The court didn't even mention that part because it's irrelevant.
Mm-hmm.
I'm an IP attorney, and this is literally what I do. Pull me up if you have any questions. I mean, it was obvious that it was fucking bullshit anyway. It was always bullshit. It was always going to be bullshit. And what was really frustrating for me was watching so many people. Not that I had a lot of respect for them. It's not like I was like, it's not like I respected XQC's opinion or Asmongold's opinion or any of these other fucking like bottom feeders and their opinions. But it was frustrating to see so many people get swept away and recognizing that there was a market for this kind of bullshit. Because at its root, regardless of my personal feelings about the victims in this circumstance, what I hate, what I cannot stand, is when people have no investment in the truth. Like when people don't want to think critically at all, and they're excited at the prospect of just like, pushing people down while they're down, while a much more powerful, much wealthier content creator is just like abusing the legal system and the financial power that they have over someone.
Oh
like when I watched the internet celebrate the Casey Tron decision, I couldn't believe.
Oh my god! What? Yes! Yes! Oh my god, this is what I've been saying all along. You do have this shit where I think that, like, psychologically, you've got some fucking freak losers online that just live vicariously through Ethan. And they're just like the lackey that follows the bully around and just likes to see him inflict, I don't know, like torment or torture on people that they just happen to dislike. Like, people cheering on the iDubbbz lawsuit with just no analysis or no consideration of any of the underlying facts of the case. No fucking opinion on any of it at all. It's just so fucking frustrating, man.
How cruel people were. Like, it's just not a single person turned.
Say his name, Dickers. I'll say his name. I'll say who I'm thinking of. PPP. That's who I'm thinking of.
Turned around and went, hey, maybe this is a little fucked up that this
You think you can catch me that easily? You think you can catch me slipping?
Fucking bully with a shit ton of money is actually going after Casey Tron. And because a lot of people looked at Casey Tron and looked at Denims and looked at Morgan and saw them as annoying, right? Or saw them as not worthy of defense at all, that they just either stood idly by and let it happen and maybe quietly whispered their discontent privately, or they openly celebrated it. Yeah, Ethan literally made Casey Tron do a ISIS hostage style video. The reason the lawsuit has so much, and then Hassan did this, and then
yeah, I just can't listen. Okay, let's just break it down to brass tacks. Casey Tron is an incredibly irritating figure online. Okay, she's very annoying. She's very irritating. Her entire online presence irks me, okay? However, the idea that she is, like, financially ruined by default because she's got to be, like, a carer for her old parents as they're aging. They're, like, her dependents that she's trying to look after. Has recently got debt-free because she was in a fucked financial situation anyway, and so has been forced to come to the table with Ethan Klein because of financial concerns, and then given a fucking groveling hostage-style apology to not just Ethan, okay, but to Asmongold, completely unrelated to the case as well, and said, yes, I agree, the anti-Semitism problems on Twitch and within leftist circles are truly alarming. Nothing to do with the case. Absolutely nothing to do with the case at all. The only purpose for it is to humiliate her, make her bend the knee, concede to all of the talking points that Ethan Klein has given out. Basically, Ethan Klein shoved his arse up Casey Tron's, shoved his arm up Casey Tron's arse and fucking puppeted her and got her to give all of the talking points that he's been given all along. Possibly to socially isolate her, right? Possibly to start to disrupt what he sees as his greatest enemies and to get them to all kind of fight or go back on statements they made previously, right? Basically, largely to, like, fuck with them and humiliate them online. It's just, I don't know how people can, like, cheer that shit on. It's completely fucked. And then I will keep on repeating it, okay? After the fact, after he does all that, to then dig the fucking knife in even further, twist the fucking knife by getting her under some bullshit fucking non-disparagement agreement. It's just total scumfuck behavior. Complete scumfuck behavior. And how anybody can come out the other side of this thinking that Ethan is in any way gracious or is anything less than a totally litigious freak it goes beyond compare. I don't know. It's beyond belief. It's totally beyond belief.
Then Hassan did this was, I think, because Ethan Klein was baiting Hassan Abi to react to his.
And at the same time, I'm gonna keep on going back into it. At the same time, when Ethan Klein announces all of this shit, he tries to pretend that he does care about freedom of speech online. He thinks that people should be able to react to other people's material without worries about copyright lawsuits or legal action or some such. He clearly does not. He doesn't give a fuck about that. He doesn't give a fuck about that at all. But you will still have Ethan Klein fans who try and argue that with you. With a straight face! They're totally serious. They actually believe it. It's just, dude, beneath contempt. Beneath contempt, some people.
Slop so we could sue him. Yeah, and I never did. And I never gave him that satisfaction. He was driven to the fucking verge of tears, begging on camera, demanding that I watch his video. At which point, that probably would have destroyed his chances of suing me anyway. I think he thought I was dumb enough to just like lean into this immediately and react to it. And when I didn't do it, he just lied to his audience and kept repeatedly saying, oh, he's too afraid. And for months on end, while I'm over here covering Donald Trump literally fucking becoming the president and all of the insanity every single day, day in, day out, regardless of where I am in the fucking on the planet. I was in Japan, I was traveling. They would just come in and be like, why don't you react? Are you too pussy to react? Honestly, if he had sued you, he would have gotten a bag off him from counterclaims. He wouldn't have sued. Kuiman, JSTLK, and a bunch of XX Destiny fans supported Casey Tron and the girls. No, I know. That's what I'm talking about. Like a lot of the orbit.
What? Kuiman reference. Kuiman reference.
Have like pulled away from Destiny's orbit and now actively oppose him. Anyway, so this was really funny for me. Okay, Asmongold reacts to Hassan trying to sue popular YouTuber Pegasus. First of all, popular YouTuber. Let's be real.
Okay, we'll go into that later. Right, we'll go into that later. Dicker's shout out. We'll say Dicker's shout out when he fucking mentions my name. Okay. Until then. No, I think Hassan does know about the space. I don't think Hassan would ever actually associate himself with it. Not directly. I don't think that Hassan really has that kind of clout relationship with like streamers around him, When's the last time that you saw, I don't know, even Mike from PA or Denims call into this guy's stream? It's just not the way that he operates, Hassan is not a great person if you want to try and orbit him and suck clout off him. You know what I mean? Especially not while this sphere is running around using the fucking N-word and calling each other the F-slur and describing things as gay, right? It's probably not. While our attacks on Destiny are calling his fans Indians, I don't think that Hassan is necessarily going to co-sign on a lot of that, okay? Probably not going to jump on board. To be clear, I don't think this sphere actually wants to get a lot of Hassan fans over, right? I don't think that's really the move that people are making. It would be pretty retarded. I mean, getting a shout out, getting a little bit of publicity, The Candros has done that, of course. Hassan is a huge fucking live streamer. An enormous live streamer. You'd be retarded not to. To use that avenue to be able to get your kind of commentary stuff out there. Literally, who gives a fuck? But, yeah. Okay. What I want to do is go and have a look at what the belly of the beast, the H3 Productions subreddit, has been saying about all of this. Let's have a gander. Let's go! H3 Productions subreddit. Set that filter to hot, and let's have a look what they've been saying about what can only be described as a groundbreaking legal decision. Torn the commentary community apart. People are coping. We still have not heard from Loss, okay? We've got him on suicide watch. We're calling wellness checks to go to his house and see if he's okay. Mr. Loss? Mr. Loss, are you in? Are you safe? Mr. Loss, put down the knife. Mr. Loss, put down the gun. Guam hasn't tweeted about this shit at all. Holly Morenstein, not a fucking peep so far as I'm aware. But I'm sure the fans are talking about it, right? I'm sure the fans are aware. Everyone's looking at Twitter. Okay. Seems to be some kind of Alabaman Swamp Witch, who has taken the H3 crew and made little voodoo dolls out of them and caged them. Like golems. Okay, interesting. Yo, okay. LUS, thoughts on the tentative judgment. Okay. LUS, let's go. 2 hours ago, 3 hours ago, 5 hours ago. Nice. Everyone saying Denims won is incorrect. She tentatively won 1 out of 2 claims. She spent over 150,000 to do so, and could easily spend another 150,000 on the second. The lawsuit is not over. I'll address Denims tonight at 8 p.m. Are you interested in this topic? I mean, that's not even giving thoughts on the tentative agreement, is it? It's not giving. It's not giving it on the tentative agreement at all. The copium is insane. Is this going to be the fucking nah, bro, Trust me, dude. Nothing to see here, man. Nothing to see here. No. My coverage isn't called into question at all. The last year of Ethan Klein cock goblin. No. That hasn't been undermined at all. No. This legal decision. It doesn't matter. Copium. Take your fucking licks, man. Take the fucking L, dude. She is tentatively completely raped you. For the foregoing reasons, the court grants defendant's motion for judgment on the pleadings. The court orders defendants to prepare and submit a proposed judgment in this matter within 7 days of this order. It is ordered. The court has ordered that you're retarded, little bro. The court has ordered you to stop coping. Will you respect the will of the court? Based. Okay. Does anybody call out the cope in the fucking comments? Dude, it is so ordered. That's such a good fucking line, man. I mean, I'm saying it like it's a line, like it's a funny little flourish that the judge has ordered. Obviously, standard legal language, right? But yeah. While I am so rooting for Ethan in the suits, I do think some people should stop. I do think some people should start mentally preparing, lest we look like a bunch of coping losers. Reckless Ben is a wonderful example that the person on the right doesn't always come out on top. Oh, you mean the Lego guy? The Lego guy who's lying about the reason why he got arrested, won't openly say that it's due to criminal stalking, pretends that he doesn't know. Was he not there at his own trial? Was he not there when he went to jail? Did they never tell him what he was getting arrested for? Yeah, okay. Okay. The Reckless Ben comparison is actually apt, right? Because it shows that if you paint somebody as a fucking villain online, there is huge swaths of people that will accept literally anything done to them at all, even if you harass them and stalk them at their house where they live with their children. Literally anything is okay, so long as you think that, that the person on the receiving end is evil enough. But nobody will agree with me on that, okay? Nobody will agree with me. Listen, okay? In a year's time, we are going to see the same kind of vindications that we're getting right now for the Ethan Klein coverage for my statements about Reckless Ben, okay? Cope, seethe, I will be proven right in the end. Okay, nice. From the leaked cop calls, with what the Lego guy's boss said, he just lied and was evil. Lol. Yeah, but you're not even disagreeing with me, right? What you're saying in reverse is, yeah, but the Lego guy is really, really evil. The Lego guy is really, really evil. And then completely ignoring the fact that Ben has lied multiple times during the videos, intentionally lied to be able to cover up the extent of the alleged criminal stalking, has lied about the reasons why he even got arrested, said that it was for nothing, right? We still don't know why I got arrested. Hopefully one day we'll know. Yeah, okay. Ben has aura. That's the actual truth, right? Ben's funny, Ben's charismatic, Ben does pranks and shit, and so, people support it to whatever ends, The police videos just aren't going to change my evaluation on this. Yeah, Ben just took it too far. Ben kept on badgering this guy at his home. If you show me the fucking the police videos that make the Lego guy seem out to be even worse, that's just not going to change my opinion at all, right? It's a completely different conversation. Yeah. What are the lies Ben told? I haven't followed this shit. So Ben, on camera, when a police officer says to him, "We've got reports of several incidences where you've gone to his house," he says, no, he lied to you. He lied to you. I only went here one time because I was trying to have a legitimate legal conversation with him before I could proceed to court. That wasn't true. Right? That wasn't true. In the video, the little Mormon kid that ended up going to the guy's house, yeah, he wasn't actually from the local congregation at all. He was one of Ben's fans that he contacted through Instagram to be able to send to his house. It wasn't somebody that just happened to meet from the guy's congregation at all. He sent him intentionally. So Ben lied about that to begin with. And then secondarily, Ben also lied when he said that he'd only been there once. That wasn't true at all. The police officer was right. There was 3 or 4 instances. You've got UPS, you got the Mormon guy, you've got the good faith conversation, which doesn't have to be done in person. And then you've got the, waiting outside his house, across the street, waiting to serve him legal papers when you can't do that in Utah. You've got to get a police officer or some kind of server to do it for you. You don't have to do it yourself, but anyway. UPS is his friend, no? Yeah, the fake UPS guy. Yeah. So Ben intentionally lied to obfuscate the fact that he had sent multiple people to the guy's house. Again, with his children. With his children. But in any case. And don't forget as well, what he did to the storefront, right? There is legitimate reason why the guy might be afraid for what's going to happen, right? They started, putting stickers all over the store. They started hanging fucking posters and stuff over it. What's he going to do to his fucking home? Huh? Dickers, you literally spewing wrong info. Give me one claim that I was incorrect on there. Yeah. Feel free to call in as well if you'd like. But, no, I'm just correct. Those are 2 undisputable lies that Ben has told over the course of the video. Yeah. So is the Lego store in the right or the wrong? Here's the fucking rub, okay? And why it is impossible for so many people in chat to be able to recognize that I'm correct, okay? The Lego store is in the wrong. The Lego store is in the wrong. It's just one of these cases where there are no heroes in the story that people, I don't know, struggle to... I mean, I can see it, right? There's a villain in the story, and so the other guy who's making the video, he cuts it up, he's charismatic, he's got to be the hero, right? But no, the things that he's doing are totally fucking deranged, but hey ho. There we go. Alright. Nice. Moments like this, let's carry on with some look at what the H3 subreddit was saying about the recent court decision, okay? Nice. Moments like these, when a sea of chattering voices are all drowning each other out, really make me appreciate how knowledgeable Luss is on these topics. He's the perfect mix of unemployed and educated.
For your boots.
Yo, Daxter, thank you for the 2 months of Dick Rider Plus membership. Thank you very, very, very much. Okay. Nice. He is only retired. I call that terminally unemployed. I can't believe people are ball washing for Luss. I literally can't believe people are ball washing for Luss. You're being so manipulative in your retelling. Okay. I'm not giving a holistic retelling of the events. I'm just not. I'm describing actions that Ben has done that do go overboard. Ben has said that we've got no clue why I got arrested, and he doesn't include it in his first video. Right. Okay. Anyway. I just think it's insane that she literally confessed her intention to create a market replacement, and a judge would decide that it isn't on technical merits. What are you talking about on technical merits? The cope is on. This wasn't on technical merits at all. Have these people even read the fucking decision? It was not on a technicality. It was on a holistic analysis of Denim's livestream reaction. Oh, dude, the cope is so delicious, though. The problem is that particular confession is only relevant to one of the 4 pillars of fair use. I think I might, I don't know, this shit is getting under my skin. So I might start banning people for this. I'm going to add a brand new rule to my Discord, okay? It is now against the rules to be obviously embarrassingly wrong, okay? So anybody who says that any of the intention to create a market replacement goes to any of the pillars, instantly fucking wiped out. Instantly fucking wiped out. I think that will help us get a lot of the fucking dross out. I can't lie. Oh my god. The second claim has always been stronger in Ethan's favor too. I always thought the first one was iffy. Okay. Okay. Nice. Bum, 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 bum. Lol. The judge may think the lawsuit is bullshit, but we still cost her 150,000, so that's a win. Really giving the game away. Definitely not a win for anyone except the lawyers in this case. Yeah, that's not what Luss is saying, though, is it? Not what Luss is saying. Will Ethan owe lawyers' fees? No. That's why only somebody with the funds can fight it. I don't know if I'd be so sure about that. I don't know if I'd be so sure about that. Yeah. We'll have to see. And that's really it? Oh boy, big news. Okay. And it's a fucking meme. Okay. Nice. No, somebody is correctly identifying. Frogan's probably feeling a little bit silly for defaulting. True, true. This is misleading. According to a post from Luss, she tentatively won on one of two charges, and the second charge is still in the works. Case isn't over. Could you call it misleading? Denims tentatively wins content nuke fair use lawsuit against Ethan Klein. Yeah, I guess that technically is misleading, because it's not two separate lawsuits, right? It's one lawsuit. It's one lawsuit where there's like two different claims going on there. You know? Okay. Nice. God, I love lawsuits. Hopefully Ethan sues more people. Wait, he lost the lawsuit? Nope. Hearing hasn't happened yet. Snarkers are coping because the judge said he might side with Denims. That's not what he said at all. That's not what he said. That's not what he said at all. Yeah, you know, just offhandedly. The judge said he might side with Denims. Where's the quote? It is so ordered. No, actually, the judge ordered that he's tentatively siding with Denims. Okay? Much stronger language is due here. Much stronger language is due. I mean, it's kind of the last domino. In my personal opinion, I don't really get exactly what's going to flip on this case. So, yeah, I think the tentative thing is going to be upheld. Would love to call into a members show to talk about Mormons. Here is me with my Mormon family in a baptism. Huh? And these are the kind of people that try and get their families out of this groups. What are you doing? What are you doing? Literally wearing the gay shorts. Actually wearing gay pride shorts. With a full arm sleeve. I don't know. Hair unkempt. Fuck me, man. Okay. Yeah. There we go. There we are. I think that's probably about done. Wait, really? Huge fucking drama. Enormous drama. And people are looking at funny sound bites from Harley Morenstein's stream. That's getting more likes and attention than the lawsuit drama. Now, from what we know, I guess, about Ethan Klein's subreddit, is that it is intensely fucking, what would it be? Sensorial? It's extremely, like, high-strung in terms of the moderation. It's insanely fucking high-strung, so, yeah. Yeah, we probably wouldn't get any actual critical posts through at all. But, pretty funny. Pretty funny. Okay. Nice. They know Ethan's raped. I mean, we can have a look. What's this most recent post that I'm seeing? The thing is, it kind of sounds retarded on the face, okay? But given the fact that the Ethan Klein or the H3 Productions subreddit is so highly censored, that you just get banned for agreeing with anything critical of Ethan. the Diorio Discord server is probably the best place that you want to go if you want to get the sentiment of the average Ethan Klein fan. Nicholas Urio's server is still coping, just enough to get away with it. She was found to have passed 3 of the 4 pillars of fair use and used Ethan's own former case against him. So basically, the outcome is despite all intent to steal views and profit from it, Denims did just enough to get away with it legally. No. No, in fact, the rapening that was received here is much worse than that. Much worse than that, in fact. Oh my god. And you see it. You see it repeated, right? Dude, do you see the fucking signs that I'm pointing out? Despite the outcome... Oh, sorry. Despite all intent being to steal views and profit from it, that was never even a consideration. That should have never been in your mind as to whether Ethan Klein was going to win or lose this lawsuit. If that was in your mind, you have fallen for, and I hate to say this, I really do, Jewish propaganda. I mean, just like, because Ethan's Jewish, not necessarily anything about, you know, the ethnicity itself. Yeah. Jewish mind trick. No, okay. We're moving on. We're moving on. We're moving on. We're moving on. Nice. Is there anything here? Fuck it, okay? Let's go for the legal minds, the internet versus video, and then we'll get into the Lego drama, okay? Nice.
A judge has tentatively ruled in favor of Denims in her lawsuit against podcaster Ethan Klein.
I'll be right back in 2 seconds.
With the whole case revolving around Ethan Klein's content nuke and Denims' reaction to it, the judge so far has said that Denims' reaction constitutes fair use, even citing Klein's old case from 2017 against Matt Haas, where Ethan won and set precedents. Many online who are against H3 took to celebrate, with even some on the H3 Productions levying criticism towards Ethan, and others saying that this just legalizes content theft, and that the judge should focus more on Denim's statement about not watching Klein's content nuke. But there's a lot to get into, so let's just jump in. Welcome to the internet versus Denims' tentative lawsuit win. It starts when Yeet tweets out, Denims tentatively wins a content nuke fair use lawsuit against Ethan Klein. Klein and his counsel will have opportunity to argue tomorrow. And Yeet attaches this screenshot that says, the court deems defendant's use as transformative. Throughout the livestream, defendant provides commentary pertaining to criticism of the nuke. Defendant contends that the nuke resembles a high school video project or middle school project. During the subject livestream, defendant complains about the documentary's editing, and that the video treats the audience as a morons and is attempting to trick them. The complaint farther states that she frequently makes comments that are later contradicted by the nuke itself. Notably, the fair use inquiry does not ask whether the criticism or parody of the copyrighted work is just or accurate or mean-spirited, but simply whether the use is of the kind that copyright is designed to protect. And Yeet also attaches this screenshot that says, the decision in Hughes versus Benjamin is highly instructive. There the court held, here there is no danger that SJW levels of awareness will usurp the market of progressive commentaries such as We Thought She Would.
We already read the lawsuit, right? So probably skip past this. Let's have a gander.
Is it this order? It is so ordered. And John Willow replies, this has to be a biased judge, lol. She literally said multiple times on stream that she was trying to be a replacement for the content. That's the legal standard that copyright law sets. And
dude, launch people like this into the fucking sun. That's what they deserve. That's what they deserve. Dude, if I was Emperor of Earth, that's what I would do to these people. Straight into the fucking atmosphere. But she said she was trying to steal it. But she said she was trying to steal it. Shut the fuck up. It's not even relevant. Even if I grant that's true, it's totally irrelevant.
Cro-Magnetron says, biased. You think the judge is a Denims chatter? Why on earth would a judge give a fuck about streamer drama on either side? You can't just go, wah, they're biased because you didn't get your way. And Totally Nice Days says, hello, left-hardoid judge? They will always side with a woman, especially if she's a left-hardoid. God, you sheep are so annoying. You shouldn't be allowed to speak. You don't know anything and then come yap.
A bit harsh, no? Maybe we're the bad guys. No, in all seriousness, okay? These people, straight to the sun.
As though you do. Mr. Perry says, they cited Ethan's own fucking case to prove their point. Ethan was hoisted by his own petard, and attaches this screenshot saying, video to demonstrate the following telltale signs of transformative use, farther purpose or different character in the defendant's work, i.e. the creation of new information, new aesthetic, new insights and understanding, and 2, the use of quoted material as a raw material, instead of repackaging it and merely superseding the objects of the original creation. The undisputed purpose of defendant's live stream is to contest, criticize, criticize and mock plaintiff's message, which the courts have found weighs in favor of fair use due to its transformative nature. See Ethan Klein's case, finding that the first factor weighed in defendant's favor as the defendant's reaction video was quintessential criticism and comments. And Polly replies, the purpose was to divert views. Criticism/commentary was a secondary purpose. And
it's just so fucking retarded how this gets repeated again and again and again as a meme. Because here's the second part of it, right? Here's the second part of it. It's not just the fact that this is irrelevant to the actual question of whether Denims was liable for it. It's also, if I want to be extremely charitable, what am I feeling like today? What am I feeling like? No, I'm in a charitable mood. I'm in a good mood today. It is questionable whether Denims actually said that or not, okay? Somebody in chat says, yo, Denims, thank you for reacting to the nuke so we don't have to watch it through Ethan Klein. And Denims says, yeah, if you appreciated it, send me some bits, send me some fucking Amazon subscriptions, whatever the fuck they do over on Twitch. It's highly questionable at best. It's totally retarded, an intentional misconstrual of what Denims was saying at worst.
And Lotus says, Denim's legal team successfully argued that her viewers, progressive anti-Zionists, would not have watched Ethan's video anyway, so she didn't steal any views from him. And
ding!
Polly says, like saying boxing fans wouldn't watch Floyd Mayweather anyway because they hate him. And Lotus,
no, that's completely fucking retarded. That's totally fucking retarded. Like, completely disanalogous.
Says, not even close. Boxing fans are still boxing fans. Are you suggesting there's a category of people called the streamer fans who will just watch any streamer even if they hate them? And Polly says, it's called the hate watching. The content nuke was primarily an expose on Hassan. Do you seriously not think it would be of interest to Hassan fans, especially considering Ethan and Hassan's past? And given Denims is a Hassan orbiter, her viewership would have only been Hassan fans. And Lotus says, I don't know what to tell you, man. The judge disagrees with you. People who are adamantly anti-Israel and boycott Israeli and Zionist affiliated stuff would not have given views to a Zionist clown like Ethan. Back to Yeet's post.
Here's the fucking thing as well, man. Like, I think the legal basis of this is being a market replacement, a market substitute. The question is not, does nobody watch the original and instead, go over and watch the reaction? It's like a holistic analysis. It's bigger than that. It's not, does this singular person, can we imagine somebody who would go and watch the nuke, but for the fact that Denims streamed it anyway? That's not the analysis. It's holistic.
Inquiries replies to it by saying, retarded decision. She literally said to not watch the original. And Review Jack says, that has nothing to do with fair use. And Inquiry
I don't think she did.
Says, that would be true if you were retarded. Jelt replies Seed by saying, great day for the unemployed. Content theft is legal now. Whoop whoop. I might even get into streaming myself now. We're going to have Denims watch parties. And In La Isla Grande says, and nobody's gonna watch you, retard. Fergs Wombat says, the fact that a lot of people are upset Klein didn't win is actually alarming. Yeah, Noah Samson and Denims are retards, but suing your opposition for defamation or copyrights is an absolute bitch-made move for a copyright channel, and will result in more stupid slap suits by others. And Random User says, I don't give a fuck. I'm not a fucking YouTuber. I wanted to see that whore loose to the K.
Bruh! A Kino Casino viewer, I see. A Kino Casino viewer, we love to see it out in the wild. Dude, the Kino Casino viewers are like the weirdest subspecies of the people cheering on these fucking lawsuits. It's actually fucking insane.
And Fergs says, I mean, this is at least an honest take, Lamau. Dylan Bish says, see, this is where you're wrong. They went on a whole third-party website to tell people to not watch the video unless it's the people that's stealing.
Well, no, these people can be honest at the very least, but they're not principled at all. They've got like no morals around this stuff. They're like total hacks. Because they will cry and bitch and moan when, for example, Kino Casino gets flagged, right? If instead of flagging them, the quartering took them to court for a live stream reaction, what would those guys say? Would Kino Casino fans go, you know what? It's fair enough. It's fair enough. We'll see what happens in court, you know. Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see if it's justified. You know that's not how they would react.
His content, and the whole point of the website was to make sure that you find you didn't make money on that video. And Ferg says, I'm not saying it's wrong, but Ethan would have to prove damages, and considering he's a much bigger internet personality than they are, and Denims fans likely wouldn't watch it either way, it gets dicey. I just don't like the idea of constant tit-for-tat lawsuits. Trigger Point quote tweets Eid by saying, so you were telling me that if Frogan had just shown up to court, she probably wouldn't owe 200 grand to Ethan Klein? Lamau. And Punish Jean Luke says, the difference is that if Frogan offered to fuck the judge like Denims did, it probably wouldn't have had the same impact. Nyara quote tweets Eid by saying, but the right-wing slop tubers told me she was 400% done. Based Fryron says, wait, does the judge not know that Ethan Klein is having a based redemption arc right now? WTF? Dan Saltman quote tweets Eid by saying, if Destiny's motion to dismiss gets granted tomorrow, load up the Thanos a soul for a soul memes.
Oh yeah, I saw Dan was posting that earlier. Yeah, Destiny said that he's going to go on some Ethan Klein arc. Apparently, I assumed what he was talking about there was doing a lawsuit against, I don't know, J-Stalk or something. Apparently, he's deciding to sue Hassan instead, which is an interesting one. It's a very, very interesting one. I mean, if you go and take a look at it, I mean, there is going to be a crazy amount of counterclaims, given the amount of stuff that Destiny said about Hassan, including, what, like raping a 14-year-old girl? I don't even know why you try and wade into those fucking waters. You know you're going to get bit.
LawTube Sean quote tweets the post by saying, I shall be coping and sneezing on my way down to Florida today. And Legal Mindset says, can you pass the copium tank? I need a hit. And a Butthole Royale replies, oh no, a grifter LawTuber was wrong about the entire outcome? How surprising. Over on H3H3 Productions, Dry Place also posts about it with the caption, tentative ruling on TED Entertainment vs. Denims, MJOP granted, and says not so great news. Basically, Denims won, pending.
Wait, where was this? Dude, where the fuck was this? Has this been fucking deleted by now? Let me go and have a gander. Let me go and have a gander. There's no way that I missed this post. Is there?
MJOP granted, and says not so great news. Basically, Denims won, pending the actual hearing tomorrow. And Brushed Red says, it's crazy how many times Ethan's old case was.
No! Dude! The H3 fans are waking up. They're becoming sentient yet again. They're starting to realize, oh fuck, oh fuck. Ethan bloviated about how I'm using my first copyright lawsuit to fund and support my second copyright lawsuit. Apparently the cope is wearing off. Oh my god, I did skip past it. Fuck, that's an L on me.
Decided. And Tube says, horrible look to lose your own president. Von Zek says, I think it's not crazy, but completely sane. Dramatic Aid says, I wish Ethan would recognize the hypocrisy in some of these lawsuits. And Sexy Koala Juice says,
dude, what? And that guy got what? Dude, I'm looking at this Reddit thread right now, and that guy is still looking at a plus 27 upvotes. What?
Says, you're a long way from the Snark subs, friend. And Pudding replies, not every criticism of Ethan is a snark. And Dramatic.
Yeah, the ones that we agree with, nah, those are criticisms. The ones we disagree with, however, that's literally the definition of snark, by the way. If you try and disambiguate and or like try and have a look at what these people mean when they say snark, they do literally just mean like criticisms of Ethan Klein that I don't personally agree with.
Gade says, too much nuance. Moon Tindies says, a friendly reminder, this is for one of the two complaints, not the entire case. And Chicago Saturn replies, what's the other complaint? And Moon Tindy says, she was sued for her reaction to the nuke itself and the countdown to the nuke, both of which were registered. Both sides agreed to give this motion a shot to see how it goes. Her reaction to the countdown was drastically different. Her total time reacting to the countdown was less than 20% of the total runtime, where her nuke reaction was almost 2x, I believe. And Skilland says, I'm not read up on the facts here. Her nuke reaction video was 2 times as long as the nuke.
Dude, it's like the scene in The Matrix. It's like the scene in The Matrix where Neo steps out of his pod just for a moment and sees the real world.
Nuke. I.e., she added about as much commentary as the nuke was long. Yeah, I mean, fuck Snarkers and Hassan stands, but that sounds like she added quite a bit then. I don't understand.
Dude, and this guy is sitting here with 35 upvotes on the H3 Productions subreddit. Oh my god. Oh my god. The backfire here. I haven't really thought about what the H3 audience reaction would be. I just assumed that they would like gobble up whatever narrative that Ethan would give them. Okay, interesting.
why one comments to not give views to the nuke didn't weigh against that. An Unlucky Sense says, it was silence, going to the bathroom, reading chat, mouth sounds, and an occasional insult. And Skillen says, okay, well, I'm guessing the commentary doesn't have to be very good then, Lamau. She could have added an hour of fart sounds, and it would have been pretty transformative. And Moontindi says, I don't remember the amount of commentary really being disputed, but the quality/relevancy of the commentary being fair use.
No. Okay, so the amount of commentary, I don't think was disputed by Ethan, but he never brings it up. Okay, he never talks about how long the reaction takes. And it doesn't actually matter about the factual veracity.
Steven's just being a silly guy.
Can you
Hello?
say American Fork PD was correct for arresting Ben? And say it with the confidence you did earlier, Plaza.
Yeah, based on Ben's conduct, it does seem as though he did reasonably commit criminal stalking, yes! Not just going there himself, okay? Not just going there himself for, like, unnecessary reasons, purely just for content, right? But also sending people there on his behalf, the fake UPS guy, the fake Mormon that he lied in his video about being a real Mormon from this guy's congregation, who had some kind of, like, earnest, motivation for going over there. He lied about him as well, and said that he was honestly, inspired by himself, when actually it was a fan of Ben's that he'd conscripted from Instagram to go in his place, right? So when it came time for the video to be released, and the police officer said to him, we've had about 3 or 4 incidents of you coming to this guy's house right now. Ben says, no, he's lying to you. No, he's lying to you. We only came one other time to try and have a good faith conversation with him. Not necessary to do that in person. It's not necessary to do that in person at the person's house at all, in fact. Right? It's just not legally necessary. But there was actually, several other instances that he completely leaves out and, lies about them in the end. So, yeah.
That and how fair use is balanced. Personally, I still think they added the nuke in.
Oh, also, by the way, Will, just a little bit of an update for you, mate, okay? Utah government website. utahcourts.gov. Delivering or serving papers. Process of service. Now, let's have a look. If we scroll down to common mistakes. Where are they? Ah, okay. Common mistakes to avoid when you are serving papers in Utah. Number 1, using regular mail or email. That seems to make sense. Could get lost somewhere, right? Number 2, serving the papers you're... It's almost as if, in a courtroom, if there's a dispute about whether somebody has or hasn't actually been served with papers, you don't want it being one person's word against another, and so you shouldn't serve them yourself. Almost like that makes complete sense. Almost like that makes complete sense. Okay, sorry. We're gonna go back to this, right?
And really wanted to tackle the reaction to the live stream. I assumed they thought it was possible to win, but knew it'd be an uphill battle.
Yeah, because have you seen that Ben lied about getting default judgments in small claims court? All the cases were dismissed. I actually haven't looked into that. I've heard Ben insist, I mean, Ben's a retard, but I've heard Ben insist that, no, actually, those all went through and were totally correct. And then I've heard from the other side that, no, actually, those all got dismissed. I haven't actually seen what ended up happening. I might watch the Legal Eagle video, because literally one of the only law tubers that I somewhat trust, right? Still with a little grain of salt, with all law tubers, okay? But we'll see.
Battle on this claim. Drywolf says, I'll wait till a lawyer tells me. And Tom Servo replies, literally.
Okay, well, it's me. You keep on coping about the police body cam. The police body cam, almost definitionally, cannot undercut my argument here. Because my argument is completely based on Ben's conduct. Okay? It almost definitionally, what the police did is completely irrelevant to my analysis of Ben's conduct here and the way that he lied in his videos about it. Okay? Right? You understand? You understand that fact, right? You keep on coping about the fucking police body cam. It literally doesn't enter into it at all.
Literally every YouTube lawyer spent the last 6 months.
I've been waiting for 2 days for Legos, and you're giving EHD shit. Okay. I promise you, I will look at the Legos. I will look at the Legos.
Months telling us why she was going to lose and how much of a slam dunk case it is. Why would you ever listen to them again? And Rex says no. Los most definitely said it was not a cut and dry case due to Denims having some of the best lawyers in the business for these types of cases. He said Ethan's lawyers, while good, are not as good as Denims. He said he would not count
It's just so fucking retarded that you're watching a law tuber and their legal analysis comes down to, ooh, this lawyer good, or ooh, this lawyer bad. How about you talk about the jurisprudence? Like the relevant legal matters there. Why are you talking about the quality of the lawyers on both sides?
Denims out after he found out what lawyers she had. He's that while he felt the facts give Ethan an edge, the quality of Denims' lawyers slightly overrode that edge. So no, what you said is simply not true. Maybe at one point it was early on, but not the whole time. It's Bunny replies to the thread by saying, I feel like this is really bad precedent to set for reaction content. Apparently, you can just watch a video and make faces or pause it and stare off into space for long periods of time, and that's considered fair use. I feel like this will embolden the content thieves of Twitch if it goes through. And Lord Pizzabird says, the good news is we'll all be able to start super...
Why do you even fucking care? I don't know if this is a little bit of a fucking mask off moment, okay? Why legitimately do you care? Oh, just think about the hacking corpos, bro. Think about the hacking corpos. Their hacking intellectual property rights are being infringed upon, and you don't care? And you don't care? No, actually. Actually, no. I think that that can actually help a vibrant and I don't know, like prosperous, exciting exchange of ideas within certain content brackets and environments. I think that's a good thing, actually, when creators react back and forth to each other's content. And I think that giving a cut up, highly curated reaction is going to have basically about as much of an effect on the eventual, kind of market replacement effect as, I don't know, like a straight live stream reaction. I think if you're given like an appropriate reaction, probably, doubling the time or whatever the fuck, yeah, it's probably going to be a minimal effect either side. The real thing here is people don't like laziness. That's what's driving a lot of this. They feel as though Denims and Caseytron deserve this because they're lazy. That's the driving factor in people's minds, in my opinion. I think that's the driving thing from the other side.
Super Bowl React streams. Even advertise it as a market substitute. Every year, we'll all be able to make a few grand off it. And I like my grass blue says, no, you won't.
That take is good. Who cater about Corp Oppo bad take? No. Okay. My thing here, it was just like mocking people who pretend to care about other people's intellectual property rights when they're not even a fucking creator. Like, what the fuck do you care? Would you rather have, because this is truly the balance, okay? When people talk about tweaking the copyright kind of legal basis and the precedent around this stuff, this is the balance. You have on one side people being able to freely exchange and react to each other's content, thus stimulating a vibrant content environment, or you've got a high regard for protecting other people's intellectual property. Now tell me, you, viewer, which are you more interested in? I think any reasonable chatter is going to say, dude, I want the people fighting. I want people reacting back and forth. I want people shit-talking each other's takes. Yes, please. Right? That's what generates the fucking content. Why, as a viewer, would you have any interest in turning the dial the other way? It doesn't serve your interest at all. Maybe you've got some moral thing there. For a lot of these people, with the other takes that they give, I don't think the morality is driving any of their considerations here at all. So, yeah, I doubt it, okay? When these people start to feel bad for Caseytron and the position she was put in, especially with the non-disparagement clause, yeah, maybe then I'll believe that they've got some kind of, I don't know, moral position on any of this.
YouTube doesn't really follow fair use and doesn't have to. YouTube is a private business. They look after their own interests, which means siding with right holders to avoid being sued by megacorps. You'll start your stream and it'll get taken down. Then you can appeal. That will be denied. Then your option is to sue. And even if you manage to win the lawsuit against the NFL, YouTube still isn't obligated to keep the video up. And Fit Purple says, stream it on Twitch. They're okay with almost anything, even terrorist propaganda.
Dickers, do you think this will cool Destiny's jets about suing his critics? There's a couple of considerations there. So Destiny's threatening to sue Hassan right now on the basis of defamation. And so this doesn't really factor into that at all. But then secondarily on the copyright stuff, it might slightly dampen it, right? It makes the pot just a little less sweet when you've got like a slightly lower chance of winning, right? And recouping those costs. But realistically, you're kind of missing the main driving force why people do this shit. When Destiny says that he's going to take copyright action against Connor for reacting to any of his content in a, his opinion, non-transformative way, that's just to fuck with Connor, right? It's a DMCA, which, I mean, Connor can go to court and fight if he wants. Why would you ever fucking want to? You're not getting that money back in any way, shape, or form, right? That's just money in the fucking hole. That's money burnt. So, no, for DMCAs, it doesn't change any of that stuff. If Destiny were to sue Connor, I don't even think Destiny would sue Connor with the intention of winning, right? It's to bung them up with fucking legal fees. I mean, take a look at how much Denims has spent already. $150,000 just defending herself, and the court, the case isn't even over. She's made a motion for she's made a motion for a judgment on the facts, but the court case could have taken longer. And we're only presumably halfway through. Only one of the two actions have been ruled on. Imagine if this went through to damages. It could be a lot more fucking expensive. If your goal is to punish somebody for talking shit about you, it doesn't matter if you fucking win or lose, right? It's, do you get, like, I don't know, 60% punishment? Or do you get 100% punishment? At the end of the day, you're still fucking with them, right? The incentive still exists.
Asana Productions meme account also posts about the ruling with a caption based on a tentative.
Dickers isn't watching Summer Games Fest? Fake gamer? Dude, what the fuck is Summer Games Fest?
Ruling, Ethan Klein has lost his copyright lawsuit to Denims. The judge determined that Denims' reaction to the content nuke constituted fair use. This is devastating for Ethan Klein. And Mike from PA replies, he got absolutely smoked. The judge ruled that even if he accepted Ethan's arguments in a light most favorable to him, Ethan still loses. He didn't even make it to trial. Lamau, he got robbed by his dumb settler lawyer, Lamau. And Seagoat says, I hate the fact that anyone lost it.
What the fuck? Dude, Mike from PA, don't make it about the Jews. Challenge level impossible. His dumb settler lawyer. Fuck me. That cursed ethnicity. Right, Mike? I think I saw earlier that Mike from PA had a clip, and it was actually relatively interesting. I don't know if I could find it again, but basically, if you take a look at the decision, is it here? Is it here? I might be able to find it. But basically, if you take a look, it doesn't even disagree with Ethan Klein on a lot of the claims that he makes in his initial filing. Right? Ethan is just like wrong on the law. They're not even disagreeing with the factual allegations at hand. Other than, you know, he says in his legal opinion, it's not transformative, blah, 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 right? But the factual claims aren't really disputed in that.
Robbed by his dumb.
It uses his word, it uses his own claims against him during a lot of the decision.
The settler lawyer, Lamau. And Seagoat says, I hate the fact that anyone lost their case to this piece of shit. I'm so fucking pissed he went after people he knew didn't have the money to fight back. Just a massive piece of shit. And Mike from PA says, they didn't lose. They just couldn't afford to fund lawyers. But Denims' win gives hope that future lawsuits fail. White fellas for Kamala.
Oh yeah, here we are. This is the clip that I was looking at. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Just for completeness.
If you came here late, there was one thing that I wanted to show you guys, which was something that was very important. In the beginning, the judge said, the court must accept all factual allegations of the complaint as true and construe them in the light most favorable to the non-moving party. So in other words, the judge considered Ethan's arguments in the light most favorable to him, assuming all his factual allegations were true. And
Dickers, please pixelate. Mike looks too disgusting. Yeah, sorry, that's my bad, actually.
Even doing that, being as biased as he could.
I mean, let's be real. Mike from PA is better groomed than me right now. Okay?
For Ethan, he said that he auto-loses as a matter of law. I don't need a trial. You are such an idiot that you auto-lose. I want you to understand something.
Dude, is Mike just coloring in the entire fucking court case? It's just going through, highlighting basically half of the end.
You are such an idiot that you auto-lose. I want you to understand something, chat. Denims didn't just win. It's like getting a grand slam versus getting a walk. She just absolutely annihilated him to such an extreme degree that he has no hope.
Have we got My Hawker in the chat? I think we have, right? Yeah, resident Egyptian, resident Muslim. Can we get this judge like martyrdom status? Is there any way to possibly have a word with the man upstairs and get this judge like 70 virgins when he goes to Jannah?
Well, 2026 quotes the post by saying, I wonder if having his own precedent used against him will cause him to wake up, or if he'll just dive deeper into the rabbit hole.
We've got like Snark warriors that we never expected to be on our side. And I feel like they need to have some kind of recuperation, you know?
Litigation. Kilo Tonics also tweets out about the situation with the caption, in a hilarious twist of delicious irony, the court tentatively determined that Denims' reaction to the content nuke passes 3 of the 4 pillars of fair use, and is therefore transformative. And in all 3 of the 4 pillars that it passes, the court cites Ethan Klein's own former case against Matt Haas as a precedent that informs their decision. And Kilo then attaches a couple screenshots from the ruling. This first one we already read, but there's also these 2 references to the case. There's this one that says, the law is clear, however, that quantity alone is not determinative.
Oh! You would have thought he'd learned the lesson 10 years ago. Unfortunately not. He had to be taught it again.
Referencing Klein's case that he won, along with this section that says, defendant's live stream is not a market substitute for the nuke because someone watching the former will have a, quote, very different experience, end quote, from watching the latter. And then referencing Klein's case again. And wow.
Dude, you just know that when Ethan Klein goes to bed tonight, or when he went to bed last night, he's just having a dream of when he decides to actually fight the Matt Haas case. Instead of settling, he's just like crying, banging on the door, trying to go back in time and change his mind.
Abdul replies, sweet. Can't wait to legally react to all the Marvel movies. This is sure to hold up in court. And Drac says, are you fucking stupid? This is in court. Devil Mantis says, yeah, man, if it's transformative and you've got the money to take Disney to court to fight for it, go ahead. And Wabdul says, I'll just start a GoFundMe. Surely you'll donate to it to help me against being silenced for my free speech? You wouldn't let me get bullied like that, would you? And Devil says, I mean, yeah, sure. If you're willing to start up a movement to take Disney to court and stop the heinously strict content match flagging on YouTube, that'd be great. And I'd donate to it. This isn't...
Dude, what is this concern trolling? What the fuck is this concern trolling? Huh?
And Devil says, I mean, yeah, sure. If you're willing to start up a movement to take Disney to court and stop the heinously strict content match flagging on YouTube, that'd be great. And I'd donate to it. This is...
It's like an agreement that you enter into with YouTube. It's in the terms of service. When you upload videos to the platform, you agree to those terms. What exactly are you trying to sue over? I don't know what point this guy's trying to make, but I guess he got 4 likes at the end of the Twitter thread, so he won the argument, I guess.
Isn't a big gotcha. And Wab says, it's weird that you just changed the subject like that. I'm talking about reacting to their movies whole cloth in a transformative fashion. And Devil says yes, which is legal and only prevented due to harmful and illegal content flagging rules.
It's just so fucking retarded. I don't even know what point either of these people are trying to fucking make. Like, what if I reacted to a Disney movie in a totally legal way? Then yes, that would be legal. Your point being?
And Wab says, YouTube is a private website, lol bro. I promise you them taking your content down is not illegal. And Devil says, it is if the content doesn't break guidelines and you incur any sort of harm due to it. Has an actual Neanderthal somehow figured out how to operate a computer and log onto Twitter? Do you not know how modern society works? Yeah, man, it's totally legal for a private company to break their contract and cause you financial harm. That's totally legal, yeah. And so is stealing shit. There's no law against picking something up and leaving. Over on our leftovers H3,
this is... No, okay. We decided it now. That guy's been sent in there by Mossad to be controlled opposition. That's what's happened there. But that's not one of our guys.
Giardi would post about the situation with the caption, tentative ruling posted. Pedo troll BTFO total Denims victory. And hideous girl replies, Pedo trolls a troll toll denied. Edit, just read through the whole thing. And it is awesome how many times his own case with Bold Guy and his own words in his litigation against Denims are cited as reasons Denims' video was transformative. Roll the doc. H6 Zubim replies with this picture of Denims in the caption, winner, and Google Your Own Death says, pretty sure that's a Fujifilm X100V. Could be an XE4. Being held by a winner. Yoshieva Down quotes the part.
Did H3 just avoid the topic? I actually don't know. Maybe you'd have to go back through his fucking his live stream after it's over. Probably search the transcript to try and find. What I would say is Ethan's probably not going to talk about this today for the same reason that Denims isn't going to talk about it today either, right? The case is still ongoing. Saying anything about it right now from, you know, either side of those parties, it's dude, what's the point? You're jumping the gun.
Referencing Matt Haas and says, citing E's Haas lawsuit as precedent is Chef's kiss. And Jabberson says, Ethan Klein is still the undisputed fair use king. 2 legal precedents set. And Genesis Star replies, it must be the universe itself that is signaling to everyone that current EK behavior is directly opposite to his past self. And Jabberson also says, holy shit. This means the lawsuit is pretty fucking frivolous if he lost at this stage. This was the let's assume he is right about all the facts. Does he even have a case stage? And IA says, I hardly believe that a lawsuit which had a photo with the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem with Hitler comparing the Grand Mufti to Hassan was frivolous. I'm pretty sure it was a legitimate case and the judge is just a snarker. Did he even see the content nuke? It also gets posted on the livestream fail subreddit by Snoo79191 who says Denim tentatively wins a content nuke fair use lawsuit against Ethan Klein. And Shuriken GG says, this is a 9/11 for Tectone. And Doomblitz says, she did legitimately have the strongest case while the other two just hit play and let it run. And a live map says, I swear I heard the opposite.
I actually don't know. Has anybody been able to find out what Frogan's original reaction even looked like? I feel like that got passed by the by. Like, you've got Ethan mocking it, saying, look guys, she's doing a chair react. Look guys, she's doing a chair react. When actually it's a holistic analysis, right? That doesn't technically matter. Not that much. The case is like bigger than that. The consideration is, right? But I'm pretty sure that Frogan just deleted her VOD from Twitch. People cried and bitched and moaned and tried to pretend as though that was like spoliation, like she's trying to hide evidence. I'm pretty sure she's like a retard who's trying to minimize her losses by just deleting the livestream reaction, right? But yeah. I never ended up seeing Frogan's original reaction to it.
Under the impression she was the one who was most likely going to lose for saying she was trying to take views from Ethan, so he didn't get revenue from the video. And Chooch says you did. The armchair lawyers in this sub were convinced she was the one who'd get fucked the worst and continue to parrot each other's words. Shout out to our tier 3 members, internet representatives Kiko, Salsoud, Codus Bandito, Captain Crashout, Dearboy, Noobster, Mr. X, and Squunchmo. Thank you guys so much for the support, and I'll see you on the next episode.
Oh, wait, what? No Papa Got? Interesting. No Papa Got? Really? Ooh. I thought Papa Got was like a member for a very long time of Internet Versus, right? And now he's dipped out? Papa Got no longer a top donator. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Interesting. Very interesting. Papa Got dropped out a while ago? Why? What happened between those two? I thought they were like busy mates. Or at least Papa Got was trying to make inroads with him. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Fucking hell, that's about all the fucking lawsuit drama that I can take right now. We'll wait until some of these guys actually say something. And hopefully, well, we'll get the final reaction to all of the stuff as well, right? Watch Destiny versus Morale. It was epic. I heard that Food Shops keeps doing this. Food Shops keeps doing this. When she's in a debate, actively being confronted about allegations that she is a pedophile, she keeps on trying to pivot onto other stuff. Maybe because she thinks that, oh, this is really uneasy ground for me to be on right now. I better change the topic. You look more like a pedophile. You look even more like a pedophile. What are you doing? Okay. We will go and have a look at that, okay? We will go and have a look at that. Please tell me that this has not been taken down. It has not been taken down. Based. Okay, we're going to go in for this. Aiden versus Destiny, round 2. And then we're going to go, and I promise you, you will get your Lego drama. I promise you, right? I will give you the Lego drama. All right, let's go into it. Morale won me over. I mean, Morale had such a crazy fucking layup. It's kind of impossible for him to lose. It's like, what's the analogy? What's the analogy? It's like the Ming Vase strategy. You know? You've got like an unassailable W. Destiny did objectively, obviously lie about what he said the day before. I think I pointed it out and Morale was in chat. But it's just like so obvious if you know any of the lore. But yeah, let's have a look. Let's have a look. Did Morale fumble? Is Food Shops a pedophile? Did Aiden get sucked off with a guy with fucking mouth disease? Ugh. Let's have a look.
I literally got the worst snoot, like, probably, like, top 5 like worst piece of news of my life right before I went live. I'm fucking not. It's not like a big deal or whatever, but like, yeah, I am a little bit like a little bit on edge probably, but that's okay.
Oh. Yeah.
Is this like a stalling tactic? I honestly can't tell. Stream snipe by. I suck. Is food I was expecting? Or that's what I got out of that.
Like, okay, I already dug up the first piece of evidence. This is just supplemental, no? Doobie asking the minor for CSAM.
All the logs and everything, and the reports.
It didn't happen. It didn't happen. I don't think that happened.
Wait, is Aiden just live reacting to food shops and she's ignoring
can I share my
it?
screen?
Nice.
And you
Let's
can
go.
watch with me? Can this guy just go? You can't justify this, my man. Hello?
Hi, did you find it yet? Where he's asking a kid for CSAM? Hello? Oh, wait, I'm muted. Fuck.
Oh, were they talking about the fucking Doobie allegations? Oh my fucking god. Bro! We might skip past some of this. I just do not care about the Doobie shit, okay? I don't care about it at all. I don't even know the guy.
Aiden?
Sorry, I was muted. Did you find it yet where he was asking a kid for CSAM?
Yes, I did. Can I share my screen? And you can watch with me?
Yeah, let's watch.
Yeah.
You know what? I'll give Aiden a fair shake. If he wants to argue this down, I'll react to it. Maybe we can all be more informed together. For the fellow people who also didn't give a fuck about the Doobie allegations.
It's stupid. It's so stupid, Aiden. Okay, hold on. All right, ready?
Wait, hold up. I just want to pull it up for my stream.
Doobie the Rich Donor. Yeah, so Doobie is like a whale in the space. Never donated to me, and so I refuse to defend him. But he's also the head of the Politics Discord, which is the largest political Discord in existence, I guess, and that's why people know him. He's hung around these spaces for like the longest fucking time. Shod knows him, he's been on debate panels with him. Destiny knows him, Mr. Girl. He's kind of like connected to like basically everybody in the Twitch politics space. And Destiny was fine associating with this guy for years. Until Doobie started shit talking him. Now apparently Doobie's a pedophile.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Yeah, we're good.
Discord servers that were.
But you can hear that, right? Like the audio's coming through?
Yeah.
Okay. Right, just make sure. Thanks for the 5.
Sorting and fucking with minor.
Hold on. So you linked them to Discord servers that were hosting this. This is not like.
No, we had to pull images from the server. We had to pull images from her fucking DMs with the guy. We had to pull his activity and send it all.
Hold on, I gotta let this play out. Oh my god, thanks.
Fucking FBI.
I don't know, bro. The minor tagging is weird as fuck. Yeah, if you're on a Discord server, having a tag or a role dedicated to identifying that somebody's a minor, nah, just keep kids out of your fucking spaces. Simple as that, I feel like. No?
You see how you keep mudding it? Her DMs with the guy.
Wait, hold on. Did you miss it? Hold on.
I don't know if you know what 764 is, but yeah, it was like there are Discord servers and groups specifically dedicated to grooming, extorting, and fucking with minors.
Hold on. So you linked them to Discord servers that were hosting this. This is not like.
No, we had to pull images from the server. We had to pull images from her fucking DMs with the guy. We had to pull his activity and send it all.
Okay. How do you think he pulls the images?
How do I think he pulls the images from like logs or something?
Yeah. How do you pull it?
From logs, I guess, of the place it was happening. I don't know.
Okay. How does he get the logs?
Depends on the situation, right? In one case, he sent me evidence. Obviously, the guy didn't fucking send me the actual image itself. But the other day when I was on stream, he DM'd me logs that show.
How does he access?
Yeah, he DM'd me logs that show like somebody like putting like somebody sending it revenge porn. I think it was either in his server or in his DMs or something, etc. Right?
Yeah, but how does he obtain the logs in the first place? Right?
Depends on the situation. He's explained that there have been numerous, right? You said he admitted. Okay, your claim was that he said how he obtained those logs. So I just wanted to see the clip of that where he actually explains that how he obtained those logs by asking the child themselves for the CSAM.
Aiden.
Yep.
It's pretty clear to me, okay? Dude, how could you spin this any other way? Like, what does he have to do? Subpoena Discord?
No.
Like, how's he doing it?
Okay, let's get to when morale is in there. That's the part that I am interested in. Holy fuck! Thank God I started zooming past this shit now. Jesus Christ! Thank God I started zooming past this shit now. Let's get into when morale is in there. Nice, 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 nice. There's the cat.
Lying.
I don't know. I don't watch morale.
I'm good. All right, Aiden.
Why is that?
Yeah.
Okay, let's get to when they're talking about morale for a little bit of the context.
24/7 about him, mauling 24/7 about
I don't
Destiny.
maul
Yeah.
20. Okay, just so you're aware,
You're gonna make a stream on me late night, right?
You've been saying that I. Wait, no, the stream wasn't. I was gonna briefly go over you as a segment, and then I was gonna go over the fucking Lego drama or whatever the fuck's going on with bricks and minifigs or whatever. I was gonna react to a segment just because you lied that you blocked me after I spammed your DMs, which wasn't true. So I was just gonna refute that lie, right? Then you called me, and now we're having this conversation.
Okay, hold on, Steven, what does this look like? Hold on.
Your mom?
Oh yeah, my mom. Okay, hold on. Steven, what does this look like? Is he spamming my DMs? Yes or no? What is that?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, why?
Yeah.
Okay. So,
All right, cool. That's all I need. I don't
you
care anymore.
said I was spamming your DMs to the point you had to block me. You never blocked me. I sent you 5 DMs
Yeah,
and then
turns out.
stopped.
Yeah, turns out I ignored you instead. I didn't know whether or not I blocked you or ignored you. Turns out I ignored you instead. What's the distinction?
Yeah, wait.
Difference?
Because the implication. Yeah. So the distinction is I'm actively answering her question. And she's talking because she doesn't want an answer. The distinction would be blocking me would make me unable to continue sending DMs. So the implication would be that I didn't stop DMing you on my own. I did. I sent you 5 DMs and then stopped.
Dude, you're gonna grow up to be a good debate pedophile.
I'm excited for it. Thanks.
Have you paid money for Andrew Wilson's course, or did you just?
I've not. I'm not.
Secondhand.
No, I ended up.
Aiden, I hope you know that you're a good example of like a DGer who has replicated Steven's shit, but then didn't actually get down to the fundamentals of like debating at all. Okay, like you keep on asking every.
Man, just like as Food Shop's debates to be able to insult Aiden, she just can't help but turn to Destiny and start fucking throat at his cock hardcore. It's just gross. It's just gross. It's just gross. Every time I fucking hear it, the glazing is out of control. There's something deeply wrong with it.
Everyone to the debate, but you just like shit at it, and so you keep on getting your ass
So
beat,
people
but
are
okay.
multifaceted. I'd be lying if I told you I wasn't like partially inspired.
You're literally like every single like pretend Destiny debater who is like going like,
what am
I bet I can be like Destiny too. I just have to mimic his mannerisms.
What am I
without like actually getting the concepts down? But
Food Shops
okay,
is
like,
criticizing somebody else for copying Destiny's mannerisms. Wait, didn't she say a second ago? Destiny, can you look at these logs for me? Is he stalking me? Is he harassing me? Destiny says, yeah. It's like, oh, okay, I don't care anymore then. That's fine for me. That's fine for me. I don't care anymore. Literally Destinyisms. Literally a Destinyism. Anything else? Anything else? What's up, buddy? Dude, all the fucking lines. Food Shops has, like, integrated all of them, like, deeply into her personality.
You understand the media people consume is probably going to influence things like speaking patterns, one of the primary agents of socialization.
Yeah, that's what you guys say about me.
Said,
yeah, exactly. That's what you guys say about me. That's fine.
What have I said about you? What have I said about you? I don't even think you like talk all that much like him. That wasn't even a criticism I made.
Considering how you lied, considering how you lied about me, I don't give a fuck what you say about me.
How did I lie about you?
The 17-year-old, 18-year-old.
No,
okay.
I said why?
Whoa. 17-year-old, 18-year-old? Nah, that's a 17-year-old. That's a 17-year-old. Just so long as we're getting our claims extremely precise, okay? That was a 17-year-old.
It was a cheap, transparent distraction.
Fuck.
Down on white
No way,
nationalism.
I just fucked it up.
And yeah, Nazis are allowed in the politics server in a way.
Fuck, and now Aiden's talking about Nazis. Dude, okay. Let's get back to the interesting content. Whoops. Okay, what timestamp was I on? What timestamp was I on? Let's go back. The little bubble was just before Destiny's head. About there.
Friends, we're friendly.
Wait, do you
right?
guys DM? Okay, all right.
Over the last 5 months,
over the many times,
I've DM'd him probably 10 times.
Over the many times that the streamers, like in your specific circle, okay, have talked about this, which all of them pretty much, okay, has Morale ever went forward to clarify that this person was lying?
I don't know. I don't watch Morale.
Oh,
I'm good.
Okay.
All right, Aiden.
Why is that?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Do you watch Morale?
Aiden?
I'm doing pretty good.
Aiden, did you drop out of school yet? Dude, like, what's going on, Aiden, in your life?
Just finishing school. Getting through it.
Okay. What
plans?
major? What major?
Communications. I know, useless humanities degree, right? Wait, Morale.
Do you know what I
Morale wants
majored
in.
in?
Can
Do you know what I
Morale
majored in?
join?
Yeah, Morale can join.
Yeah, let's get him in here.
Steven, you don't mind?
Let's go, Morale.
Well, I'm just hanging out. I'm just working right now.
Okay. Add. Oh, sorry. Oh, wait. What
That's his old account.
Because that account is banned. Okay,
Yeah.
because that account is banned.
Steven, tips my hat. What's up?
Oh, what's up, buddy?
God, don't be so meek. Come on, man. Speak with your
Hi,
chat.
what's up, buddy? Hi.
There you go. That's better. All right. What have I lied about in regards to you, Food Shop? Sorry.
Okay. Out of all the streamers around you who have covered like this Ica person basically like fucking lying about their age, right? Like, have you corrected any of them about this
like
whenever
who?
they covered it?
No. Morale hasn't. Well, actually, no. Morale did try to correct it until I spoke to him and gave him additional logs. Me and Morale had a conversation. I was like, "You fucked up this story." Actually, I think, in my opinion, or did me and Gamma have a conversation with him? Anyway, we were like getting the additional logs from the girl just because she happened to be in VC one time and was talking in text chat. And no, more allegations came out. More kind of like logs or explanations from her side came out. And then I handed off to Morale, and Morale was singing from a very different song sheet. So the idea that Morale was like the primary instigator in any of this is not true.
And then I'll fix your reputation. Is that what you said?
Fuck, there's no way I did it again, bro. Okay. There's no way I did it again, please, dear God. Okay, where was the little bubble that time before I fucking clicked it and fucked it all up? Okay. The bubble was... Fuck me. I'm such... Okay. It was before Morale's little hat, I think. Yeah? It was before Morale's little hat. Okay, just after Morale gets in. Nice.
Okay, hold on. We're gonna read the DMs over again.
You're misremembering those details. It was you and I talked to her. Morale wasn't involved. Still bad faith from food shops. I remember pointing out the inconsistencies in her age. Yeah? So, I don't know what you think I'm misremembering there. You and I had a conversation with the girl while she's in VC. We got a couple extra logs and a couple extra, like, little bits her side of the story. And then we presumably went to Morale. Or I had a conversation with Morale after that fact, right?
Because you have reading comprehension.
Didn't you say Morale was in the VC? I said later on I had a VC with Morale, but no, I approached Morale to be able to say, you fucked up the story, right? Not in like a, to be clear, not in like a condescending way. Happens all the fucking time. We just happened to be the people who got the additional logs at that time, right?
Skills.
You know, in your DMs, you reference them as being 19, not 18, right?
Okay, cool. So they pretend to be 19 instead, right? Okay.
So is it 19 or is it 18?
I said 18 or 19, right? I'm pretty sure.
They're saying
like at some point.
Okay. I just want to note it down. Initially, you said that they lied, saying that they were 18 now, but in the DMs, you say 19.
Is this a consistency issue? Is this what they call consistency issue? Because if I said that she said that she was 27 versus 18, then yeah, like that's a huge age gap, right? But if I said 18 or 19, does that even fucking matter?
It's just curious that you don't really remember the situation fully, and you're.
Okay, so the claim is, I could try and go and have another look to be able to see if we can find the tweets. The claim from the girl is, since Food Shops has deactivated Roll Twitter account, those DMs are now gone. But Food Shops and her had a conversation where they agreed at least while they were talking in DMs, to try and keep things above board. Okay? And essentially pretend in DMs that she was above age, and she knew that she was above age. Which is strange because this person was well known throughout the community. In Chuds, in Zonia's, in the politics server, in Destiny's server, she was a well-known personality. Basically, your average run-of-the-mill Discord gremlin. And she was banned from all these spaces because part of her reputation was that she was a minor. So apparently everybody in this story, except for food shops, knew that they were a minor. And we can't find any evidence of her lying. We can find inconsistencies in her age. And then apparently food shops realizes that they're a kid, but that never comes out. What does come out is DMs where Ica says, after she turns 18, I don't know why you don't want to speak to me anymore. I don't know why you don't want to be my friend with me. You're treating me different now that I've turned 18. Were you only into me because I was a child? Now, that statement makes absolutely no sense if food shops had been lied to about Ica's age. It only makes sense if Ica was being honest with food shops to have that feeling of betrayal, right? Otherwise, where would the betrayal come from? Doesn't seem to make sense, right?
You're arguing.
Great, you really got me.
It, right?
You really got me, bro. You really got me, bro.
Yeah, I did. Why'd you call them an IRL lolly?
Hold on. Hey,
What does
can you
lolly
read
mean?
to me? Can you read to me the part?
What does
if I
lolly
lied
mean?
and predict, this is the original.
What does lolly
claim
mean?
now.
What does
Are you
lolly
moving
mean?
the- Are you pivoting? Are you moving the
So I'm,
controls?
no, I'm just curious. So I'm gonna put this screenshot in the chat. So what does lolly mean? Because you say, I can't believe this cute IRL Japanese girl in this space who's actually into me. I'm just curious. What does lolly mean? I'm just curious.
We're reading
Doesn't
out
lolly-
our
doesn't lolly
late
mean
DMs,
cartoon?
But okay.
I don't think lolly means cartoon, Destiny.
Well, no, like I think that it has to be like a cartoon. Isn't that what a lolicon is?
I can never escape
Lolly
lolly
is
debate at this
a
point. It's over.
pornographic image, cartoon image like of a child. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a cartoon.
Was this person a cartoon?
I hope not.
Well, if they're saying they're
Vegan bacon? Vegan bacon? What does that possibly mean? Bacon is meat! That's not vegan at all! Yeah, what do you think's being communicated by that, Destiny? All the qualities are the exact same, but for the fact that they are IRL, not a cartoon.
an IRL cartoon, the implication would be that the traits in the cartoon are carried over to like the real person.
Oh, so you
right?
believe half the sentence, but not the other half? Was food shops a lolly when Radiant kept calling her that?
Wait, what half am I not accepting? IRL lolly. That would be that's one assertion there that this person is exhibiting
Destiny,
the traits
if
of
a
lolicon
lolly
and
is a
IRL.
cartoon child, right, and someone says, "Oh, you're an IRL lolly," that would mean they're an IRL what?
They could just look young or be young, no?
Right.
Yeah,
so they
could be
look
young.
like a kid.
Yeah, so they could be young. You're right. Yes.
Is what is
Would it
being
be a
implied,
kid?
right?
Well, wait. If we accept everything, even as you're saying, a 17-year-old wouldn't necessarily be a lolly either. Then, no.
Sure. I mean, the 30-year-old that you're talking to, you know, puts her hair in pigtails, takes pictures in her kid's room to try to look like a kid for you. It's kind of the same thing about what's going on here, right?
Sure. Or like that leak call where you were talking to a minor that was posted like 8 months ago, right?
And you actually acknowledge that they were
Right. Yeah.
17? Okay,
Yeah.
dude.
So yeah, so we're all.
I
on the
knew
same
they were
page.
17. Fuck
So
yeah,
we're
I
all on the
did.
same page. So we're all on the same page.
We're all on the
Sorry.
same page.
We're out of
I'm not a pussy about it though. I'll admit what I did. You won't.
Hold on, out of curiosity, food shops. How old are you?
What? I'm 26.
26.
Right now?
Okay, got it. You were 21 at that point in time, right, Mara?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure.
Is that what we're doing? Dave, King.
I mean, we can. Oh, do you want? We can go that route. Sure. When you were 24, you said you wanted to fuck a 15-year-old. We can go back and forth with this all day.
What, fucking
How hard was it to
15-year-old?
say no to her? By the way, how big were her tits that it was so hard for you to say no? I'm just curious.
Apparently
What
not that
cup
hard,
size are we
considering
talking
what I
here?
did. You're attacking me with drama that happened when you were like 8 years old, bro. Is this some?
Oh no, drama
Are
that
you
happened
okay?
when you like when you sexually assaulted someone.
I was a pedophile when you were 8 years old. Back when I was a pedophile, you're so young you would have been one of my targets, bitch. Owned.
And admitted that it was sexual assault.
You should pray to God every day, thanking him that I did not rape you back when I was a pedophile and you were 8 years old.
You're talking about the person that was hopping into my lap when we were all wasted? Is that the thing? Damn, dude. One more and you're gonna.
Yeah, and you had to say that it was really bad that you did that on
Wasn't that
stream,
more than
right?
10 years
I'm just
ago?
curious.
Wasn't that more than 10 years
Yeah,
ago,
this
dude?
is. I think this is 14 or 15 years.
More than
ago,
10
but-
years
Not only-
ago? That's
Not only
crazy.
that she has
Why
come
did you
out
lie? Really?
recently.
Peter Royale? No. Actually, hold on. Only one of these people in this call has no credible allegations that they have ever interacted with anybody underage, and it is the guy who looks about 17. Okay, so even if he did do something, he could probably be able to get away with it. You know, it's like the age version of the HR sexual harassment meme. You know, if Aiden, 21-year-old Aiden, had sex with a 16-year-old. No, I'm not saying even about morally, right? But optics-wise, would anyone care? He looks damn near 16 himself.
Sorry,
Common Aiden W. Hell yeah. Huge Aiden W.
sorry, food shops. Big boys are talking. Food shops, big boys are talking. Food shops, hey. Food shops, food shops.
Hold on.
Food
The
shops.
person
Come on, calm
you're
down.
mentioning-
Calm down. Hey,
I'm gonna
hey,
ask again. I'm
hey.
gonna ask again
Food
once you're
shops.
done. Yeah, go ahead.
No, you can. I'd love to talk to you when this is done. Destiny,
Okay.
why'd you lie today on
Yeah,
Wick stream?
Go ahead.
Is this like a Mr. Medicare wannabe? I'm trying to figure out.
A Mr. Medicare wannabe? Basically, yeah.
Well, he just needs
Seems like
stomach
it.
cancer, right?
Stomach cancer? That's true. That's
Yeah,
true.
to-
I have
need
been
to
losing a lot
complete
of
the
weight
cosplay.
recently.
Okay.
Why did you lie on Wick stream? I'm just curious.
Aiden's such a fucking devious cunt, man.
Okay.
I don't even. Apparently, what Food Shops was trying to do during this picture was emulate a dicker's face. And somehow, unfortunately, she ended up looking even more fucking retarded. So somebody slapped it into grok and put her in a wheelchair. This is how Food Shops is going to show up to trial in a few months. You know, when her crimes eventually get back to her and start biting her in the arse, this is what she's going to rock up to trial with.
Okay.
Why did you lie on Wick stream? I'm just curious.
You mean when I lied about not fucking your mom, and I actually did fuck your mom?
The Destinyisms are fucking awesome.
I figured if
All
you were
right.
rolling out all my greatest hits, I might as well roll out mine. Yeah.
Yeah, so you said it's not like I'm saying you have to sext me and then I'll fix your reputation. You understand that that's verbatim what you did to Anna, right?
Stop showing
You said that that's not what you did, but that's literally what you did.
What the fuck is going on at the back? She's got the Hector Salamanca fucking pipe bomb strapped to her. What the fuck is that? Is that a lightsaber? Dude, I thought originally this was supposed to be a wheelchair for people who are handicapped. This looks like a dude, to get out of this, you need a fucking bomb disposal unit? What the fuck is AI cooking with, man? Yeah, it looks like a fucking sword trap.
But it's not really, right?
I mean, Harvey Weinstein tried to use a fucking, you tried to use a walking stick, and he still got, you know? To be able to get off a charge like that, you probably do need a wheelchair of this caliber.
No, it is.
Sniffing markers, not even once.
No, it's not.
Is this real, Grok?
Okay, so when she requests you to fix her reputation, you say, I'll cross that bridge when it comes to it. And maybe in the future, yeah, tease me and make me tweet about it sometime. And then she makes a reply, and then you reply, I'll fix it sometime publicly in reference to her reputation. Until then, you can work on your essays on your bed while I rub your legs and feet. The implication obviously being that if you don't give her, or if she doesn't give you sexual favors, that you're not going to try to fix her reputation publicly, right? So that is verbatim what you did.
That's not really verbatim.
Don't laugh at AI generations with women. I literally don't know what you're talking about.
What I did. What do you think fix her reputation means?
Okay, so you said on the Wick stream, it's not like I'm saying you have to sext me and I'll fix your reputation. The DMs that I'm referencing, Destiny,
like an AI
are
thing?
you literally saying I'll fix your
Is it an AI
reputation
thing?
if you give me sexual favors?
You understand
right?
that, you understand that, like, a relationship over like years can't be boiled down to like a single message, right? What does it mean when you say fix somebody's reputation?
I don't know. What did you mean when you said that?
What do you think? Do you have any idea? Do you know anything about our friendship, our history, anything at all? Or do you?
So I am Rao. I'm not Destiny. I don't like e-rape
No, but you're trying to
bitches
take
and
a
whores.
really
okay?
strong-
So why don't you tell me what you meant?
You are
You
Mao.
have
Yep.
No bitches and no whores. I understand. I'm just asking you. Do you know anything at all?
Little does he know. Little does he know. Oh my fucking god. You've got Chud Logic with the Gok drama. Okay? You've got Aiden with the Soul Skibbity drama and the fucking Goat Kato drama. And then you've got Morale with Parapon and the fucking, what was her name? Desi. I don't know the fucking name. Who in this community has got clean hands? I think there's me and Queeman. J-Stalk's got Cherry. Can't count him either.
Oh, are you really trying to litigate to
Okay,
me
so like
a 4-year relationship based on
sure.
one
So
page
you're
of
doing
DM?
this thing where it's like,
I'm
do
just
you know this?
asking
Do you know
a
this?
question.
Bitch, motherfucker, how about you sit the fuck down? So what you said on Wick stream, let's just
Sit
all
the
go
fuck
through step
down.
by
Are
step
you
with you.
okay?
All right.
There is no soul skibbity drama. He was assaulted. Yep. Welcome to the drama.
I'll go through step by step. It's okay.
I'm not gonna.
Hey,
no,
I know.
there's no
I know.
step
You're
I
gonna
can
keep
go
talking
through.
over me
You don't
because
know-
you think you're
that's
big and
literally what
tough.
you're doing.
You're a whiny fucking
Oh,
loser.
this is
Let's
where
go
we
step
do-
by
this is
step.
where we
Let's go
project.
step by step.
One of my favorite stream moments, I will admit,
Steven,
over the past
hey,
couple months, was when
Steven.
Jessica screamed
Maybe
at
I'll
you
suck
and
your
called you
dick
a
if you kind of
faggot,
settle down and
and
let
you
me,
were
talk
crying,
about
saying that it
that.
was a
Would
really
you like
bad
that?
look when he was trying to avoid talking
I'll spit
about
the cum back into your mouth,
and he
even. Would you
actually
appreciate
smacked
that?
you the fuck
Oh,
down.
didn't you say you
One of the
want to do
saddest things
crazy
I've
style
ever
on the
seen in my
MTF?
entire life, but it was pretty funny. It was pretty
All
funny.
right. So you said, and I quote, it's not like I'm saying you have to
insanely
sex me and then.
Actually, I don't think Morale ever said that he'd go crazy style on an MTF. I think what Morale has said is he'd go crazy style on an FTM. That's what he said, actually. Get the
I'll fix your reputation.
When I talk to my
Is that what you
haters
said?
Online is when they think that they can boil down.
So you
an
do this
entire
whenever you're put into a situation where you look bad. You understand? Like this is a super big tell when you look bad and when you're put into a situation where you look bad, right? You do this thing where you try to talk over someone and you try to bring up J-Stock, you try to bring up all these other people.
Dude, Morale has actually got him pegged so fucking hard. And for Destiny, that is hard to achieve because this guy is pegged constantly.
You do this like every single time.
That somehow
Like it's super
overrides
telling
the
whenever you've been
hundreds
caught
of
in some
hours
shit,
of
right? You
streams,
know
of
it's super
chat
telling,
logs,
right?
Of the lived experience,
You know it's
of
super
everybody that was
telling.
in the space at the
You're
time.
40
and
years
you can-
old,
you can
motherfucker. Come
plow
on.
through
Are you
this
ready?
And go, well, hold on.
Ready?
You might have this experience, sir.
Keep
but I have
talking,
four
keep talking.
sentences. I have 4 sentences, sir. So let me read you these 4 sentences and tell you exactly what was going on the entire time.
Yeah,
by the way,
baby
I'm also
bitch. Tell me when you're done. Tell me when you're done.
virgin who has
Remember
to
when
flirt with
Lab
17-year-olds
did this to you on Wick and you cried and muted her because you're a total bitch?
Talk about other people online all day, every day.
It's so
Because it's literally the
pathetic. It's
only
so
thing that I
fucking
can
pathetic.
do.
Keep talking over me.
I
Keep
will
trying.
say,
It's
though,
fine.
I
Take
will
your time.
reiterate
Take your
one more
time.
time.
Take your time.
Watching
You know
Disciple
you've been caught in
smack
some
the
shit, which
shit
is
out
why
of
you're
you.
doing this.
I
You
am,
know
dude,
you're
and I'm
caught in
so
some shit, which is why you're
close.
doing
Every
this.
single day
You
I
know
wake
you've been
up and I
caught.
go,
It's okay.
Oh my god,
It's
they're
all right.
So close to
You're
taking me
so
out.
small.
One more
You know that,
pedophile
motherfucker?
allegation,
You're so
my
small.
career
You're
is
so small.
dying. I'm about to turn into a Republican. Meanwhile, I still have 100 times your viewership, 1,000 times your money.
100 times
10,000
my
times your
viewership?
vision.
I average
literally
50
have
viewers, motherfucker, and I
every
still live
single
rent-free in your
thing.
head.
Every single thing.
I
It's
still
pretty
live
easy to
rent-free in your head.
rent-free.
I average
When mom
50
and dad
fucking
pay
viewers,
for it,
bitch.
When mom and dad pay for it, you live rent-free in my
I'm
head.
a
and the only
complete
you guys
shitter.
can say
Nobody
about me
knows
is
who
that
I am
mix your
other
guys'
than
names up
you.
every
You know
single
who I
time you
am.
come
I'm
up.
in your head, motherfucker.
so
I'm a nobody.
I do think it's cute that this is probably one of the most
All
exciting
right.
moments you'll have.
You ready to go? You ready to move on? You ready to keep going?
The idea
You ready
that
to
you
keep
can come
going?
here and be so
You ready to
happy
keep
that you can
going?
show.
Tell me
Daddy
when.
the
Come
one
on. Get
page
to
of
it.
the
Get to the
episode
fucking
that we-
point. Come
Do
on,
you have
pussy.
to
Come
memorize
on.
them in advance, or does
Come
somebody,
on.
like, walk you
Come
through
on.
the doobie and
Come
just to
on.
rep you in the back
I
room?
know. Did J-Stock keep bringing up J-Stock? J-Stock. 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 Didn't you know that J-Stock abused Jerry? Oh my God. Oh, why don't you talk about that? Why don't you talk about J-Stock abusing Jerry? J-Stock could put a fucking wooden spike in Cherry's chest, and I wouldn't give a fuck because I'm talking to Destiny. I'm not talking to J-Stock. Who cares? Move on. Move on. Come on. Come on, motherfucker. Let's keep it going. Keep it going.
But wait.
How long are you gonna do this?
Page of DMs though.
Do you want to take like?
Dude, I empathize with Aiden's position right now. What the fuck are you even able to say on this? I think Morale is edging it out. What Destiny doesn't realize is this is what Morale does, okay? I don't even know if this guy, like, disconnects his headphones or what. He's responding to stuff that Destiny's saying. I just couldn't possibly do it. Nobody's got the kind of stamina for the stuff that Morale does. Destiny is not going to win on this.
Like, do you want to take? Hold on. Destiny, really quick. Hold on. Hey. Really, just one thing. One thing.
Because Destiny's doing it to be able to filibuster and pivot off to other stuff. And then Morale can just like... and then point out that he's trying to fucking pivot.
Hey, one thing.
One of my favorite
Do you want? I know you're talking a lot. Do you want to take a break and we can both get like a sip of water? Do you want to do that just really quick? Like 5 seconds. We'll both take a sip of water.
Do I interject? Chat, do I interject?
It's so boring. It's so
Chat, am I allowed to say something? Guys, am I allowed to say something?
boring. The fact that your audience sees this.
Yo, the man himself, plus 50 viewers. How's it going, Morale? Thank you for the raid, mate.
Stop is so pathetic. They're like actually brain rot.
I'm sorry that you're bored right now because I'm actually having a lot of fun. Actually, it's actually really cool for me. I haven't had a good chat with somebody in a long time.
So you
I
ready?
like to engage with my biggest fans.
fans. You know, it's kind of like a Make-A-Wish Foundation thing. Except I'm not getting paid for it, unfortunately. But, you know, maybe my guys can cut this up and use it as content tomorrow. I know you wanted to cut this up and use it as content, but unfortunately...
Dude, I just wonder, has Destiny Twitter, like, taken hold of any of this stuff? Have they clipped up any of this shit at all? I mean, I'll have a look at, like, let's have a look at Black Cat and see if they've done anything with this stuff. Bluvkit. Yeah? Okay, I can't find any of this shit. Okay, there we are. Nightmare Kitten with a 1. Probably easier to be able to find. Holy shit, this person's making their profile as impossible to fucking find as they can. Anything? Anything? Bro. Your king is getting raped by a 50 viewer cat right now. Literally a cartoon cat. He's getting gaped. And you can't even clip to be able to salvage this shit? Come on, man. They even fucking tried with Aiden.
Maybe you can mute my voice out of it.
Hold on. Brand new DGG off cut. The newest DGG gorilla, Leia Sapienti. Has she done anything with it?
And then you could just like find clips from Anna 5 or 6 years ago, and you could just play her voice over and over and over and over again, because you could cut her sentences up to like 5 or 6 sentences. Kind of like how you cut our entire relationship up to like 5 or 6 sentences, and then you could just go over the same things over and over and over again. It's kind of like you guys are kind of like a guy that buys Netflix, and then every single night you just rewatch The Office.
TikTok. That's the sound of my watch going off, waiting for you to be done fucking yapping, bitch. Come on.
The Office, except instead of The Office, it's the same.
Nope. Took a look at Leia Sapienti. She hasn't posted anything from this debate.
All right, so screenshots or videos from my stream.
I know, big guy. Hey, I know it's rough. I know it's rough being caught in the fucking lies. I know it's rough. You ready?
And then you hop into these Discords not knowing anything besides like the weird things.
You're done. How old are you again? Fucking 40. You're coming up on 40 and you're acting like this.
You know exactly.
Is that not embarrassing for you?
And I don't know.
Is this not embarrassing? Is this not totally embarrassing?
I'm so embarrassed by you having my autobiography memorized. I don't know anything about you.
Right. So I came in here with something to ask. So I'm just curious. So I'll explain it. You ready? I want to have like a dialogue. I want to have like a back and forth. You ready for that?
I just want to read one page of DMs over and over and over and over.
No, I actually have 2 lines of DMs. So again, I just want to point out to Aiden's viewers watching this, I just want to point out this.
It's so distasteful.
This is what Destiny does when he is caught in some shit. This is what Destiny does when he is caught in a lie. He will talk over you. He will continue to ramble, and he will strawman. So I actually.
Wait, no fucking way. Food Shops lowered Morale's volume on her stream and deleted her VOD.
I have only 2 lines of DMs that
I can't wait for the Destiny drama to be over. Unfortunately, it is going to be a dip in viewership, and the Destiny drama is really fucking fun, but thankfully, we are going to be done with Food Shops. Destiny's going to have no fucking use for anymore. Throw away like a fucking cum napkin. Done.
Already read out, by the way. And he's trying to strawman that by saying, oh, he's reading pages of DMs, pages and pages and pages of DMs. And he's continuing to try to talk over me because he knows he's been caught in a lie. And I'm happy to explain the lie, and I'm happy to see if Destiny has a rebuttal to the lie. But I'm guessing, the fact that he's continuing to ramble and attempt to gain control of the situation and attempt to talk over me and all this bullshit, it's probably the case that he can't push back on this lie. Because he is fucking lying. 5 years. 5 years. 5 whole years after he talked to Anna. 4 years after he stopped talking to Anna. He's still lying about her. So this is crazy. This is crazy.
And the funniest thing is after you make these dinosaurs, you predict, you're like, it's about to collapse. It's about to end.
Dude, oh my god. Destiny's just repeating talking points that he tried to throw out there like 5 or 6 minutes ago. No, but literally nobody can top Morale at this. He does this better than anybody that I've ever encountered before online, and it's really fucking annoying when he does it to you.
You done? You finished?
Crazy. But the reality is,
the crazy thing is as well, you can just like say nothing to this tactic, and Morale can just like ramble on and ramble on and ramble on, and you wait for Morale to say something stupid, and then you attack that. That's all you need to do. He looks like a retarded spurg. Why is Destiny trying to match his fucking energy? You're not going to win. You are not going to win. Morale is the best at this.
Repeat. Every single time.
You're rhetorical king.
5 years from now, I will still be here. Nobody will know who you ever
Come on, wrap it up.
Were.
Wrap it
You're
up.
just going to be another orbiter of an orbiter of an orbiter.
Wrap it up.
And nobody will remember. You're going to fling yourself off into the
Wrap it up. Oh, you'll remember me. I live rent-free in your head, motherfucker. You ready to have the dialogue now? You ready to have the back and forth?
1 or 2 pages of DMs you've saved. Of the
ready to have the back and forth?
My life.
Ready to have the back and forth?
Infinitely as you drift off into the solar system to be forgotten by everybody. But that's okay.
It's so
I'm here
boring.
for
It's
it.
so boring.
I actually think it's kind of cool. I respect the hustle. I kind of wonder sometimes, like, how do you guys keep yourselves powered? How do you keep going, watching my streams all day, every day? And then when you get bored, watching the same 1 or 2 clips, reading the same 1 or 2 pages, and you're like, if I could just
1 or 2 pages, 1 or 2 lines, 1 or 2 lines.
Dude, you can even tell that Morale is starting to get slightly fucking tired with it. It's just, has anybody ever watched, is it X-Men? It's not X-Men First Class. Is it X-Men Days of Future Past? I fucking forget. When you've got the, Apocalypse. X-Men Apocalypse. When you've got the Apocalypse guy who's like beating everybody up and raping everybody. And then he goes into Charles Xavier's mind. And he starts getting beat up himself. You're in my house now. This is exactly what's happened here. Destiny has started rambling, not realizing quite who Morale is.
I can hit him with that killer question about how he manipulated the 32-year-old clinical psychologist. I'm going to get him on this one. And then finally, everybody's going to see how evil he is. I'm going to get him. And it's going to.
So you understand that the lie that I'm referencing happened yesterday, right? You understand that?
Every single person in the spirit, they're going to worship me because I'm going to finally be the guy who took.
You understand that I'm referencing something that happened yesterday, right? You understand that?
I'm going to be the one. It's going to be.
Are we on the same page here?
It's going to.
This isn't something that happened years ago. I'm referencing something you said yesterday, right?
Mr. thought he could do it, he couldn't. And Justical tried it, he couldn't. Mr. Girl tried, he couldn't. Laugh tried, he couldn't. But me, the Cancer Cat Morale, I'm going to be the one to take him out.
Oh, you pronounced it well this time. No more wow. No more wow.
I just have to
Your
read
gay little list that you couldn't fucking fix after 30 years.
He thinks that the R sound that I messed up was a lisp and me just not knowing his name. That's how pathetic you are.
Wait, hold on. No, that was a lisp. Hold on.
Dude, Morale knows the fucking deep cut law with that as well. Yeah. I think Destiny, what is it called? Is it like eroticism or something? Like when people talk about him having meth mouth and he's like constantly swinging it from like side to side as he's speaking. That's because he's got a speech impediment and he can't pronounce his R's. Right? He does pronounce them like W's. That's why he said wow.
I don't know. Oh, shit,
You're such an insecure loser. No,
do you and Justical go to the back room and practice your fake
I just didn't know how to say his name. I just didn't know how to say his name.
You guys have
Yeah, this guy went to speech therapy for years, apparently. Like, was he like, I think he was an adult by the time he eventually went to speech therapy, right?
all the TVs up, like in the Matrix, where Hassan is doing his fake laugh, and then you guys practice your fake laugh.
Yeah, no, it's a real laugh. It's really funny. It's really funny to see you flounder like this.
I'm going to read the page of DMs off, and then when he doesn't respond, I'm going to hit him up with the the fake laugh.
Right, so I don't have a page. I have 2 lines. You ready?
No. How
you ready?
Absolutely epically fucking owned he is.
Oh my god. Okay, Destiny, you ready? I want to have the back and forth. Because if I'm incorrect about this, I'd like to know. You ready to disprove me?
And they're going to welcome me with open arms. I'm going to control the Discord servers. You're not going to release the new videos of me anymore, okay? They're going to look at people like Chubb Logic, and they're going to go, oh, not that guy. Yeah, I'm the one on top now. I'm going to have my own orbiters. I'm going to have people come at me now. It's going to be so cool. I'm going to be such a hip awesome dude. I know you can't wait for that day, and I'm looking forward to it. And one day, all of us are going to be clapping and applauding. We're all going to be watching you ascend to 51,
so when are we wrapping up? When are you wrapping up your whole little like speech here?
53 viewers, 54 viewers. If just after a Queeman raid, you might even get 100 viewers.
After a Queeman raid, sometimes I push 70, frankly. Okay, on a good day.
Do you and Queeman and Justical all practice your fake laughs together? Do you guys do this like one at a time, or do you guys do it while watching Hassan, or do you guys do it just in your own room?
I do. I'm a big Hassan watcher. That's true. Yeah, I watch. I do it while I watch Hassan. Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
This is like watching 2 boxers in the fucking 3rd round. They're still trying to fucking plod on, but it's really just a game of stamina.
And you get them secondhand through Queeman because you guys are kind of like the human centipede. You know, with the way you guys consume content. Except I guess you put me in the mouth and then you connect your ass to the front mouth and then you just regurgitate my content.
Front mouth
and then eat it over and
make
over
sexual
and
references because you're a degenerate loser. That's all you have.
Because I was hoping
you plugged up right now. You plugged up, bud.
Yeah, I'm actually.
What's the gauge? What's the gauge?
700. I don't even know. Are there gauges for?
Wait, what? I don't know. Wait, hold on. Am I reading too much into this? Or is that the first time in Destiny's entire rant where he's actually stuttered? He's actually been fucking taken aback. Wait, no. I need to listen to that. I'm telling you, the entire energy changes when Morale asks that question. Destiny's clenching. I guarantee Destiny's clenching.
Centipede, you know, with the way that you guys consume content. Except I guess you put me in the mouth and then you connect your ass to the front mouth and then you just regurgitate my content and then eat it over and
make
over.
Sexual references because you're a degenerate loser. That's all you have.
Because I was hoping
you plugged up right now. You plugged up, bud.
Just got sucked up. Just lost that. Just lost that down the cavern, bro. It's gone. It's gone. It's never coming back. You'll say that in a couple of weeks, maybe.
Yeah, I'm actually.
What's the gauge? What's the gauge?
700. I don't even know. Are there gauges for plug?
Dude, 700?
Yeah,
What the fuck?
Are you telling me you got the Amazon starter pack and that's all you've been using this whole time?
You guys might actually do more gay shit than I do. I'm gonna be honest. On Pride Month, I'm feeling kind of lacking here. I
think it's gay. I think it's gayer to suck.
There's no way that. Oh no. No fucking way. What the fuck is a 700 gauge butt plug? That's not real. There's no way that that's real, right? Or was that a Freudian slip?
Good dick can get your dick sucked, let's be honest.
Can somebody, purely for reference, send me an image of a 700 gauge dildo?
It's a gays here. Holy fuck, I need to get my...
You can close your eyes and pretend it's a girl. There's a lot of good reasons.
Hold on, I got something.
Holy
Yo, look
shit.
at this. This is the AG4L. Truth is, I got my dick sucked. And
all right, so Destiny, can I ask you a question now?
True, I endorse it.
Is this something about Aiden?
I approve this message.
Wait, is that El Jeffy? Who's El Jeffy?
El Jefe. It's Jefe. Oh, it's Spanish.
Oh,
for the boss, it's me.
Destiny, you're Mexican. You should know this. Come on.
I googled it today, and apparently they don't measure them in gauges. Oh, what were you thinking, like screw or like spanner size? I thought that was some like weird US measurement.
That's crazy.
Oh, that's you? Wait, that's you?
Holy shit. Well, no, this is Pride Month. That's good.
Who is this El Jefe fella? And why is he getting his dick sucked? Truth is, I got my dick sucked. And the dude who did it wouldn't hop off for 5 months. And I can confirm it feels identical, regardless of gender. So I'm basically straight. This is my official statement. Happy Pride Month for El Jefe.
Oh my god.
Okay,
all right, Destiny, can I ask you a question now?
Yeah, go ahead.
This is you.
All right.
He left.
Oh, and he left. Okay, so Aiden, can I explain to you the lie?
No fucking way. No fucking way. The guy just left. Wait, food shops brings up something unrelated, and within seconds, Destiny is gone.
Oh, it's Spanish. For the boss, it's me.
Destiny, you're Mexican. You should know this. Come on.
That's crazy.
Oh, that's you? Wait, that's you?
Holy shit. Well, no, this is Pride Month. That's good.
Oh my god.
Okay,
all right, Destiny, can I ask you a question now?
Yeah, go ahead.
This is you.
All right.
He left.
Oh, and he left.
Dude.
Okay, so Aiden.
This is what he does all the fucking time. He drops some, like, glib, gay little fucking line, and then exits out of the call
here,
as if it isn't just him running, which, like, it just actually is, but very gay. Extremely gay.
Can I explain to you the lie? And then I want you to tell me if you believe that it is a lie or not.
Sure.
Who is El Jefe? Well, okay, let's use some context clues. So, they have to be pathetic or self-centered enough to use the AG4L server tag, okay? They also have to be obsessed with old authoritarian communist regimes and enough of a LARPer who's obsessed with aura farming to use a Che Guevara profile picture. And they also have to infamously have got their dick sucked by a man who wouldn't hop off for 5 months. Just wondering. Context clues.
Right. So I'm going to send you a timestamp. I can give you the quote and then send you the timestamp. So this is the timestamp I want you to look at. Food shops, I guess you could just sit here and watch because that's all you're good for. All right. So he says, and I quote, "It's not like I'm saying you have to..."
Yeah, that is a good point, actually. It is, yeah. It's 50-50 between Aiden and Queeman.
Text me, and then I'll fix your reputation. So that's what I want you to look for if you want to go ahead and listen to that timestamp and listen to that quote.
Got it.
There's no fucking way. As soon as Morale says that he's going to explain the claim, Food Shops deafens herself. As soon as they stop bringing up the evidence, Food Shops deafens.
It's not like I'm saying you have to sext me, and then I'll fix your reputation. So that's what I want you to look for if you want to go ahead and listen to that timestamp and listen to...
Dude, analogs! Oh my god, he's reading out the logs between Anna and Destiny! Fuck! Deafen! Go! Get out of there! Food Shops! I don't know why Food Shop doesn't just leave the call at this point and follow suit with her fucking daddy. I mean, if she did, she would have avoided being asked the question, "Are you a pedophile?" and then having to deflect.
That quote.
Got it.
Oh yeah, apparently, Morale Raiders who just joined, apparently Food Shops deleted the VOD after this conversation. Interesting.
Threads about her deleting it. That's me fixing reputation.
Just tell me when you're ready. You
Like
don't even have to stream it. Just let me know.
All right, I'm starting now.
My Reddit history for old threads about her deleting it. That's me fixing reputation. It's not like I'm saying, like, you have to sext me and then I'll fix your reputation, blah, blah, blah. This never happened.
You don't think... You don't
Dude,
think
no,
that
no,
would...
stop, dude. You can't keep doing this. You don't think. You don't
All
think.
right,
You don't
so
think. You don't think. What?
We're watching up until he says. We're watching up until he says. Hold on. I think it was this part. Fuck.
You have to sex me and then I'll fix.
She uploaded a segment of it already. That segment, so far as I'm aware, is an hour long, which means that she joins at 36 minutes, and then how long does it go?
It's like right there.
So she cuts off the segment before Morale goes through any of the evidence, and never mind the fact that she deafened herself. She also gets cut off when she further litigates whether or not she is a paedophile. The single question you need to ask food shops, like every single time. I'm talking about this stuff as though like arguing with food shops is difficult. It's not. Food shops just incredibly irritating. But food shops will just never answer the question. Did you, or did you not, self-describe as a paedophile? A small p paedophile? Was that you? Is that how you used to describe yourself? Never answer. She will literally never answer.
Copy paste the quote I'm looking for.
Yeah, got it. Okay. So
he says it's not like it's not like I'm saying you have to sex me and then I'll fix your reputation. So those DMs, I've highlighted it.
Oh yeah, I messaged Wick as well, given the fact that she was trying to I don't know, like self-sweep her allegations on Wick's stream. I just said next time you get her on, okay, and she starts speaking about this stuff, just for a point of clarification, it might be interesting to ask her, did she ever self-describe as a pedophile? Oh. Dude, Wick, bless his fucking heart, man. I might have a lot of criticisms about him in a lot of different ways, okay? Incredibly odious figure. He just responds with like, wow, I didn't realize it was that bad. Maybe I'll have to look into this shit. Yeah, maybe, Wick. Yeah, possibly.
This is all in reference to fixing the reputation. So he says, I'll cross that bridge in relation to fixing her reputation when it comes to it, okay? And maybe in the future, yeah, tease me and I'll make a tweet about it. So this is, if you give me sexual favors, if you tease me sexually, then maybe I'll fix your reputation. Then the next line.
Oh yeah, I got sent the original logs, I guess, for the screenshots. Yeah. Okay, there we are. So Anna says, just not like when you were being mean, because you get way too mean and call me a snarker. Sorry, call me a stalker and sexy. Yes. Destiny says, yeah, I understand, lol. Frowny face. She says, frowny face. Forever known as a crazy stalker. Sag. I'm teasing. Destiny says, I'll fix it some way publicly, okay? 2 minutes later. Until then, you can work on your essays on your bed while I rub your legs and feet, okay? I'll fix it someday. Until then, how about I rub your tootsies? How about I suck on your toes? I mean, the obvious implication there is, like, I guess the question to ask is, if she stops having sexual conversations with him, where's the incentive for him to fix any of her public image? What's the incredibly clear implication there? That people just never answer this. There's a reason why Destiny left the call instead of taking a look at any of these DMs. So Anna goes on and says, oh, Steven, you're breaking my heart. What am I going to do with you? Destiny says, yeah, because I can't publicly defend you, because then it's obvious we're talking again. Lol. If I get defensive, that's the assumption people make. So I have to act like I don't know why you're in chat. So Destiny tried to paint it out yesterday. I mean, I spoke about it on stream, but Destiny tries to paint it out as though, oh, well, fixing it for her, that means, like, taking down every negative thing on all of the internet, all to be able to make her feel better. Doesn't seem like it, is it? Doesn't seem like that's what the conversation is about at all, actually. Seems like it's all about what Destiny is saying about her, calling her a crazy stalker. So, presumably, I don't know, like, the remedy to that is him talking to his community, right? Seems pretty clear, Again, it's just like, there's no way for Destiny to actually speak about any of this stuff. That's why he just has to, like, drop and run. Because he just can't admit to lying. He can't admit at any stage to lying, no matter how fucking blatant it is. When he got caught out on lying about how old the Discord server was, he said that that was 5D chess, and actually part of a super high-brain fucking plan to undermine people and make them think, how much does Destiny really know? But, yeah.
Of these DMs, he does not respond well to her actually trying to like mend their relationship, mend the bridge, mend whatever. But he responds exceedingly well to the sexual DMs. This is actively while he is calling her a stalker, an abuser, etc. So yes, this guy is a total liar. And I just want to point out, and I know I've been yapping and I want to, give you your stream back, but I do just want to point out, whenever this guy is being put in a situation where he looks bad or he looks like he's lying, he will just do what you just saw. He will strawman, he will talk over you, and he will continue over and over, just try his best to avoid it. That's why he left the fucking group chat. He left. He wouldn't actually address this, or he wouldn't actually try to combat this because he is lying. He lied yesterday on Wix. What he lied about is literally the exact opposite of what happened. But yeah, I'll let you.
Good work.
Respond. We can have a, yeah.
Good work. I'm not just saying this because it's Destiny. I actually completely agree with your argument here. I don't see any holes in it. Yeah, good job. Is Food Shop?
Yeah, I don't.
Food Shop's like plugging her ears. Just want to listen to
Is there anything else you want to chat about? Or do you want me to hop out?
Yeah, no, that's it. Take care.
Yeah, good job.
I was impressed. He impressed me. I don't know if Food Shop's coming back. I think that's it. All right. Oh wait, do you have anything else?
5 seconds after Morale leaves and the conversation is no longer about Anna, Food Shops unmutes. Yeah, no, dude. Good fucking showing from Morale. Good showing from Morale. Dude. I mean, here's the fucking thing. I mean, you know, you've got the fucking logs. This stuff is documented. So long as you can argue it down, you're fucking golden. I mean, Destiny's pivots over the stuff, especially as more conversations keep on going on. I don't know where he's got this idea from, that he's going to win by continually arguing with snarkers. Because he fucking loses his rag every single fucking time. And the pivots become increasingly fucking obvious as you watch more and more of the conversations and see how he navigates it. He has to be slimy, he has to be sneaky, he has to pivot and then eventually drop out of the conversation or obfuscate something else. The killer question, I think, in his mind is, why do you know all this stuff? Why do you know all this stuff? You're obsessed. Instead of actually engaged with any of it, right? I mean, that's what he hit me with when Dan said, nah, Steve's spoken to me about this stuff and he's told me nothing bad happened. Like, dude, there are literally logs of this guy saying that he's violated Pixie in, what, the most intimate, worst way possible? What do you mean? What do you mean he didn't do nothing? But yeah, you bring that up and Destiny's just like, you're obsessed, you're unhinged. How do you know all this stuff about me? Welcome to drama.
Do you want to talk about Food Shops?
No, not really. Oh, yeah, by the way, okay, so that person that Mao was talking about, you know, the person in which she's saying that, oh yeah, Destiny groped her or whatever the fuck, right? That's the person?
I think that's the one he's referring to, right?
So you know their name. Okay, well,
yeah, from the Ryan Beard video. Okay. I watched the Ryan Beard video.
Okay. Well, she has, did you know she came out on Twitter to defend Steven? And that was the part that Mao didn't want to hear.
Yeah, what was...
Wait, what the fuck is she even talking about? I think the DGG cope is that Mia Rose came out years later and said, yeah, I know Steve, he's not a bad guy, he did it while he was drunk, blah, 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 blah. But she doesn't disagree with any of the, like, factual claims that are being made there, right? It was literally all live streamed. I don't think there's really much that you can disagree. She's just like, personally still friends with Steven, I guess.
What was the specific defense she gave? I think I saw this earlier.
She said that Steven, I think she said that Steven isn't a bad person. Like, he regrets what he's done 10 years ago. Like, it's so long ago, and he's like not a bad person. Blah blah blah. Right? Basically, she came out in defense of his character.
Yeah. So it seems like she wasn't denying that the descriptive claim happened. It was just minimizing.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. Food Shops might actually be retarded here, but the idea that this somehow undercuts Morale's argument, it doesn't. If Morale is argued about what happened, then Morale is just correct. You can add that as a little bit of nuance, but largely it's completely irrelevant, right? You're talking about the events as they occurred, not whether or not 10 years later she's still mad at the guy.
Yeah,
right?
So but she provided
happened, 10 years ago, right?
Yeah,
but just
absolutely.
To be very clear, 10 years ago, right?
Absolutely. Have you heard me bring that up?
Hold on. But the thing is that Morale brought it up 10 years later.
Well, I didn't, right? Have I brought it up at all this entire... I've known about it. Have I brought it up?
Morale's your boy, right?
When did I said we're friendly?
Like Hutch and Pisco.
How could you bring this stuff up? Don't you realize this guy's been raping for years? You've got some new shit, surely. This guy's been raping forever. Why are you digging up the old stuff?
Wait, how?
Well, I don't know, man.
Why just because I find common ground with other creators and arguments? It's like this is such a... This is such a... What am I curious? Yes, I've already established that. Do you take issue with that?
No, I'm just seeing a trend.
Okay. What's
trans lesbian, by the way. Inverted commas.
The trend. That humans have varying sexuality, I guess. I don't know what to tell you.
Hold on. Let me screen share something. Can you put it up on your stream?
Sure.
What is can you read this?
The homophobia is weird as fuck. Yeah, I don't even know what it is. I mean, obviously from Destiny's side, these people are bringing up probably quite embarrassing details about his sex life. Embarrassing because it's like, I don't know, him being like an abusive freak. And so in retaliation, he kind of brings this stuff up about other people. What you will not find DMs of Aiden saying, though, is him saying that he wants to, I believe the term is felch, come out of a woman's vagina or asshole. Craziest thing is, for Destiny, it doesn't even need to be his own cum. It doesn't even need to be his own cum. In fact, I think he's got a preference for it being other men's cum. If Destiny wants to get into a fucking battle about who's the most degenerate, I just don't think he's gonna fucking win. He's not gonna fucking win. There's no logs of Aiden saying anything close to that. There's no logs of Morale saying anything close to that. Morale might be drawing fucking racial slurs on girls' tits on Discord, okay? Telling them to write the N-word over them. At the end of the day, we can all agree that's not nearly as bad as eating another man's cum.
This for me. So first it's Morale, then it's me, and then it's Morale.
Yeah, well, you actually, can you just like send me that screenshot so I can pull it up on my, so I don't do the whole pop-up line.
Oh, yeah, sure, yeah. Or you could have already screenshot this, but...
Okay.
No logs of Aiden being plugged up on stream. No logs of Aiden saying that he had to take a BRB break on stream to go and jerk off halfway through.
I guess I could do that as well. You were insisting that I didn't screen.
No logs of Aiden saying that he wants to roleplay with a woman where she's like a babysitter who molests him, where he's roleplaying a child.
Share and sent you a screenshot, so... Alright. So I started, like, really sexually harassing you or whatever. Would you leak DMs and poor, going forward? Just asking really broad questions. Well, as long as you understand...
No logs of Aiden saying that he wants to be... What was it? Dude, okay. You're gonna have to... People in chat are gonna have to fill me in about this one, because I don't remember this one quite as well. There's something about Destiny wanting to be blackmailed by a man and being forced to be his little sex slave, and so he's forced to give him blowjobs every day as payment for not having embarrassing blackmail details leaked. There's something about that. There's something about that, but I can't quite remember it.
Stan, I'm genuinely a lesbian. Fuck, god damn it.
Okay, what's your interpretation?
Dude, we've got 200 people here right now. Somebody's got to know what I'm talking about.
He's being a sex pals?
You know what? Good enough for me.
He detailed that fantasy of his, yeah? Yeah, is that true? Is that true? Yeah, okay. Wait, what?
Do you understand? I'm genuinely a lesbian. Fuck, god damn it.
Okay, what's your interpretation?
He's being a sex pals?
You know what? Good enough for me.
Okay. She just left. Well, that was interesting.
Okay. Clip that we didn't get to from the first hour. Oh, dude, this might be in the fucking food shops VOD then. This might be in the food shops VOD. If this is during their first conversation together. This is what I came here to see.
Fucking lost. You've given up. Got it. So you fucking lost. You've given up on the combo. Now, why were you DMing a 17-year-old?
Aiden. He pulled. What does that mean?
Doesn't deny it, by the way.
He pulled.
Why were you DMing a 17-year-old?
He pulled. What does that mean?
Were you DMing a 17-year-old?
I know you're trying
Were you DMing a 17-year-old? Were you DMing a 17-year-old?
Okay, did you or did you not?
Were you DMing a 17-year-old? I did. I made an edgy joke about gutting someone's wife. You know what else made an edgy joke? Destiny. We said he would rape someone with a shovel, and he's talking about Courtney's little pikes.
Easy peasy.
Okay, it was an edgy. Okay, so you believe it's.
Well, I'm just simply using your. I'm just simply using your excuse, right?
Yeah. So believe it or not, the action. I never actually gutted somebody's wife. You actually were talking to a 17-year-old about sexually explicit subjects. No.
What does pull mean?
No!
If I were to pull from somewhere,
they're literally promoting an open pedophile to be like their spokesperson. Look at how fucking desperate they are. You know they don't give a shit about you, right? You know Steven doesn't care about you. When I was fucking destroying you on that point, he never came in to defend you because you mean nothing to him.
Okay, but I'm just
you're
saying
just a sad, worthless pedophile. I asked you what pull mean. I asked you what pull mean 4 minutes ago. Anyone can rewind. You refused to answer. You only want to go back now because I'm digging skeletons out of your fucking closet.
Dude, What do they say? What do they say in the gay community? She ate. Yeah, she ate. Dude, holy fuck. Food shops get stun locked on that stuff so fucking hard. It's actually crazy. Well, she gets stun locked on it because she's a pedophile, but there we are. Yeah, what did I say? Total cum napkin. Yeah, Destiny doesn't give a fuck about her. DGG doesn't give a fuck about her. If you take a look, whenever anybody else is embedded on DGG, people would go and watch literally anybody else instead of food shops. Yeah. Yeah. It's actually insane. People would rather watch somebody live broadcasting a Discord VC in some random shitter melting pot DGG server, rather than like watching food shops. It's like actually crazy. It's actually insane. But there we are. Aiden gunning for a job. Aiden would be an infinitely better DGG cock slave. He actually would. Dude, let's be real. When the current occupant of the job is food shops, yeah, pretty slim on the ground, probably. Pretty. It's not hard. It's not hard to try and find a better alternative, you know? In fact, worse people for the job would be, probably would be the challenge to find, right? Food shops is a legit worthless streamer. I mean, dude, on all of the fucking technicalities here, Food shops is retarded, right? She's just raped. She's just raped. She can't talk about it. Defending Destiny on, pedophile allegations. Food shops is a pedophile. Where's the defense come from? It's like, I don't know. It's like Nambler putting out a fucking press release in support of you. Probably counterproductive. Yeah? Probably extremely counterproductive. On the claim about, sending around revenge porn. But food shops have said that it would be immoral for a child to send the dick pic that a pedophile sent them to somebody else, or to post it publicly. Just out of the blue, non-consensual, straight into your inbox. Some pedophile sends you a cock picture. Apparently that would violate the pedophile's trust if you went and sent that on to somebody else. And then finally, and most notably, well, second to the pedophilia claim, when food shops bleats on about doxing or swatting or any of the stuff, Dan called her a pedophile and was actively beefing with her. And in response, food shops decided that she was going to endorse people harassing, doxing, swatting Dan and his children and his family, his wife and his kids, don't forget, okay? She said that stuff would be totally okay. She's totally okay with all that stuff. And if you even ask her about it, she will say, yeah, me and Dan were beefing. Me and Dan were beefing. The idea that she gives a fuck about any of this stuff, it's just... She said that she's endorsed it against other members of DGG. Literally Destiny's right-hand guy. One of his best friends for the last decade. I don't know, dude. It's like, Destiny keeps around purely for utility. And I don't even think that... If you try and mind read Destiny for why he does this shit, there's no fucking way. It's because food shops can make good arguments around it. The only reason why he keeps her around is because food shops makes an argument about it. You just need somebody there to be in the right spot at the right time and just waste other people's time. Just waste their attention. If they're talking about food shops being a pedophile, they're not talking about Destiny, right? I mean, thinking about it that way, Destiny's probably picked the best possible person to fill the job, right? You just get some trans, Asian, retarded pedophile to jump in and be your substitute that people can A-log instead. Yeah. I mean, the content is good, unfortunately. Unfortunately, It is very, very sad. The tactic does work, but all we want is content at the end of the day. Red meat. Let's go. Wick is still gunning for top sweeper. Wick is probably a better alternative for top sweeper. But Wick doesn't get views when he does solo content. That's not what his audience is there for, right? And so if he tries to do Food Shops-esque content, as if Food Shops has like an actual community, but, he would probably lose a lot of the people who've stuck around him for a very long time. And Food Shops is in a precarious position. Wick would probably get a bag for a short amount of time, but it would leave him in a really fucking precarious position. Because if you dedicate that much time to only talking about defending Destiny, you'll probably get some DGGers in, right? To watch you talk about it. As soon as the Destiny drama dries up, your viewership dries up as well. And, I don't know. At that point, time to go back being a fucking mailman, I think. Yeah? Yeah. 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 It's pretty sad, though. I was saying that Wick would probably rake it in. Apparently, Food Shops doesn't even rake it in. When DGG is watch her or raid into her. She said before that when she gets 40 viewers, she gets around about the same donations as when she's getting 500. Those viewers aren't there for her. Those viewers aren't going to support her. They're there because she happens to be talking about Destiny. And she can't get like an authentic viewer base of herself. Very sad. Very, very sad. Well, it's not really sad. She's kind of like a detestable pedophile, but there we are. Yeah. I low-key think Destiny likes talking to Aiden, though. Maybe. I fucking know. I think Destiny's just fine talking to anybody who's shit-talking him, so long as he catches his eye. But, you know. He probably admires a fellow debate pedophile. You know, that can't be denied. That can't be denied. It's just, who's got the fucking energy for it, man? I guess the answer is Aiden's got the energy for it. Aiden's got the energy for it. Okay. Doobie made it rain on Aiden. I need to look into these Doobie pedophile claims, man. Apparently it's big business. Apparently it's big bucks to go out there and defend Doobie from being a pedophile. I'm gonna have to start attending some more of these politics Discord server meetings. We'll have to make a regular thing of it. All right. I have said for the longest time that I'm gonna get into the Lego drama. Okay, the Lego drama was promised to you 3,000 years ago. So let's go ahead and get into it. Okay, Reckless Ben. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, Lego drama mode. Where we left off last time was we reacted to the police response to the claims legally that Reckless Ben was making in his videos. They exposed that Ben was in fact lying about the amount of times that he'd went and visited the guy's house. In fact, they also showed, which Ben didn't disclose, the exact reason why he got arrested, and likely the fact that he knew about the reason why he got arrested the entire time. Now, Ben goes back and he tries to respond to the police station. I mean, could we just... surely everybody can fucking agree. Ben is just a total retard. Ben is pretty fucking retarded, and he can't respond to these claims very well at all. So I'm assuming that the reaction to the police department statement is just going to be a lot of obfuscation, a lot of Mormons. The heckin' Mormons are trying to get me, bro. Propaganda.
I've been wanting to get for a long time, so the American Fork Police Department has responded to the video I made about them.
I am the Chief of Police for the American Fork Police Department. I'd like to address the members of our American Fork and Cedar Hills community regarding some videos currently circulating on social media.
So now I will offer a response to their response. There's a lot of new information in this response that I've been wanting to get for a long time, so we'll go over that first. One of the main questions in my video was, why did I get swatted for stealing the Legos when this wasn't a mystery to the police officers and they knew that I didn't steal the Legos, that Josh stole the Legos.
He basically stole a $200,000 collection of Star Wars Legos.
But still, why did they raid my house for stealing the Legos when there's an overwhelming amount of evidence that Josh stole the Legos? When I requested the body cam footage of this to try to find the answers myself, they redacted everything, and they claimed it was to protect the victims. However, one of my friends set up a GoPro as we were getting swatted, and we caught the entire conversation.
Right, okay, yeah. So we've got the exact claim. Dude, people crying and bitching and moaning about the censorship of this, like, police, the police footage. Seem pretty clear that they're investigating criminal stalking. Probably going to get a lot of redactions about the alleged victims, like PII or statements they're making or stuff like that, right?
On camera.
Included in the warrant are Legos.
For 3 months, the police department's answer has been, this redaction is important because it protects Josh, the victim of this case. However, we can clearly see that the police are looking for Legos and they saw no Legos. And they redacted this because they were embarrassed that they made such a stupid decision to swat the wrong person. They were so embarrassed of swatting my house for stealing the Legos that in all of the police reports, it is completely redacted. The police department wants this information hidden so bad that they're willing to break the law to hide this from everyone.
Wait, so you're saying that... what are you talking about breaking the fucking law? All of the statements that this Josh guy made to the police were originally supposed to be redacted when that evidence and that body cam footage got released to the public. And he's concocted this idea that... What is even the disagreement here? Is he not being arrested for criminal stalking? It's not all of the statements that Josh made to the police. They're all being censored, and the images of his house in the body cam as well.
The only reason I know about it is because of the receipt I got the night I was released from jail and my friend's GoPro that was recording. So even though I've been asking them for 3 months why I got swatted, they finally came up with an answer, which is the Airbnb host told them that I stole the Legos.
During contact with the Airbnb owner, the owner reported overhearing conversations about possible stolen Legos. Specifically, officers wrote in the search warrant affidavit, the homeowner also disclosed that he could hear multiple individuals inside the residence speaking about possibly stolen Lego toys they had taken. Based on that information, officers added a request within the search warrant affidavit seeking authorization to also search for and seize possible stolen property, including Lego merchandise. 4th District Judge Roger W. Griffin reviewed and approved the search warrant.
I always like giving people the benefit of the doubt, and I will take the police officer's word on this, but something fishy is going on here, and everything can just be cleared up if you unredact the audio. And
do you think that Bam didn't steal the Legos or not at fault for misplacing them? So I think that, like, I don't know, like the stealing phrase, I'm fine saying stealing, okay? I'm fine saying stealing. Obviously, it doesn't go to, like, the criminal extent, but depriving somebody of property that you know that is owed to them, or is likely owed to them, right? Like, that's fine for a fucking stealing claim, yeah. But no, they are absolutely at fault in this, like 100%. Like, don't mistake what I'm saying here for me defending the fucking minifig place, whatever the fuck. Or even for defending the Josh guy. Realistically, he's a cunt, okay? He is an absolute fucking cunt. He's smarmy, he's egotistical. He probably knows that, yeah, okay, my store probably fucked up here. And he's an intentional prick about all of it. I think even at this point, the Lego places distance themselves from the franchise owner, right? From Josh. This is not a defense of him at all. But people need to recognize that Ben is also fucked up in this. Like 100%. To the level of likely criminal stalking. And then lying about it in his videos.
Let everyone see the truth.
Dude, Will is me. Okay. You've jumped the gun. You've jumped the gun. You've absolutely jumped the gun, bro. I'm sure the cops are not friends with the Airbnb owner. You've jumped the shark. Oh, you've gone too far. Okay.
Also, after we got raided and the police officers found no Legos, all of this footage has been redacted too. And my guess is if the police unredact this footage, we will find out the answers once and for all. While we were getting swatted, one of the police officers decided to injure me for absolutely no reason. He claims it's because I was trying to make a fast movement.
Don't move like that. You understand me? Don't move like that. Okay. Don't move quick. Everybody just chill.
But when we replay the footage, you can clearly see I was not making any fast movements. However, the police department has an answer to this.
During Snyder's detention, Lieutenant Adamson took hold of Snyder's right arm. Lieutenant Adamson later reported,
I don't even get what this swatting claim is coming from. Like, they were going there to arrest him anyway for the criminal stalking. I think at the same time they exercised a search warrant based on, I guess, what the Airbnb owner said. Like, I don't get what extra they gain from including a search warrant that they're going to find nothing to do with. Well, I don't even understand what the incentive there is.
That he felt Snyder tense his arm, at which point Adamson moved Snyder's right arm behind his back to place him into custody.
The police department has made it clear I did not, in fact.
They raided somebody for stalking. If you've got a warrant for somebody's arrest, raw?
Make any quick movements.
Was there not only a search warrant? Why is the guy being detained? Why is he being put in cuffs? That is when he got arrested for the criminal stalking.
Like the police officer claims I did. So the police officer was.
But the problem is that Ben always leaves that out of the story. He never says that part.
Lying, but not fully, because I did tense my arm. However, he lunges at me extremely fast before he even touches me. So how could he even know that I was tensing my arm before he even grabs me? That doesn't make any sense. There's only one solution. This police officer has psychic powers, and he could tell that my arm was tensing up before grabbing me. However, this makes no sense, because if the police officer did truly have psychic powers, he would have known that we were not the thieves, Josh and Brandon were the thieves. So this can't be the case either. I'm trying to have an open mind with these different possibilities of what this could be, but literally the only outcome left is that this police officer injured me for no reason.
Okay. Let's just go back and have a look at the fucking footage then. Okay.
Because I did tense my arm. However, he lunges at me extremely fast before he even touches me. So how could he even...
I mean, what's that there? I mean, it seems like the police officer grabs his arm and then starts to pull the arm. Okay? And then it seems like the arm is going back, or the police officer is no longer able to pull it. It just seems like he was like, yeah, pulling his arm back.
So how could he even know that I was tensing my arm before he even grabs me?
Like, it seems like, I don't know, the police officer was insanely fucking rough with him. He's probably a cunt, I don't know, had a bad day or whatever the fuck. Or maybe he's just like a super aggressive police officer. Lodge a fucking complaint, but I don't know, it's retarded to argue about that. Argue that it's excessive policing. Why does it always have to be an argument that the police are lying?
Police officer has... This makes no sense, because if the police officer did truly have psychic powers, he would have known that we were not the thieves, Josh and Brandon were the thieves. So this can't be the case either. I'm trying to have an open mind with these different possibilities of what this could be, but literally the only outcome left is that this police officer injured me for no reason.
PD cams are out. Look at those.
Dude, how many hours of that is there? I mean, if there's some like relevant portions, feel free to send them along. But this is going to be like, what, 16 hours of fucking content?
However, the police have another response to this of why I must be lying.
In the X-ray image displayed by Mr. Snyder in that video, a small L is visible in the upper right-hand corner of the X-ray. The L indicates the image is that of the left shoulder. The video shows Lieutenant Adamson handling Schneider's right arm during the arrest.
Yes, the stock footage I used to show what a dislocated shoulder is, an image that's clearly not mine because I didn't go to the hospital, I went to jail, so how could I have taken this picture? But anyways, the stock image I used is of a left shoulder when my shoulder that got injured was my right shoulder. When I was editing this, I like to think highly of my audience that they would have known that this was a stock image and I wouldn't have to spoon feed every tiny detail to my audience. But now I realize that there's another portion of my audience called the American Fork Police Department that maybe I do have to spoon feed every single piece of information to. So I'm going to use this as constructive criticism, and in every single episode going forward now that I know that the American Fork Police Department's watching, I will be forced to spoon feed every single detail. As a professional slackliner, dislocating my shoulder is almost a monthly thing for me.
The whole weight of my arm is just on this bone.
Boon! 3 days before I got arrested, I had a really bad ski accident where I had a really bad dislocation of my shoulder, and any movement at all would have dislocated it. So I will say here, I don't think that the police officer was purposely trying to injure me. I think to a normal person, this would have been fine. But for me in particular, this was not good, but it was still unjustified. And the police officer was just making up an excuse, and now they're making up an excuse to defend it. Another thing I find shocking.
Wait, yeah, so he never went to the hospital to get his shoulder looked at after it got, like, popped out of place. After he dislocated his shoulder. He never went to the hospital about that at all. Okay, so it's, like, literally what I said before. Like, maybe there's something... What I think I said at the time. Maybe this guy has got, like, weak ligaments, and so he can, like, pop them back in really fucking easily.
Shocking is the chief of police, even after reviewing the dash cam footage, says that we ran a stop sign.
Richardson initiated a traffic stop on the vehicle for failing to...
Wait. So, okay, because he's leaving out claims here. The police officer claims that he never complained about a dislocated shoulder at any point during his arrest, but then he complains about it later in the video. So does he accept that he, like, popped it back in the police car or something like that? Because he never complained about this at the time.
To stop before the stop line at a stop sign, and...
Like, I don't know, maybe this is just me, okay? Maybe this is just me. But if I'm being handled really fucking harshly by the police, and then they eventually pop out my fucking shoulder, I'm probably going to make a little bit of a stink about that. You know, I might complain about it at some point, maybe lodge a formal complaint about that. I'm going to note it at the fucking time. You just popped my fucking shoulder out. But nothing, I guess. He doesn't really doesn't care about his shoulder being dislocated that bad. Okay.
And failing to stop completely at that stop sign.
The chief of police looked at this video and said, we ran a stop sign. And now he's using that to say, this was a legal traffic stop. The police officers did nothing wrong. At this point, we thought the best thing to do was to take Josh to court so he can be legally accountable for the crimes he committed. However, to do that, we are first required to serve him court papers. So we did what the law told us to do. I got a process server, and we went to his house to do this the legal way. However, Josh did not want to do this the legal way, and instead called the police on us.
Joshua Johnson contacted police and reported he was going to shoot someone as a result of the ongoing harassment. Multiple officers immediately responded to the area.
Josh was so scared of going to court that he would rather shoot us than accept these court papers.
So fucking retarded. Again, dude, the narrativizing here is crazy. Ben has already admitted earlier in the fucking story, he did everything he could to give Josh the idea that when he served him legal papers, they were going to be fake legal papers. Right? That's how we got the first court cases through. Because he lied about, like, different stuff and made himself look uncredible. And now he's complaining that Josh didn't believe him. Or in fact, he's being more bad faith than that. He's saying that he doesn't believe that Josh never thought those were real legal papers. What the fuck are you talking about?
Josh's logic here is that if he can murder the process server and if he can murder me, then he can get away with his crimes because there'll be no one to sue him in court. However, sadly for Josh, murder is illegal. And now he just admitted his plans to the police officers.
What the fuck? This is so fucking hysterical. Yes, it's a retarded fucking thing to say.
American Fork Police should at least be a...
You better get here right now. I'm gonna shoot somebody. I'm gonna shoot somebody. Yeah, it's a fucking retarded thing to say. It's just like, dude, the hysteria over it.
Arresting Josh for trying to use murder as a way to get out of court. But sadly, for some reason, they arrested me instead.
Am I being arrested? We're under arrest right now. Really?
Something about this seems off, and all of the answers are in the body cam footage. However, they redacted all the body cam footage. So this is where I think if we all come together as a community, we can somehow convince the American Fork Police Department to unredact this footage so we can find out why they arrested me and not the guy who threatened to murder me. However, the American Fork Police does not want to...
I mean, it's just not illegal, right? It's just not illegal. If you're making a criminal complaint to the police about criminal stalking, and then you say, if you don't get down here and, like, help me out, I swear to God, I'm, like, fixing to shoot somebody. What's the crime that you've committed there? What are you asking them to be sent to jail for? Saying to a third party, if you don't help me out, I'm going to shoot somebody here. I'm in fear for bodily harm, whatever
Sorry,
the fuck.
sent clarifying stuff private regarding earlier debate.
Yo, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Unredact the footage right now, and now have made up a new excuse of why I was the one justified being arrested.
Officer Sumbot contacted the Marion County Circuit Court in Oregon to verify the legitimacy of the paperwork. The court confirmed that the case was indeed legitimate, but that papers had already been served and no hearing date had yet been scheduled.
The police department said the reason they arrested me and not Josh this day is because they called to confirm if this was a real court case, and they said it was real. However, the papers have already been served, and now I'm doing this solely to get YouTube content. And if that's true, I would like to see footage of it. They released all the raw footage, and that part doesn't seem to be in the raw footage.
It's already been to...
Literally, what would the police department have to, like, incentive to lie? He's, like, twisting it and making it sound as though, well, you know, the police department decided to arrest me because I was trying to give him papers. You don't have the right in Utah to serve them yourself, right? Go and have a look at the fucking government website about service. It says that you should not serve them yourself.
Court or...
And he can be cute as much as he fucking wants about, well, I had a process server. I had a process server. Yeah? Is that person an employee of the court? Nah, it's some fucking goth chick you got off Instagram.
Are you allowed to tell me kind of where they're at with the case?
There is no hearing date set, and there hasn't been a hearing in the case yet. All I see is the claim that was filed. I don't see proof of service or anything. A hearing wouldn't be set until a response is filed by defendant.
Okay, so the defendant needs to be served with papers before the case will, I guess, start?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you for your help. I think that's all for today. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, bye.
Right here, the police officer admits that it is March 10th.
On March 10th, 2026.
However, you can see here that Josh doesn't get served until 3 days later, March 13th. So how could Josh have already been served on March 10th if he didn't get served until March 13th, unless Josh is a time traveler. There's only one way to clear this all up. American Fork Police Department, show me the time machine. So now, they say that I have done all the check marks which constitute stalking. Let's go through them.
Individual commits stalking if the individual intentionally or knowingly engages in a course of conduct directed at a specific individual.
So yes, I did do an action that was targeted at a specific individual, but that's what's required by the court if I want to take someone to court.
That's just not true at all, dude. Do we want to go Utah? Serving. Serving papers. Let's just go for that shit. It's just not required at all. Here we are. Delivering or serving papers. Literally a Google search. Utah courts delivering or serving papers. Common mistakes to avoid. Using regular mail or email. Number 2. Serving the papers yourself. You don't need to go to this fucking guy's home. That's not necessary at all. The only way that he can try and defend this stuff in the public is to lie and say that he had to serve them himself. It's just not true. You didn't need to do that at all.
If someone steals your stuff and you go through the legal process to take them to court, it is not considered stalking.
It's not the legal process. And it's not even him going to his house to be able to serve those papers, right? It's probably the other 3 times that he tried to, go to his house where he and his kids live there, okay? It's probably all of that combined, I think. Not just the one time.
I have a right as an American to sue him.
Is reckless as to whether that course of conduct would cause a reasonable person to fear for the individual's own safety or the safety of another.
The second check mark is that if a reasonable person would be scared, the police...
Wait, don't forget, by the way, I might need to check, actually. What's the police department called? What's the police department called? Hold on.
Police are claiming that since this action made Josh scared, this check mark is complete. However, they've completely forgotten about the term reasonable.
I'm pretty sure that by this point, have the police department not already shown several instances where he did in fact send other people to his house?
What? Hold on.
And Ben, in his response video, has just glazed over all of those. By the time they start talking about the legal statutes around this stuff, they've already shown that he has in fact gone to his house multiple times, right? And now Ben, when he's responding to it, is, well, criminal harassment, criminal stalking. I just went to his house to serve papers. Is that the only time? Oh, no. They're talking about, yeah. They're talking about here, the time that he posted that little sign there. And then there's where he's serving papers. And then have we got the UPS lad? Where is it? Where are they talking about the Mormon lad?
And protect company assets. Mr. Johnson further explained that Law had entered into a consignment agreement with an individual named Brian Mansell, but according to Johnson, Mansell had not been paid. Mr. Johnson stated that when he arrived at the Oregon franchise location, Mansell demanded payment from Johnson and his business partner. Johnson reported that corporate representatives advised him they would address the consignment issue directly. However,
a good one, enter name here. Thanks for actually covering this in a way that looks into all parties. Nick dropped the ball hard. Get back on IFAP.
Yo, thank you for the 5 Canadian. I hugely appreciate it. Okay, so here we are, 5 minutes.
Likely nearby in a church parking lot. Officer Hawkins determined that Morgan had falsely represented himself to Mr. Johnson through his doorbell camera as belonging to a nearby church congregation that did not exist. Morgan had also...
Okay, so by this time in the video, they've already spoken about him lying about the Mormon kid, right? And then earlier on,
Mr. Johnson reported that earlier that same day, a suspicious male had been at his residence. He stated the male was wearing a baseball cap with a UPS logo taped onto it.
Okay, so by the time, what is it? What's the timestamp? Okay. Around 16 minutes into the video, they start talking about the definition of criminal stalking. Now, they've already gone over all of the other instances where Ben is going to the property, Ben is going to the street, Ben is sending other people to actually go and knock on this guy's door because he's been trespassed from it already, right? And now when he responds to it, he tries to pretend as though it's just the one time that he sent papers over.
Served on March 10th if he didn't get served until March.
Intentionally or knowingly engages in a course of conduct directed at a specific individual.
So yes, I did do an action that was targeted at a specific...
An action? An action? An action? We talking about a course of conduct, dude. And the police department laid out perfectly the course of conduct. And now he's clip-chimping the fucking response by the police to be able to pretend as though he's totally above board. He's not. He did this shit several times. It wasn't just him trying to serve papers. Right?
Specific individual. But that's what's required by the court if I want to take someone to court.
And of course, it's not. Utah says that you can't deliver that you can't serve those papers yourself. You have to get a process service to be able to do it for you.
We've forgotten about the term reasonable. As we can see, Josh is not a reasonable person. This is someone who multiple times has tried to silence someone by accusing them of being...
Dickers, how did process servers find out who needed to be served before HD photos existed without a related party to point them out? I don't know. Thank God we've got HD photos.
On heroin.
Dude, Dickers, you're just wrong, bro. I've just gone through. What point of that did you disagree with, Will? Okay? What point of that did you disagree with? No, dude. I'm not watching the uncensored PD cams because it's got nothing to do with what I'm saying, alright? Okay, we're gonna do this because you've been chirping the entire fucking stream about this shit. Tell me what I just laid out about Ben's response to the police department is incorrect, where I'm saying that Ben is leaving out crucial context. He's saying, well, I just went there one time, and the police department have already gone through the instances where he went there repeatedly and sent other people there, and he's acting as though it was just a single instance, okay? Tell me where I'm wrong there. Otherwise, it's just going to be like an hour timeout. It's just exhausting, dude. It's legitimately exhausting. For you to say again and again and again, you're wrong. You're wrong, bro. The police are corrupt, bro. Watch the uncensored PD cams, bro. It's got nothing to do with the claim that I'm making here. Okay? So find where you disagree with me. Because last time, it was about whether you're allowed to serve yourself in Utah. And you're not allowed to serve yourself in Utah. No.
Here's the crazy thing. They told me that they took over that location because the owners were using the location to fund their heroin addiction.
What?
Yeah, and that's how they took it over, and saying they had like a pigeon in there that was crapping all over the Legos, and it smelled bad, all this stuff.
This is someone who threatened to murder me just for trying to serve him papers. This is not a reasonable person. It is not reasonable to threaten to murder someone just for serving papers. A reasonable person would accept the papers, so that second checkbox does not meet the requirements. I even tried explaining this to one of the police officers early on.
What the law says is if the average person would feel unsafe by our behaviors, so I think he's feeling unreasonably unsafe.
Is she a process server? Or is she like literally everybody else in this story who's riding along with Ben? Is she just some retard who have been brought up from Instagram? Or is she a legal process server? She's got like an agreement with the court that she's a process server. What do we think?
A reasonable person would not feel unsafe in this situation. Well, I can say the same thing. I feel unsafe trying to conduct business with him, and he calls the police on me to hide. I feel unsafe because of that. Because we had a 3-hour search in our car. He said we had heroin in our car yesterday. We had a 3-hour search in our car. That makes me feel unsafe. I think that's reasonable for me to feel unsafe. It's not reasonable for him to feel unsafe.
So Josh is actually the one who said he was going to murder me if I take him to court. But now, I'm the one that's being looked into for threatening to murder Josh. How does this make any sense?
Mr. Johnson alleged that Mansell had hired Benjamin Snyder to harass, stalk, vandalize the store, threaten to murder the manager of the store.
Now, let's go to the heroin claim. We got pulled over by the police, and they claimed that we had heroin on us.
This officer is going to conduct the search of your person because there are substances in the vehicle.
Most of this footage is redacted, so again, there's a big mystery of what happened. Can we all come together and convince the American Fork Police Department to unredact this so we can find out the truth? However, what the police is claiming now is that they did not get a call saying that we had heroin on us. Instead, they could just tell from the second we pulled over that our eyes were glossy.
During the interaction, Officer Fraughton indicated he believed Shaw's eyes appeared glossy and expressed concern regarding possible impairment.
His argument is anybody can be a process server. Okay. I think legitimately, being as charitable as I can, I think whether or not that's going to be considered legally a case of, I don't know, harassing or stalking, that's going to be left up to the courts, because I can see the arguments on both sides, right? He possibly does have to point him out. He gave transport. He never walked up to the car, or he never walked up to the house. He's just sitting in his car across from the guy's house and sitting there for a very fucking long time. And he's filming it while he's doing it. So it's got kind of a through line with the rest of the course of conduct. It's all for content, right? At this guy's house. But I can see arguments on both sides. I'm guessing I'm going to leave that up. What I do, however, however, is the other times that he's going to his fucking house, right?
If we look back on the raw footage, this is what the police officer said his first interaction with us was like.
Good with these guys being able to drive?
Yeah, I think so. I didn't see anything clear as day with Tyler that I noticed.
What's the goal of...
right now? Yeah, I was gonna scare him a little bit and let him go is all I really was gonna do.
Do we have charges, or are we just tired of them being annoying?
It seems hard to take what the chief of police is saying seriously, because so far almost everything he said is a lie. So the only way we can actually find out the truth is if we unredact everything. We already know the victim's name is Joshua Johnson. Why do we have to keep that protected? His name is already out there. None of these redactions are protecting anything except for the police. And now...
Oh, Willie Mead did actually respond. Hold on. On the cams, the cops are talking about what charges do we have. Oh, I was trying to scare them. It's cool. I'll get suspended or whatever, but you were wrong. I mean, dude, I'm asking about the claims that I'm making right now. If you want to disagree with different claims, disagree with different claims, okay? But it's incredibly fucking irritating.
I want to acknowledge my friend Sheldon's arrest.
The group stated they were supporting a GoFundMe campaign for a dying man. One of the individuals, later identified as Sheldon Norcross, Officer Richardson then decided to seize Norcross's phone, pending the approval of a search warrant, in order to preserve potential evidence and prevent the deletion or alteration of any data. According to Officer Richardson's reports, when Norcross was informed that the phone was going to be seized, Norcross immediately began manipulating the device.
The police officer claims that Sheldon was arrested because he opened his phone to start deleting evidence. However, we can clearly see in the footage Sheldon's thumb is heading towards that lock button to lock his phone.
Wait, hold on. Is that what he's saying the guy got arrested for? Because why did all of these people end up going to the prison? Or why did all of these people end up going to the jail? It seems like they all got arrested because they were part of this criminal stalking, not because of the phone.
According to Officer Richardson's reports, when Norcross was informed that the phone was going to be seized, Norcross immediately began manipulating the device. Richardson wrote in his report, Norcross then immediately opened his phone and began manipulating it, which led myself and Lieutenant Adamson to believe he was attempting to destroy evidence on his device. At that point, Officer Richardson and Lieutenant Adamson forcibly removed the phone from Norcross's grasp after what Richardson describes in his report as a very brief altercation. Norcross was then detained in handcuffs as part of the stalking investigation.
Right. So explicitly, he was not arrested for doing anything with the fucking phone. He was arrested as part of the stalking investigation. So Ben is just lying again. Nice.
His phone was open when he pulled it out, and the phone was transitioning from on to...
Yeah, I mean, it seems like the police are completely retarded on this fucking claim. The idea that you can just delete all the fucking evidence, no.
Off, not from off to on. From this response, it almost seems like the police officers didn't even watch the video. So American Fork Police Department, if I'm your teacher, here's your homework. First off, learn the facts of what actually happened. Second off, stop lying about the facts. No one's believing it. The third thing is unredact the audio that makes the police look bad. Some of the best lawyers in the United States are reaching out to me right now, so eventually this is going to get released. Wouldn't you just like to get this over with sooner rather than dragging this out? The more we drag this out, the more content we get, so this only benefits me to drag this out. It doesn't benefit you.
I'm pretty sure that the police probably just want to, like, put you in pine bars at this point. I don't know. This feels like the worst way to be able to get away with this stuff. If you actually want to be able to escape justice and not go to fucking prison. Yeah.
If you unredact the illegally redacted parts now, you'll win over audience support much faster. It's kind of funny because a lot of you guys probably think I'm like trying to like make fun of this other cop by how he was talking.
Brother, you mind turning up the volume? Holy, it's actual ASMR. Wow. I cannot really hear him. Why is he whispering?
No, I'm actually just like super sick right now. I haven't been sleeping because I'm trying to get out part 3 as fast as I can. And that's caused me just to like stay up all night, every night, and not sleep. And now I'm sick and have no voice. But yeah, I guess it kind of, I don't know why that police officer was talking with such a low, quiet voice, but that's why I am, at least. I wasn't making fun of him. I literally am just genuinely sick. But if you want to see part 3, subscribe to my Patreon at patreon.com/recklessben. Part 3 will be up there very soon. Part 2, I'm only...
Okay, interesting. I'm seeing somebody say in chat that that's still technically manipulating your device. Turning your phone off counts legally as manipulating your device. I'm not sure about that. I literally don't know the legal background of it. I mean, if a police officer is saying that they are detaining you currently, or like taking your phone away from you in the course of an investigation, are you really not allowed to turn it off before you've handed it back over? I don't know. Possibly not. Okay, possibly not. Because I know that they can't force you to unlock it. They have to have your consent to be able to unlock it again, but I'm actually not sure. Yeah. I feel like his lies are important in the grand scheme of things. Like, the police being this bad is literally dangerous, in my opinion, though. I would say the police, I've said this constantly, okay, but people don't fucking listen to me. Or take what I say seriously, I guess. The police are seemingly pretty biased against the guy, right? But you gotta fucking take this into account, right? They're seeing some YouTuber dude from California come up to a member of their community, a Utah national or a Utah state resident, and come to his house where he's staying there with his kids, presumably to be like a nuisance tuber and harass him where he lives there with his kids, right? I think I can kind of understand why the police are asking, what can we charge this guy with? What can we charge this guy with? The idea that that is illegal, that's not illegal at all, right? If you take a second to say, what can we actually arrest this guy for? What do we have probable cause for? What part of that is illegal? Now, maybe you can say that they're stretching to be able to get this guy for anything, and they don't actually have the right to be able to arrest him. You can make that argument. But in and of itself, the cop's saying, what can we get this guy on? I don't think that's actually illegal. But, okay, we've given a lot of legal takes over the course of this. All right, maybe I'm jumped up and overly confident after the Denims coverage earlier. So, let's go to the undisputed king of LawTube. The only man that I trust to be able to give actual legal opinions. Let's go. Legal. Actually, potentially criminal is good as well, but hey-ho.
Did bricks and minifigs steal $200,000 worth of Star Wars Legos from an 83-year-old man? Well, the truth is more complicated than you might think, and it actually might be worse than you think. Or it might be better. It depends. It's complicated. But one thing is for sure, it's definitely different than you think, because there is a lot of misinformation out there. Because everyone is getting this case wrong. But this case has everything a law professor could want. Theft, conversion, bailment, the First Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, franchise law, successor and interest liability, contractual interpretation, bailment, Latin, conspiracies, giant law firms, and Legos. But if you're watching this video, you probably already know who Reckless Ben is. And according to his video and subsequent court documents, starting around the year 2000, Brian Mansell's father, who is now 83, began collecting retired Star Wars Legos set. The family invested around $30,000 and amassed a collection of over 780 sets and 1,200 minifigures, all sealed in the original packaging. This family project started out as a genuine love for the Star Wars franchise. Remember when we all used to like Star Wars? But it turned out to be a great investment as well. By the time Brian was an adult, the value of the Star Wars collectibles had skyrocketed. As the police report put it, quote, he and his father own a large collection of Lego sets valued at a significant amount of money. Many of these sets are vintage and difficult to find. Now, I'm not telling you to drain your 401k and put it into Legos. Ask the Beanie Baby collectors how that worked out. But some single sets like the legendary Cloud City are worth more than $10,000 a piece. The solid chrome Darth Vader minifigure is going for over $1,300 a pop. And Mansell...
Dude, you've got to imagine that of all of the publicity about how much these Legos are worth, the prices on that asset must have massively fucking skyrocketed, right? I guarantee, there's probably going to be a lot of motion and a lot of people trying to pump and dump a lot of fucking Lego sets.
Mansell estimated the value of the collection at approximately $200,000. But also, it may not have been worth anywhere near that. Some estimates peg the value of this extensive collection more at $60,000. The truth is probably somewhere in the middle. Now, the plan had always been to sell it to fund college for their grandkids. But as his father's health declined, Brian decided to act and consigned the collection to Bricks and Minifigs, a chain where collectors trade in used or unbuilt Legos for cash or store credit. Now, a consignment is a contract where you, the consignor,
oh, okay. So what I'm seeing through a lot of this stuff is he apparently doesn't actually touch the criminal side with Reckless Ben, which is a shame, okay? That is a terrible, terrible shame. Interesting that Legal isn't talking about that aspect of things. But in any case, we're going to get a bit of a better opinion on the legal side of a lot of this stuff, so let's go through it.
Gives something to a third party, the consignee, to sell that thing for you. Generally, you retain the ownership of that item until the store sells it. And when it sells, you get paid and the store gets a commission. Or as Reckless Ben explained it,
so I wrote up a contract.
In the contract, it says that these are still the family's Lego sets, but every time one gets sold, the store gets to keep a small percentage of each sale.
This was a store's worth of inventory. So that store that day was nothing but my dad's collection. Like, all the shelves filled. They had to bring in extra shelves and fill the whole party room with
oh, Dick, as they'll talk about that in a future video. Legal will do that in a part 2, apparently. Okay, I'm looking forward to that. I am genuinely looking forward to that.
Now, it's very important to note, this particular store, located in Oregon, was a franchise, meaning that a corporation, a franchisor, licensed its brand, trademarks, and business model and operating system to a franchisee who owns and operates a semi-independent business under that brand. Now, McDonald's is famous for this. Most McDonald's restaurants that you see are not owned by the McDonald's Corporation. The McDonald's Corporation agrees with an independent franchisee to own and run that particular location. But because Bricks and Minifigs seems to operate on the McDonald's model of franchises, I think it's really important for people to know that they shouldn't be review bombing other Bricks and Minifig stores. Your local store probably has nothing to do with this whatsoever. And even if you hate Bricks and Minifigs corporate for what you think that they did, don't take that out on the individual stores because they're probably just independent people, some of them probably mom and pop stores who have absolutely nothing to do with this whole affair at all. Now,
dude, holy fucking based. If only Ben could say that in his fucking videos, huh? Really strange. Incredibly strange. Almost like this guy doesn't give a fuck what happens to other people so long as he can, like, create a fucking buzz and a stir and maybe put a little bit of pressure on corporate. Who knows, though? Who knows? Who could possibly tell?
This particular store in Salem, Keizer, Oregon was owned and run by Crystal Law through her company BAMF Salem 1 LLC. So on November 22nd, 2023, Brian Mansell and Crystal Law signed a consignment agreement. Since this is the document that basically everything in this case turns on, let's actually read that agreement. Section 4, titled, quote, title to merchandise, spells out the ownership of unsold Lego sets in one sentence, quote, consigned merchandise shall remain the property of Mansell and
Ben has said that? I don't think Ben has said that at all. I think when he was talking about other stores being review bombed, he said that it's corporate's fault because they've mismanaged the situation so badly. I don't think Ben has told people not to go and review bomb. What he has said is not to go and review bomb businesses that sound like Legos and minifigs, right? There was a Lego store down the street that people started review bombing, and he told people not to review bomb them because they had nothing to do with it. He's never told people to not review bomb other stores that that Bricks and Minifigs own the franchise rights to, right?
Until sold. Now, this is the classic scenario. The consignor, Mansell, had legal title to the Legos even while they sat on this Bricks franchise shelf. And as the consignee, the store had no legal claim to the collection at all. They were just holding it to sell it. So to try and simplify this, we're really talking about 3 different buckets of stuff. The first bucket are Legos that were sold and the proceeds of which were returned to Mansell, or Lego sets that were not sold and given back to him. Obviously, there's no dispute over that. The store did what they were supposed to. They sold the Lego set and gave the proceeds, or at least his portion of it, back to Mansell, or eventually returned some of the Lego sets. Then there's bucket number 2. Those are Lego sets that were sold, but the proceeds of which were never given to Mansell. We don't know exactly how big that bucket is, but we do know there are some sets that fall into that because there was a messy takeover that we'll talk about in a second. And then finally,
he's a silent part owner of a rival Lego store, locking in my schizo prediction. Or, dude, could you fucking imagine if Ben has, like, lodged a huge short position against Lego as, like, a publicly traded business before he started doing this stuff? Dude, this is the kind of shit. This is the kind of shit that I think that YouTubers start to need to get into, okay? If you're like, I don't know, disavowing Gassan or shit-talking him, just short sell Amazon, you know? Wait until Twitch goes down in value, cash out, boom, millions.
Finally, there's bucket number 3.
Does that count as insider trading? Does that count as insider trading? I don't know if it does, actually. I don't know if it does. Because I know that you can have people who are professional short sellers who will try and dig up information about companies, take a huge short position, and then drop all the info and wait for that shit to go down. I don't think that it is insider trading.
Those are Lego sets that were not sold and were not returned. Again, because there is a messy takeover from one franchise to another, that's where the main dispute is going to be. And let me tell you right now, it is highly disputed how many Lego sets and the value associated with those Lego sets actually remain in bucket number 3. And mainly, this video is talking about bucket.
It is insider. I'm pretty sure that it would be insider trading if you know privileged things that people outside of the company wouldn't know. But if you're an outsider already, and you have a little bit of, I don't know, you do a little bit of analysis to be able to figure out some of the stuff, and you do a short sell, I don't think so. And then you publish that, expecting it to go down in value.
Number 3. And the one thing we know for sure is whatever amount is in bucket number 3, it's not anywhere close to $200,000. Now, Mansell could have asked for all or part of the collection back.
Oh, wait, fuck! Okay, that was important. Going back. Okay, so Lego paid out, Lego not paid out, and then the Lego that's remaining unsold.
Or Lego sets that were not sold and were not returned. Again, because there is a messy takeover from one franchise to another, that's where the main dispute is going to be. And let me tell you right now, it is highly disputed how many Lego sets and the value associated with those Lego sets actually remain in bucket number 3. And mainly, this video is talking about bucket number 3. And the one thing we know for sure is whatever amount is in bucket number 3, it's not anywhere close to $200,000. Now, Mansell could have asked for all or part of the collection back at any time prior to the sale, and the store would have to hand it over. And the contract actually anticipated the store changing hands, which, spoiler alert, is going to happen. See section 10, quote, transfer of rights. This agreement shall be binding on any successors of the parties. Neither party shall have the right to assign its interest in this agreement unless the prior written consent of the other party is obtained. So the deal binds.
Wait, what? Neither party shall have the right. I'm guessing parties to the contract, right? Like the former store owner and the Brian Mansell guy. Neither party shall have the right to assign its interests in this agreement unless the prior written consent of the other party is obtained. So you need, what? In the course of this contract, you need the prior written consent of the person who's taking over the store before it can be enforced upon them. Did this just never anticipate the store being, like, having a fucking hostile takeover from corporate? This feels like total amateur hour, man. I'm telling you. This Crystal woman has fucked up massively here in the story, and nobody gives a fuck about it. A shit ton of people are donating to her GoFundMe for some fucking reason, and she's trying to lodge herself right in the middle of the story, so that, hey, listen, okay? Donate to my GoFundMe, I'll be able to sort this all out, okay? Donate to me, I'll sue, and then we can help out Brian. Get the fuck out, man. Get the fuck out. Go back to Spain. Go back to Madrid. Go back to your fucking paella, and go back to your books about anarchy, retard.
I'll have the right to assign its...
Hopefully you're not being a poor Zandy right now. Okay. Don't tell me that, man. Do we want to watch a different video? Yeah, this one's boring. Right?
Interest in this agreement unless the prior written consent of the other party is obtained. So the deal binds whoever takes over the store, and neither side could assign its interest without the other's written consent. And the store had certain obligations on its end as well. According to Section 5, it had to maintain insurance that covered the full replacement value of the Legos, just in case something bad happened. You know, like the store burns down. Quote, Bricks shall be responsible for all shortages, loss, or damage.
Wait, okay, so it seems as though, the store does inherit, that's interesting. So the store does inherit the liability. Yeah, okay, that was a little bit of a pause Andy on my part. I didn't read that. Right, sorry. I read it, but I didn't understand it. Okay, interesting. I don't fully understand that then.
To Star Wars Legos. Well, the Star Wars Legos are under...
Did Will leave? Yeah, I threatened to time him out. He left one last message and said, fuck you, I don't care if I get banned. And then I didn't end up banning him at all. Little bit of an empty threat, but yeah. It's just really fucking annoying when people are saying, you're wrong, about a completely different fucking aspect of the story.
The control of Bricks and represents and warrants that it has purchased insurance sufficient to cover the loss or damage of the Star Wars Legos due to, without limitation, fire, flood, theft, or vandalism. Now, assuming...
How much Lego can you stuff up your bum? Are you talking like in terms of like gram or like volume? Or are you talking in terms of like dollar amounts? I'm pretty sure that some of those rare minifigs can go for a lot of fucking money, right? So probably, I don't know, hundreds of thousands.
That the Gormans in the Salem 1 store had the insurance that was required. I think what they should have done here is made a claim on the insurance. They should have claimed that the underlying Legos were stolen, which seems like it would be covered by the policy that they would have gotten. And then the insurance company would have paid them out. They could then pay out the Mansells. And then the insurance company would have become what's called subrogated to the claim, and they can figure out who is the person or entity that actually did the stealing and get compensation from them. That's what an adult would have done. Or as one of my favorite journalists, Mike Masnick, put it, everyone in this Lego dispute should have spoken to a lawyer earlier than they did. Yes, that is going to be an extremely common theme throughout this affair. And
that's super fucking interesting, because they could have called upon a fucking insurance company at the very fucking start. I mean, okay, I'm not gonna shit talk the Brian Mansell guy for that too much. He just didn't receive the proper legal advice, you know? But the problem is now that Ben has interwoven himself so hard into the story. Him and his friends own like a good portion of these Legos. Right? Like, what did he say? Like 100,000 worth? Have some of those Legos already been sold off and they've been paid out for them? Doesn't seem entirely clear. How many Legos are they still expecting to be there? Doesn't seem like Ben knows, or at least doesn't say during any of the stuff. But he's interwoven it so fucking hard that does the insurance even apply to him? Is the insurance basically on the Legos and to the name of Brian Mansell? Or is it on the Lego as property and it doesn't matter who owns them currently? The insurance policy transfers to them automatically. I actually don't know the answer to that question. But it sounds like if this goes to court, that's all going to have to be untangled and figured out.
And by the way, you should totally read Mike Masnick's article about this in Tech Dirt. Now, if you don't have $200,000 worth of Star Wars Legos, you might have had to take out some student loans to get through college. And if your private student loans are in default...
Okay, if you've got student loans, fuck you, loser.
Click or scan to talk to YRefi today, or I'll see you in court. Now, you'll note the contract refers to Bricks. In this context, this contract refers to the franchise location, not Bricks and Minifigs Corporate, which is the franchisor. Now, that is extremely important, which we'll get to. But Mansell also had an explicit right to inspect.
Bro, a single Spider-Man is worth 7.5k. This Lego shit is serious, huh? No fucking way. No fucking way. There's a website that's trying to sell you on buying a Spider-Man minifigure as an investment. I'm telling you, okay? In about a year's time, I will stake a lot on this. You will see a CoffeeZilla video talking about insider trading and artificial inflation of the Lego minifigure market. 100% guaranteed. I guarantee you, okay? The exact same thing happened last time with the Pokemon card drama, okay? It will happen again with the Legos. The Lego Marvel Superheroes Spider-Man minifig was first introduced in 2013 in a set, and is currently estimated to be valued around £7,500. What, around like $9,000, something like that? And an annual growth of about 34.4%. Wow! Wow! Try and beat that on the fucking stock market. You won't. Maybe I should invest in Legos. Holy fucking shit, man. Jesus Christ. So what is this? Minifig value? Loss versus gain? Oh, is that on the entire market? Okay. And then... No way. They're doing it since the start of the year. It's had a recent uptick. Okay. Interesting. Nice.
Section 3 says, and I quote, Brian Mansell shall have the right...
Buy Legos, buy them up. Wait, no, actually, sorry. Don't buy them up now. Okay, for reasons that I can't get into, and I will not discuss publicly, wait until tomorrow evening to buy them, okay? Just hold your horses. There might be important developments that happen in the next 24 hours. I'm not gonna buy any. I'm not gonna buy any, okay? Just hold your horses, please.
To inspect such records and the remaining inventory from time to time. Now, the store earned a 35% commission on gross sales, and Mansell got 65% of the purchase.
Tell me CoffeeZilla is in on the drama. We need him. Dude, I almost applied. I was thinking about it. CoffeeZilla was putting out a request for somebody with autism and knowledge of data analytics to apply so he could, like, work with them. On a video that he's making about the Lego drama. He's taking it down now, so I've missed my fucking shot, I guess. But yeah, to everybody asking about the bricks and minifigs, I'm well aware and have reached out behind the scenes to get everybody's story, including the Reckless Ben, plus Eamon McNeff, who have been doing interviews recently. My video will hopefully be out in a day or two. CoffeeZilla is on the case, man. He is on the case.
Price payable to him by the 15th of every month. Now, the agreement expired on January 31st, 2025, so that whatever remained unsold would be returned to Mansell no later than 10 days after the expiration date. Now, there is some dispute about whether this store, the franchisee, was authorized by Bricks and Minifigs Corporate to sell things on consignment. And as you can already probably tell, selling things on consignment can get messy. You're holding inventory that belongs to somebody else. But there are advantages. Rather than buying everything at once, coming out of pocket, and then reselling it, you don't have to pay for anything that is unsold. So, pros and cons. But the store announced the deal on November 7th, 2023.
This one is why I call this the greatest set I have ever seen. Keep in mind, these are brand new in sealed boxes.
So the store hyped the collection and the attention drove sales. And for almost a year, it worked. The store sold sets, Mansell collected his cut, everything tracked on a spreadsheet and backed by receipts. And this particular store in Salem, Keizer, Oregon was owned and run by Crystal Law and her partner Benjamin Gorman through their company named BAMF Salem One LLC. So Bricks and Minifig Salem One LLC. So to try to avoid confusion, I'm going to refer to the original owners of this particular franchise as the Gormans. Not to be confused with Bricks and Minifig Corporate, that is the franchisor. And by the Gormans' own account, about half the collection had sold by early November 2024. Then everything fell apart. In early November 2024, Crystal Law, the Gormans, contacted BAM Franchising, the company that franchises Bricks and Minifigs, because she and her partner Benjamin Gorman were considering moving abroad, and she asked generally about selling the store or having Bricks and Minifig buy it back. And again, the franchisor owns the brand, the logos, the trademark, manuals, training, marketing, and licenses that to franchisees who pay an upfront fee and ongoing royalties. And they generally have a say in the sale or shutting down of any particular franchise. Now here is where the two sides tell very different stories. According to BAM Franchising CEO Eamon McNeff, the Gormans contacted corporate after receiving a job offer overseas and asked how to shut down the store. McNeff says that BAM informed them that closure was not an option. By that point, he says the Gormans owed roughly $200,000 in unpaid obligations, including the original purchase price of the business and accrued franchise royalties. Now, there is a discrepancy in the amount the company later claimed that she owed, because BAM would later tell police that the Gormans, quote, currently owe the company over $100,000 in royalties. Now, it's undisputed that the Gormans wanted to shut down their franchise, the Salem One franchise, and reached out to Bricks and Minifigs Corporate to do so. It's also undisputed that the Gormans Salem One LLC owed Bricks and Minifigs money. Now, how much is in dispute? The Gormans also claim that they were unable to pay because of Bricks and Minifigs practices. Now, it seems that Crystal Law Gorman was the former manager and that she purchased the franchise.
Oh, right. They were unable to pay because of their practices. That probably feeds into the claim that they were making absolutely no fucking money and their business was failing, right?
And she claims, and we'll talk about this later, that BAM Corporate refused to turn over the lease for the store or the bank account, which made it impossible to effectively operate. And she claims that it was Bricks and Minifigs Corporate, their failures that caused any breaches of the franchise agreement that eventually led to her unpaid debts. Now, Bricks and Minifig Corporate says that Crystal was way behind on her bills and was the one that had refused to pay out the Mansells for the stuff that they had actually sold. That the Gormans knew that they were going to abandon the store, so they stopped paying on their debts, which required Bricks and Minifigs Corporate to act. Bricks and Minifigs Corporate alleges that Crystal basically ransacked the store and failed to pay out creditors, including the Mansells, knowing that she and Gorman were leaving the country and abandoning the store to move abroad. Again, those are—
Oh, what? No way! Crystal became uncooperative and interfered with the agreed smooth transition and refused to provide records and removed certain receipts, a high-value Boba Fett minifig, and possibly money in the safe, over Brandon's objection, and ultimately was escorted out the store. The store was empty, looking unpresentable, and had been ransacked. So she stole stuff, allegedly, from the store. Interesting. Interesting.
Those are the allegations. I don't know who's telling the truth. So this is bucket 2 stuff that was sold but not paid out to Mansell. And to the extent that there were sets that were sold but not paid out, Mansell would probably have a claim against the original franchise, the Gormans, and perhaps become a creditor to the new franchise. And that is complicated in ways that I don't even want to go into, but that is different from a consignor bailment relationship. And it wouldn't surprise me that if a store that is behind on its debts and doesn't pay out what it owes to creditors also doesn't pay out some of its debts to the consignor also, especially if it's being taken over by the corporate mothership, or if it's being ambushed and taken over, which we'll talk about in a second. But as a franchisor, Bricks & Minifigs Corporate does have a right to take over a store that is in breach of the franchise agreement or is going to be abandoned, and it looks like it did have a security interest in the assets that the franchise owned. Now, there's obviously a lot that's going on here in this one particular event. I don't know that it's especially clear whether it is Bricks & Minifig Corporate that is taking over this franchise, whether it is the new franchise owner, the new franchisee owned by Best and Johnson, or whether it is Minifigs Corporate taking it over for the benefit of the new franchise owner and BAM's own termination.
I think it... Okay, dude, I'm wading into shit that I just do not fucking understand. But the way that I understand it, Bricks & Minifigs took over administration of it, but not ownership, so that they could transfer it over to new owners that they were trying to look for, right?
Nation letter quoted in the Gormans lawsuit lists the alleged debts as $25,000 in royalties, $23,000 in unpaid rent, and a $48,000 purchase balance. And those,
I guess, kind of in a similar way, I don't know if this is even legal, okay? So take everything I'm saying with a huge pillar of fucking salt. But if you go into bankruptcy and there's like a, I don't know, like an auction who's selling off your goods, who owns it? You don't own it anymore because it's been taken off your hands. The person who purchases it doesn't own it yet. Does the auction house own it, technically? I'm not even sure about that stuff, but yeah. It seems like they no longer owned it, and then it got sold off to somebody else. But did corporate technically own it for that intervening period? I just don't know the fucking law there.
Those alleged debts only add up to about $97,000, which BAM offered to waive if the Gormans surrendered everything and released their claims. But here's the thing. How much the Gormans owed is probably legally irrelevant to who owned Mansell's collection. And we'll come back to that in a few minutes. But McNeff said that the contract permitted BAM to offset store assets against the outstanding debt, which he described as, quote, similar to an asset seizure in a bankruptcy sale. Now that makes sense, but McNeff's analogy is inapt because bankruptcy does not magically convert someone else's property into the debtor's estate. In both bankruptcy law and secured transactions, a creditor can ordinarily reach only the debtor's interest in property, not assets the debtor merely possesses but does not own. Now that distinction is especially important in consignments, because if Mansell retained the title to the unsold Legos, I'm sorry, the plural of Lego is Lego. So dumb.
Wait, what? Wait, what? It's like fish? No! No, wait, really? I've been saying it wrong this entire time? Fuck. Okay, I'm fucking retarded, man. I've been saying Legos this entire stream. I've been saying Legos this entire week.
Under the agreement, then the franchisee possessed at most a limited right to display and sell the collection for commission.
I said this last time. People have said it to me. I thought they were trying to fuck with me. I didn't realize they were being sincere.
Not ownership of the collection itself. So a franchisor exercising contractual offset rights could therefore seize only whatever interest the franchisee actually had. So if those are the underlying facts, the better bankruptcy analogy actually cuts the other way. Trustees routinely distinguish between estate property and third-party property held by the debtor, because property belonging to someone else must generally be returned, not liquidated to satisfy some other person's debts. So for
okay, I'm so tilted by realizing that I'm making a damn fool of myself over the last week. I didn't even listen to that explanation. I need to go back.
Therefore seize only whatever interest the franchisee actually had. So if those are the underlying facts, the better bankruptcy analogy actually cuts the other way. Trustees routinely distinguish between estate property and third-party property held by the debtor, because property belonging to someone else must generally be returned, not liquidated to satisfy some other person's debts. So
right, okay. So the consignment goods that were owned by Brian Mansell, they can take those over, but technically the store inherits that consignment agreement. They can't take that over and then start selling that to pay off their debts. It's still technically owned by somebody else, because the store never held the ownership to those goods, right?
So for example,
I'm saying right, not to say like, do you understand? But am I right? I think I've understood that.
If you loan your car to a friend and that friend then goes bankrupt, the court can sell all of your friend's stuff, but they can't sell your car because your friend doesn't own it. In other words, people can't take what you don't own. So in essence, a creditor can offset against the debtor's assets, but the legal dispute here is whether the Star Wars collection was ever the debtor's asset in the first place. Okay,
right.
So the Gormans say that when they told the company...
Dude, oh my god, in a world of in a world of legal mindsets, in a world of lusses, all right? Legal Eagle stands above them all, okay? The only guy that I trust for legal coverage.
That they were considering moving to another country, BAM...
He's also like lip-cucked as well, so I'm winning on both sides, okay?
Held a friendly mutual separation meeting the morning of November 14th, 2024. But BAM said nothing about an immediate takeover, but later that same evening apparently ambushed them. The company sent a representative to the store to demand the keys and threatened to call the police, warning that if they resisted, he'd, quote,
"We talked at her. If you fight this, then you're putting yourself into a whole lot of shit."
That representative was Kai McAllister, BAM's director of operations. And while McAllister ran the seizure in person, he was on the phone with Brandon Best, who turned out to be the incoming new owner, all while Crystal Law was being walked out of her own store. The whole exchange was captured on the store's security system with a Ring recording corroborating it. And the Gormans told McAllister on that recorded call that the store held Mansell's consigned collection and that Mansell had not been paid for unsold sets. According to her complaint against the company, McAllister responded that BAM's corporate office was, quote, assuming responsibility for the consignment agreement. That is, of course, contested. Then the next day, when Crystal Law again tried to sort out paying Mansell, a BAM representative brushed her off, and according to the recorded conversation, quote, Law stated that the consignment collection owner has not been paid his percentage yet, and that, quote, if I don't have my tickets, I won't know how much I need to pay. And apparently BAM's representative dismissed her concern, stating, quote,
"That's a business thing and not necessarily yours. He's taking on the business, he takes on all that consignment.
Now, later, every person tied to Bricks and Minifigs, from the CEO to the new owners, would later insist they knew nothing about the consignment. Or alternatively, that this conversation wasn't binding on the relevant parties. Now, there are some circumstances where one employee doesn't have the ability to bind the whole company. This is complicated and is going to turn on a lot of facts that we don't have. But as she was removed, Crystal photographed the shelves. Her lawsuit says that she and Gorman took roughly 220 photos and 11 videos that night documenting the inventory.
Yeah, because what the CEO has tried to claim is that, okay, this guy said that, and it's like, okay, all the business stuff, don't worry about that. They'll take on all of that later. But he didn't have the ability to make a legally binding contract to agree to taking on that liability. That wasn't legal advice that he was given and saying, yes, we agree to be bound by that. Because he didn't have that authority. He was just the guy who was in order of, like, getting this business transferred over to that business. And some kind of consignment agreement that isn't technically within the business's, like, code of conduct, right? He couldn't possibly have been expected to agree to those terms. But, yeah, it's all going to get figured out in court, I guess.
And the photos show Star Wars sets marked with her yellow dot stickers, the markers identifying Mansell's property, still in the store. The Ring camera also shows Brandon Best inside at 7:12 p.m., with people detected through at least 8:34 p.m. The Gormans also say that BAM cut their access to the inventory spreadsheet in every other business system, so they couldn't even print the records tracking each consigned item. And apparently Bricks and Minifigs Corporate did not send over a formal notice of immediate termination until hours after the agent was already in the store taking the keys. And in fact, Crystal can be heard on the video mid-seizure saying, quote, "You might want to let them know to send me that email." And when the night ended, the Gormans left with a single box of personal belongings. Now, spoiler alert, eventually Bricks and Minifig Corporate is going to sue pretty much everyone involved. And you can imagine why. You have various franchisees engaging in conduct that they don't like and possibly hurting the Bricks and Minifig brand. Now, this is its own legal can of worms, but suffice to say, they haven't exactly covered themselves in glory either. Now, the store and its inventory passed to new franchise owners Brandon Best and his partner Joshua Johnson. Now, Best apparently handled inventorying the store after the Gormans were removed. Now, what was that inventory worth? Well, lots of different numbers have been tossed around. In later filings, Bricks and Minifigs claimed the store inventory was worth only about $38,000, of which just $5,000 was in Lego sets. But that number is difficult to square with a store that spent months marketing a $200,000 collection. But of course, the Mansells had every incentive to use the highest number possible. And the Gormans say that the store had about half of Mansell's collection in its inventory, estimating the value at over $100,000.
All the footage and evidence is there. In the security cam footage, it's him at the store kicking her out. In that footage they sent us is Crystal asking him, how am I supposed to pay this guy? These are sets he has not been paid for.
These are ones that he has not been paid his percentage yet. And if I don't have the tickets, I won't know how much I need to pay him.
That's a business thing and not necessarily yours. He's taking on the business, he takes on all that consignment.
His own corporation is sitting there on video saying they're going to take it.
After this woman got kicked out of her own store.
Well, no, that's not exactly correct either. The corporation isn't agreeing to take it over. He's saying that the next business is going to sort all of that stuff out. I guess, possibly, if you want to be charitable, like, to the best of his understanding, that's how it's going to work.
She called Brian, explaining how corporate just came down.
For lower-level employees, yes, but this guy was not a lower-level employee. I mean, I'm just going to defer to legal. It seems like a lot of those facts, we don't know what that guy was legally allowed to make agreements to, right?
And is now trying to take the world's largest Lego Star Wars collection without paying for it.
Now, Bricks and Minifigs Corporate alleges in their later lawsuit that they had no knowledge of the underlying consignment agreement. In other words, they were a bona fide purchaser with no notice of the consignment. They also claim that the Gormans still have never provided a fully signed contract of that consignment agreement with Mansell. And obviously, a lot turns on the security camera footage that involves a conversation about the consignment arrangement. Now, I'm going to say that that video is somewhat ambiguous as to what it actually means, and I'm not sure, even if it's crystal clear, if that qualifies as sufficient notice to put a bona fide subsequent purchaser on notice. And I'm sure the Bricks and Minifigs Corporate would argue that even if that conversation were crystal clear, and even if a phone conversation is sufficient notice to perfect the creditor rights of the Mansells, it happened after they had already taken over the abandoned store, which doesn't affect their rights as a bona fide purchaser, which we'll talk about in a second. And then Bricks and Minifigs Corporate also alleges that Best and Johnson, the new owners who owned through their company Baker Salem, had no knowledge of the consignment agreement either. They allege that the new owners didn't take over the abandoned store until early in 2025. And on top of that, Bricks and Minifigs claims that Mansell harassed the staff of the store seeking compensation for the consignments, and that after Mansell confronted the franchise staff, Best and Johnson tried to corroborate the contract, including with staff who worked at the prior iteration, who worked with the Gormans, and those staff members told them that there was no such consignment contract. So both Bricks and Minifigs and the new owners Best and Johnson claim to be bona fide purchasers for value. Again, this is a factual mess. I have no idea who's telling the truth here. But I can also imagine that when you have a messy takeover of a store, a lot gets lost in the shuffle. And it's important to note that the general rule, and I think probably the main counter argument here, is that a subsequent bona fide purchaser, someone who acquires a property for value in good faith and without notice of a prior claim or interest, takes that property free of many pre-existing rights that otherwise would have bound the seller. And that's yet one more reason why you follow your UCC1 financing statement, so everyone in the world has indisputable notice of your claim. Now, we also don't know for sure how many sets were sold. The Gormans claim that they were prevented from doing a full accounting by Bricks and Minifigs Corporate when they were terminated. Bricks and Minifigs...
Wait, hold on. I need to go back. Something has just twigged in my brain. Thereafter, and for a period of months, Brian directly and indirectly harassed Josh and Brandon and the personnel at Baker Salem, made threats of physical injury to their employees, including an in-person death threat to the store manager, lodged police complaints, posted negative reviews, and incited others to negatively post online comments, contacted a podcast, etc. Josh and Brandon reported these incidents to the police, who cautioned care but did not charge Brian for unknown reasons. So, when Bricks and Minifigs make the allegation that death threats have been made to employees or made to a store manager, they're referencing Brian's conduct there, not Ben's. Okay, because that has been bandied about by Ben as a lie that Bricks and Minifigs are telling about him in particular. But it seems like they're making that claim more particularly about Brian, not Ben. Okay.
But seemingly not others. And the termination created a fog that out the Mansells, and we don't know what Bricks and Minifigs represented to the new franchise owners, Best and Johnson, when they took over. Did Bricks and Minifigs know some of the sets were Mansells? Did they have knowledge of that? Could they have had knowledge of it? Did they tell Best & Johnson? And even assuming that Best & Johnson and their company Baker Salem knew that some of the sets were Mansell's, they might not have known which ones. Some were probably marked, but seemingly not others. And the termination created a fog that might have made it impossible to know exactly how many sets were left, how many were sold, and how many were paid out. But as you can imagine, no one knows the full story here. And some of that might have been intentional, some of it might have been negligent, and some of it might have just been a byproduct of an emergency situation. So what happened to the Lego sets?
So Brian called the store to see what was going on.
Called the store and I said, what happened to Crystal? And he goes, well, that's kind of a private matter, but the corporation's taken over the store. There's something I can do to help you with. I said, well, yeah, I am the owner of about half your store's inventory. All those vintage Star Wars sets you have in there are ours. And he goes, I don't know anything about that. I said, well, you better get to learn about it because I have a contract, I have photo evidence, video evidence, like that is our collection.
Now, Johnson and Best say they informed Mansell that they had no knowledge of his consignment and that his property was no longer there.
So I went down to the store, brought a copy of the contract. We're like, you need to let me in back and let me see the sets that you still have. All you have to do is let me in back. We can go that route or we can go to court. And the guy just looks at me, crosses his arms and goes, let me tell you what's gonna happen. If we go to court, we're gonna drag this thing out so long and you're gonna end up spending so much more money than your collection is ever worth or what you ever would have gotten out of it, that it ain't worth it, man. So if that's the route you wanna go, and I go, that's really the route you wanna go, rather than just letting me walk in there, and he goes, nope. What am I to do?
So at least at some point, Mansell provides a copy of the consignment contract and a formal termination to the new owners, if not BAM Corporate itself. Now, Bricks and Minifig Corporate claims that they still never have a fully executed contract, that they only have a version that was unsigned. But also keep in mind that at this point in this saga, Bricks and Minifig Corporate doesn't have possession of these Legos. It's the new franchise that has possession, the one owned by Best & Johnson. So Bricks and Minifig Corporate can't turn over the sets as so many people on the internet have demanded. They don't have the sets. Still, the...
Oh my God. It's like a fresh glass of water on a hot day, man. It's so refreshing to hear somebody talk about this stuff who's not a complete and utter fucking retard. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Now, they probably are limited somewhat what corporate can do to be able to, like, I don't know, like, force this out of them. Because he's right. It's technically not their property at all. Dude, there's got to be... Not even going into the legal technicalities there. Just with, like, and I hate to say it, okay? With common sense. There's got to be some buttons or some kind of pressure that they can exert on the franchise. There's got to be some kind of clause in their agreement that talks about a franchisee bringing disrepute or negative PR to the larger brand, right? There's got to be some kind of button you can press on there to, like, force them to resolve this stuff.
New owners, Bakers and Best, saying, sue us, you'll spend more money than you're due.
Best & Johnson were employees immediately before taking over the franchise, yes? I don't believe that's the case. Employees of corporate. I haven't heard that at all.
While probably true, is also obviously a bad look. But Mansell believed that the sets were still in the store because people he knew had gone in and confirmed their presence. And so on December 30th, 2024, Brian Mansell walked into the Kaiser Police Department and reported what he believed was theft of a substantial Lego collection that he says remained in the Bricks and Minifig store after the Gormans lost control of the business. And according to the police report, Mansell told officers that he had entered into a consignment agreement with Crystal Law Gorman, under which he retained ownership of the inventory until sale. Mansell told the police, quote, his lawyer sent a letter via certified mail to terminate the contract with Bricks and Minifigs. And according to Mr. Mansell, the contract required that the products be returned to him within 10 days, but this return did not occur. Now, the police investigation went in multiple directions. The officers interviewed Mansell, Crystal Law, Brandon Best, and BAM leadership, including Eamon Neff and Kai McAllister, and they also bagged photos, video, and inventory spreadsheets, security footage, and the consignment documents into evidence. Bricks and Minifigs Corporate told police consignments were a, quote, unauthorized franchise practice, that BAM terminated the franchise over unpaid obligations, and that the store assets were seized, while also claiming items believed to be Mansell's had been set aside. But Johnson, the new owner of this franchise, also claimed that he had the right to that property. Here's the statement that he made to police, quote, "However, due to the claim that Mr. Mansell continues to call the business despite being told not to and encouraging others to do so as well, he does not want to give these items to Mr. Mansell." He added that he also doesn't feel he needs to since the store's inventory became his once he took it over. So,
wait, what? This Johnson guy is a fucking asshole. Dude, this is what I said. What did I say? What have I said about this drama the entire time? Nah, dude, there are some people in here that just realize they've got a profit incentive for keeping some of this material and not selling it, or not giving it back, rather. Because they've got thousands of dollars of Legos that are currently in their store, and literally, what is their incentive for giving any of this shit back? You're literally handing over property that, well, I mean, do they want to go through the process? Do they really want to have a fight? Gonna be expensive going to court, right? And then you can just sell the shit off.
Added that he also doesn't
That's so fucking retarded.
feel he needs to since the store's inventory.
Dude, Bandit and Chiefs, yes. Death Note! Everybody in this story is retarded. Everybody is fucking evil, amoral fucking scumbags.
It became his once he took.
That's not a profit incentive. He described the middle finger. No. There is a legitimate claim here that presumably Mr. Johnson knows is at least plausible that there is a consignment agreement and corporate is specifying we do not authorize consignment agreements. Right? So he knows that it's at least plausible that it's not actually the store's property. He's saying that he doesn't feel he needs to give it back since the store's inventory became his once he took it over. But he knows there is a plausible claim that that is not actually the store's inventory. Well, it may be in their inventory, but it's not legally their property, right? So he's plugging his fingers in his ears. He's turning around. He's ignoring the problem because he profits from the problem. The current state of affairs. This guy profits from it.
Took it over. So he didn't want to give the items to Mansell because of Mansell's phone calls? And why didn't the police order him to return the sets to Mansell immediately? I guess we'd have to talk to the DA. Now, presumably these exchanges were all caught on body cam and all of Johnson's interactions with the police are probably recorded. And because body cam footage usually finds its way to...
No, wait. You're agreeing with me, Nate. You're agreeing with me. I'm just saying that that is further evidence. What are you talking about? Mansell, or the new owner, isn't even making some kind of, like, contestation about this stuff. He's just saying, nah, I don't like the guy, and so I'm not going to give him back out of spite. And also, I don't think I should need to. Those are not real reasons to not give this shit back. He's not even cooperating to be able to give them back, right? Because again, he profits from the current state of play.
To the public, it's become its own cottage industry of videos on YouTube. And because of that, I highly recommend checking out Lindsay Ellis's documentary, The Macabre World of Police Body Cam YouTube. It's a fascinating expose on how this wildly popular genre of true crime content is altering social attitudes about law enforcement and who they ultimately serve. But the only place that you can watch that exclusive video is on Nebula, who sponsored this portion of the video. Nebula is a streaming service that my friends and I created where you can watch tons of exclusive content from us to continue watching Legal Eagle on Nebula, or I'll see you.
If you want to go and watch Nebula, you're a fucking nerd.
In court. Now, Mansell told police that Crystal had taken some sets home after a store break-in for safekeeping, and that she later returned them. He recognized those returned sets in the store afterward. But when the...
Well, I don't know if he said taking it back home, right? I think what they've said is to a secure off-site location. Where the fuck is that? No fucking clue.
The officer asked whether he verified everything had been returned. Mansell admitted that he had not checked every item, only the, quote, expensive sets that were back. Then in January 2025, the officer knows, quote, Crystal contacted Mansell and found some of his product at her house, returning 230 plus minifigures, 12 to 13 smaller sets, and Cloud City sets. The officer explicitly says it was unknown whether she took them during the lockout or had possessed.
What? What? Dude, people have been saying she probably stole the minifigs. Here she is, admitting, oh yeah, by the way, I didn't leave these in the store. Yeah, I kind of left these at my house, by the way.
Them all along. So the police suspected Crystal, and this had the effect of making Mansell believe briefly that the Gormans stole his property. But the thing is, even after those returns, Mansell maintained that major pieces of the collection remained inside the store after the store had been turned over to the new owners and corporate had terminated the original ownership agreement. And photographs taken the night of the takeover appeared to support him. And
yeah, I just had thousands of dollars of Lego property that I knew wasn't mine, and I just misplaced it. I just forgot that I kept it at my house. Yeah, I just totally fucking forgot. Either this woman is more retarded than I ever possibly conceived, or, well, you know, that's a complicated consignment agreement They say they're taking that over. Dude, this fucking assholes are kicking me out the store. They'll probably cover this shit anyway. Yeah, I'll keep these. Yeah, I'll keep these.
And in a supplemental report months later, police documented photographs taken the night the Gormans were removed from the store. According to the investigating officer, those photos appeared to show numerous Lego sets matching Mansell's description of his inventory, complete with the distinctive yellow stickers he said identified his property. One photograph included Brandon Best in the background, and the officer estimated the value of just the identifiable sets at more than $6,200, including items she couldn't price. Now that number might be low because it's only what one officer could count from photographs. Or it could be correct. Part of the explanation here might be that there were so few sets left that Best and Johnson saying it's not worth it for lawyers to be involved might be because it was a really, really low amount. Now, fellow attorney Leonard French.
I mean, also, there were certain, there were certain things that are missing currently. Apparently, she took these home with her because there had been break-ins. And now, if the inventory has been as mismanaged as they believe that it has been, how do you know that those sets weren't just nicked or stolen? Right?
French, who has also covered the saga, thinks that this is a slam dunk case of theft once the new owners have notice. I'm pretty skeptical, though. So this seems like it could be a...
Wait, who says that?
Attorney Leonard French, who has also covered the saga, thinks that this is a slam dunk case of theft once the new owners have notice.
That's interesting. Leonard French. I'm making a note of that name. Leonard French. Okay, interesting.
I'm pretty skeptical, though. So this seems like it could be a pretty good criminal case, right? Someone owns property, another person's not turning it over. Well, initially, the Kaiser police treated the dispute as civil and closed the case, telling Mansell that there was not enough evidence to proceed criminally. Now, Mansell just...
Wait, holy fuck. Who was that person earlier in chat? Dude, Crooked Feet in Kick Chat. Can you imagine the pain she felt on the plane, sitting for hours with a pile of Legos inside her? Why was somebody else asking me how much Lego I could fit in my ass? Dude, was that Crystal in chat trying to turn me into a fucking Lego drug mule? What the fuck? Okay. Interesting. The more and more I delve into this drama, the more I'm realizing this Lego shit actually is that serious. People are trying to traffic poor, innocent commentary YouTubers into stuffing Lego up their bum and taking it across state lines. This shit is serious.
Disagreed and continued pressing the issue. And in May 2025, after additional evidence was submitted, and at the request of the Mansell family, police forwarded the matter to the Marion County District Attorney for review.
Dude, those fucking, their feet and their hands are fucking like sharp and pointy. No? Oh, fuck me. I guess women have got more storage area? I don't know how to describe that.
The officer even warned Johnson and Best that if property values exceeded $10,000, potential criminal exposure could include aggravated theft. But on May 30th, 2025, the district attorney declined to prosecute, concluding the dispute was a civil matter to be, quote, resolved between the attorneys already involved. Case closed. Now, a prosecutor declining charges is...
Yo, Killjoy, how's it going? Dickers, 100% this is an insurance thing. And the failure is kind of on all parties, not basically seeking that route, because it's what insurance is for. Yeah, I could see that as a potential failure. That would probably be the best route to go down, right? But it's not the only route, and so I kind of understand why they didn't go through it. Seems totally retarded. Everyone during this should have, sought some kind of legal advice.
It's not a finding that no one committed a crime. It means prosecutors concluded they either couldn't prove criminal intent beyond a reasonable doubt, or thought the ownership tangle belonged in civil court. Or it was just a matter that was too small to warrant the resources of a criminal prosecution. Now, a matter can be both civil and criminal at the same time. If someone steals from you, the state might prosecute them for theft, but if you want to get your money back, you would sue that person directly for the claim of conversion. We saw something very similar in the O.J. Simpson case, where he was found not guilty of murder in the criminal prosecution, but in the civil case, he was found liable by the estates of the murder victims, and he had to pay civil damages. But you don't need to try to run a fake lottery to convert something into a criminal matter. It already is or is not a criminal matter, and it can be both at the same time. But that leaves the central question hanging: when a franchise collapses, who owns the third party's property that's sitting inside that store? Now, when BAM Franchising terminated the Bricks and Minifigs Kaiser franchise owned by the Gormans in November of 2024 and assumed control of the store and its contents, did ownership of Brian Mansell's unsold Star Wars Lego collection transfer to BAM Corporate or the successor franchise operators, Or did ownership remain with Mansell under Oregon law? Well, under ordinary Oregon property law and the Uniform Commercial Code as adopted in Oregon, ownership of the unsold Lego collection likely remained with Brian Mansell. Note, however, that when you sell things via consignment,
likely, we need certainty on this case. Devin, what are you doing, man? We need certainty. We're harassing this guy at his fucking home. We're harassing him and his fucking kids, dude. What do you mean, likely?
You really should file the
"This is not the time for a lawyerly, actually, it depends." Bro.
UCC1 financing statement. Leonard French, your favorite copyright lawyer, did a really great video on the various legal liabilities of this case, which you should definitely check out after you finish this one. But Leonard has this to say.
Under Article 9 of the Uniform Commercial Code, specifically Section 9102A20, a consignment of goods worth over $1,000 to a merchant is functionally treated as a secured transaction.
So as Leonard discusses in that video, if the consignor can prove the consignee is generally known by its creditors to be substantially engaged in selling the goods of others, and this location probably was, the consignor's rights are generally superior to the creditors. So even if Brian Mansell didn't fill out that notice, he still can win. And here, the Kaiser store advertised the Mansell.
Oh, why do we believe that they are? Why do we believe that they have that reputation? This could well have been the first time they've ever done a consignment of this type, right? I guess maybe I need to go and watch that Leonard French's guy video. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, okay. I've already made a note of his name. That should be interesting. I'll probably go and take a look at that tomorrow. That is interesting though. I wonder why he says that.
Collection. It was on their social media accounts, and the store sold over $100,000 worth of Mansell's collection. So arguably, the creditors had to have known what the store was selling, and that exception probably applies. But like Leonard says, if you're ever in this situation, file the UCC1 notice. Now, regardless, a successor operator or franchisor taking possession of a retail store ordinarily acquires only those ownership rights held by the franchisee. And because the consignment agreement expressly provided that title to unsold sets remained with Mansell until they were sold, the franchisee possessed only a contractual right to market and sell the goods. It did not have ownership of the goods themselves. And the seizure of the store by either BAM Corporate or the next owner transferred the possession of that collection, but probably not the title. Now, the starting point is the written consignment agreement executed on November 22nd, 2023 between Brian Mansell and the Gormans. And Section 4 says, quote, consigned merchandise shall remain the property of Mansell until sold. That means that the store only had the right to market and sell the property, not to confiscate it and keep the profits. And Section 5 reinforces that interpretation. It placed responsibility for, quote, shortages, loss, or damage on the store while the property remained under its control, which is more consistent with custodial possession than ownership. So, if the original franchisee did not own the collection, the next question is whether BAM or successor franchise operations nevertheless acquired ownership through the franchise termination process. Now, BAM Corporate says it finalized a business and asset purchase agreement with Joshua Johnson and Brandon Best on March 27, 2025, and that their company, Baker Bricks, operated as replacement franchisees, that it assumed none of law's obligations, and that Johnson and Best were never parties to Mansell's consignment. But the Gormans counter that the new operators were selling from the seized inventory as early as November 15th, 2024, which is more than 4 months before the asset purchase. And they say that corporate transferred the store inventory and goodwill without ever providing them with an inventory appraisal or accounting. Reckless Ben later asked Johnson about this, and here's what he said.
I didn't sign a contract. I didn't sign that agreement. I didn't agree to anything in that.
And now I finally understand the legal loophole that Josh is using to get away with this. And it's probably the stupidest loophole I've ever heard in my entire life. Josh is claiming that it's not his name on the contract, it's the previous owner's, which makes no sense because in the security camera footage, he tells the previous owner that he's going to be the one taking over the contract now.
He's taking on the business, he takes on all that consignment liability.
I guess this is some sort of just contract loophole he's trying to use to steal the world's largest Lego Star Wars collection.
In order for me to be under contract, I have to sign something.
Or you had to take it over from the previous owner, right?
Nope, that's not how the law works.
Yeah, it is.
Now, there are several points to make here. If Best and Johnson were selling...
Dude, Ben is such a fucking retard at every turn of the fucking story. Uh-huh. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
Mansell's consigned sets from November 15th, 2024. If they were doing so before any asset purchase existed, they probably have no colorable claim of ownership at all. And even after they signed a franchise agreement with Bricks and Minifigs Corporate on March 27th, 2025, BAM Corporate still could not convey title to property that it never had. And an asset purchase doesn't necessarily cure that problem. It documents the disposition of property that was never BAM's to sell. And the assertion that they assume no obligations contradicts their other claims. BAM and its operators cannot simultaneously disclaim the consignment and also retain and sell the consigned property. If Johnson & Best assumed none of the consignment obligations, then it had no contractual right to Mansell's goods. And yet they may have continued to sell Mansell's goods. Now, knowledge is also an important issue here, but it definitely seems like everyone involved had actual knowledge of the fact that someone else owned these sets. And generally, a transferee cannot receive greater ownership rights than the transferor possessed. And this is summed up in one of those Latin phrases you learn in law school, nemo dat quoad non habet, or one cannot give what one does not have. And applied here, BAM Corporate and its new franchise owners could only seize or receive those rights that actually belonged to the Gormans. So if the franchisee owned fixtures, inventory, goodwill, or contractual rights, those assets could transfer upon termination. But if the franchisee merely possessed third-party property under consignment agreement, seizure of those premises would not ordinarily extinguish the original owner's title. So in practical terms, taking control of a building containing someone else's property does not automatically transform that property into the successor's assets. And a landlord who retakes leased premises does not become the owner of the tenant's belongings merely because those belongings remain inside. And similarly, a warehouse purchaser ordinarily does not acquire title to goods owned by warehouse customers simply because those goods remain in storage, because a contract for storage is a bailment rather than a sale.
Right, so basically, they're keeping and selling the goods while saying that they have never signed a contract, never agreed to any of that stuff, but they never took on the rights to that property. So how can they say that they owned it, basically? They're taking on the possession of it, assuming that they have the title, which they do not have, actually, and then not taking on any of the consignment liability, right? Yeah. Nice.
Okay, so, in sum, the takeover likely only transferred possession of the collection, not ownership. But the other question is, what legal obligations did BAM Corporate or successor operators assume when they took possession of the store and its contents? Well, Oregon recognizes principles of bailment. For example, a party entrusted with possession of another's property assumes duties of reasonable care and return. And that means that if the new operators, Johnson & Best, inherited the Mansell collection, they likely stepped into at least a custodial role. That means that once they had notice of competing ownership claims, treating the property as unquestionably their own became legally riskier. And the concept of notice is particularly important here because BAM Corporate and its successor operators allegedly received multiple forms of notice about the consignment agreement, including statements from Crystal Law on the night of the seizure, identifying yellow stickers marking certain sets, inventory spreadsheets, direct communications from Mansell, a formal demand letter from Mansell's attorney, and photographic evidence of specific inventory. And if proven, such facts could tend to support the argument that BAM Corporate and the new operators knew or had reason to know that at least some disputed property may have belonged to Mansell. And it's likely at that point they had the legal obligation to take care of that property, insure it, and probably return it to Mansell when he asked them to. And under those circumstances, continuing to sell, withhold, or transfer the Star Wars sets is a serious problem. And so, now we get to the first lawsuit. And no, it's not by the Mansells. Actually, Law and Gorman, the original franchise owners, filed a lawsuit with 12 causes of action. And as we talked about, this lawsuit alleges that Bricks and Minifig Corporate did not turn over the lease or bank account, making it impossible for the Gormans to effectively operate their franchise, and thus they claim that they are absolved from any debts or infractions that they incurred because the corporate made it impossible for them to comply. But what about Mansell? What claims would he have? Under Oregon law, the strongest claim they have is probably conversion, which generally occurs when a party intentionally exercises dominion or control over another person's property in a manner seriously inconsistent with that owner's rights. And Oregon courts have described conversion as wrongful interference with ownership interests sufficient to justify requiring payment of the property's full value. In plain English, conversion is the civil version of theft. You can't sue someone for theft, you would sue them for conversion. However, in Oregon, the tort of conversion requires more than just mere interference with another person's property. If a party merely possessed the property temporarily or negligently mishandled it, that conduct may fall short of conversion under Oregon law. However, where a defendant exercises ownership like dominion over another person's property, like selling consigned goods, refusing to return them upon demand, or incorporating them into store inventory, or otherwise treating them as its own, the interference is more likely to qualify as conversion because it substantially impairs the owner's right to control that property. So to the extent that the new operators retained, sold, or exercised dominion over Mansell's consigned Lego inventory without authorization, Oregon law supports a potential claim for conversion. But it's also a
Holy fuck. Day 10 of the bricks and minifigs coverage. I know, bro. I know. Before I came into this, I thought that conversion was when you tried to stop gay kids kissing each other. What the fuck is this? Okay, I'm starting to understand it a little more. Okay? Holy fuck, this is getting dense though.
huge factual dispute about how much property that is and the value. At base, it's way less than $200,000, and I think at this point it's undisputed that it's less than $100,000, but it might be as low as $6,200. And in fact, as the police reported, some of the sets were returned, including the incredibly expensive Cloud City set, which Crystal Law had in her possession at her home rather than at the store. But the strongest defense available to BAM likely arises under Article 9 of the Uniform Commercial Code, which is codified in Oregon law. And that's because commercial consignments sometimes operate differently from ordinary property disputes, because the UCC protects creditors who might reasonably believe goods displayed in a store belong to that store. And that makes sense. Imagine you're buying a store and the seller of the store says you can have everything that's inside of that store as part of the sale. You, as the buyer, would assume that they have title to everything that's in that store. So if a consignor fails to perfect the security interest by filing appropriate financing statements, competing creditors can sometimes obtain priority over consigned goods. However, here, several complications weaken that defense. First, Oregon's version of the UCC contains exceptions where the merchant is generally known by creditors to substantially engage in selling of the goods of others. And whether bricks and minifigs generally or this particular store qualifies would probably be a factual question. But here, the franchise's business model of acquiring, trading, and reselling third-party Lego collections would probably complicate the BAM corporate reliance on creditor protection principles. And
now, what the CEO of BAM has said is that they were never made officially aware about any of these consignment agreements before any of this stuff happened. She mentioned it, I guess, offhandedly to some of the people who were doing the transfer at the time in person. But she never sent a, I guess, official email to actually kind of table the discussion and speak about it with people, right? And so she never officially made people aware of the issue that was going on.
And second, these rules generally protect creditors who are misled about ownership. If BAM corporate or the new franchise owners had actual knowledge of the consignment arrangement or a clear reason to know that the goods belong to Mansell, and here it seems like they did, the equitable rationale for the rule becomes weaker. And third, even if priority rules complicated title disputes between creditors and consignors, they would not necessarily eliminate obligations concerning identified third-party property once possession and notice existed. But what body of law actually governs whether a successor bricks and minifigs operator or bricks and minifig corporate, the franchisor, become responsible for their predecessor store's consignment obligations? Well, franchise law would be the starting point, but neither federal law or state law directly answer that question. The FTC governs the franchisor's pre-disclosure obligations to a prospective franchisee, but it's silent on whether the franchisee inherits the legal obligations of the predecessor. Some states have entire codes of law to define the relationship between franchisors and franchisees, but it looks like Oregon's laws governing franchises are pretty narrow. They focus on ensuring that the franchisor doesn't make misrepresentations to its franchisee. So that means we have to look at state law doctrines. Now, the default rule under Oregon law is that the party which purchases a business does not automatically assume the seller's liabilities. So if a successor purchased the store's assets, they would not necessarily inherit the consignment agreement. And that's because contracts generally require privity. That is, you can only sue parties who actually signed and were parties to that contract. And it looks like the new franchise owners, Brandon Best and Joshua Johnson, tried to rely on that fact that they did not sign the consignment agreement. That agreement was between the original Bricks and Minifigs franchise owned by Law and Gorman, the BAMF Salem 1 LLC on the one hand, and Mansell on the other. But that doesn't mean that the new owner gets to seize Mansell's property either, because there are, of course, exceptions to this rule. For example, if the successors, Johnson and Best, or the franchisor, expressly or implicitly assumed those liabilities, or if the sale is a mere continuation of the predecessor business, or if the purchase was a de facto merger, then they would assume the assignment contract. And you can see why this has to be the law, right? Otherwise, the franchisor would have the ability to one weird trick their way out of liability by just terminating the franchise and setting up an exact new one in its place. And some of the facts indicate that Bricks and Minifigs corporate and or the new owners intended to take over that consignment. Remember, there was that discussion with McAllister where he said the company was assuming responsibility for the consignment agreement or something to that effect. Now, I think that statement is sort of ambiguous as to whether they mean Bricks and Minifig corporate or the new franchisee or whoever. But if true, that's a pretty direct statement. And if a court found that Bricks and Minifigs corporate or the new franchise assumed responsibility for the consignment agreement, then of course they must live up to those obligations. They have to insure the Star Wars sets, pay Brian his cut, allow him to inspect, and return the sets to him upon his request. But even if a court found that they didn't assume all of the Gorman's underlying legal obligations, then the successors still don't arguably have title to the Mansell's collection, unless you get into one of those exceptions to the exception situations where a bona fide successor does not have knowledge of the underlying obligations and doesn't have to assume them. But Bricks and Minifigs Corporate has argued that consignments violated franchise policy or were unauthorized under the franchise agreement. So we took a look at the Bricks and Minifigs 2003 franchise agreement, which does not say that stores can't use consignment. Quote, subject to our standards, specifications, and approval, if we so require, you may also offer the following products and services. Consignment services. And that's just on the first page. And the franchise agreement template reiterates that on the first page, quote, additionally, franchisees may also offer consignment services. And Reckless Ben.
Now, apparently the distinction that's been made here is that they can offer consignment services, but they can't offer consignment products. And apparently that is explicitly outlawed, or there's verbiage there talking about what you can and can't do with consignment products. What's the distinction? I'm not totally clear. I haven't read through the fucking contract, and I don't understand contract law. But apparently that's an important distinction that's been made.
And states in an update that Crystal Law provided the actual franchise agreement that she signed, which explicitly allows consignment agreements. Now, additionally, there are 4 references to consignment in these documents, and none of them are an outright prohibition. And even if Bricks and Minifigs Corporate outlawed consignment agreements, that agreement only addresses the relationship between Bricks and Minifigs and the Gormans, not the ownership of the Star Wars collection. The franchise agreement was a contract between Bricks and Minifigs Corporate and the franchisee. But it's also possible that both the Gormans and Bricks and Minifigs are telling the truth. It's entirely possible that the Gormans signed a franchise agreement that allowed them to engage in consignments, but then it's also possible that a later franchise agreement that corporate would have required them to sign outlawed that particular practice.
Yeah, apparently it's something to do with the franchisee handbook, which does change over time. And apparently they put out memos about, by the way, you're now agreeing to this. This is now the updated bit of our franchise agreement. You have to abide by this. And it was apparently in that.
Yes. But I don't think that would be controlling here because either way, whatever franchise agreement is operable, that's a contract between Bricks and Minifigs and the franchisee. Mansell was not a party to it, and his property rights are independent of the consignment agreement and relate to the underlying ownership of the collection. A franchise rule prohibiting consignments might justify terminating the franchise relationship, but it still doesn't mean that corporate gets to own stuff that the franchise doesn't own. I'm not passing judgment on that. That's just an issue that will probably be settled by a court or an arbitrator at a later date. Bricks and Minifigs filed a motion to enforce an arbitration clause in the litigation that the Gormans filed. But either way, I don't think that argument automatically transforms third-party property into franchisor property. To illustrate that principle, if a franchisee violated policy by storing a friend's vehicle on business premises, the franchisor could discipline the franchisee and terminate the agreement. But
is there a distinction in the contract between product consignment and service consignment? Or consignment services versus product consignment? Yeah. Like, does it explicitly state that it doesn't do product consignment? Apparently, according to the CEO, that is explicitly spelled out in the franchise handbook, which is the living portion of the franchise agreement. So they can change that, add that, add takeaway requirements, edit it at their whim, and the franchise owners are beholden by that. Apparently, it was in there. But, I mean, these are people who are not keeping up on their debts, not paying their dues to the franchise owner, not paying the consignment to the fucking Ben guy, even when they are controlling it. Something tells me that these aren't the most detail-oriented of people, if you get what I mean. So I bet that they legitimately did not know what their obligations were. They initially signed up and they thought that it was all fine and they could do this stuff. Cool. And later on it changed, and I don't know. They don't check their fucking emails. They're not on the fucking ball with it, you know?
Absent some independent legal mechanism, the franchisor would not become the owner of that vehicle. And I think the same logic would...
Literally doesn't matter, though. It does. And I understand a bit more now why it does, I think. Is that the part of the law here is whether the creditors or the new owners have an understanding that the original business had a reputation for doing consignment services. Right? So it's going to matter in there. If the people purchasing the business didn't know personally that they were doing consignments or had a reputation for doing consignments, then the legal matters there change and it becomes a little bit more murky.
Would apply here. But just because it might not be worth filing suit and actually litigating an entire lawsuit, that doesn't mean you shouldn't hire a lawyer. Everyone should have hired a lawyer here. This is a perfect example of what a lawyer can do informally. They can send a letter, a cease and desist letter. They can negotiate an inspection so that people can see which sets are left over. They can ask to see the receipts so that people can do an auditing of what was sold and what was not. That's what lawyers are for. They don't have to just file a lawsuit. And it's also a perfect example of why you should never engage in self-help, which we're going to talk about when we talk about Reckless Ben. Doing things on your own is a recipe for disaster.
Oh, okay.
So at this point, you might be thinking,
rape him, rape him, rape him, rape him. They're going to talk about Reckless Ben in the next video. Let's go! I knew I loved this Devin guy for a reason.
That's what lawyers are for. They don't have to just file a lawsuit. And it's also a perfect example of why you should never engage in self-help, which we're going to talk about when we talk about Reckless Ben. Doing things on your own is a recipe for disaster.
Let's go! Dude, I love this man. I love this man. Is there any way that I can, like, donate to a Patreon or something? I'm not buying Nebula. I'm not doing that at all.
So at this point, you might be thinking, okay, if Brian Mansell believed a six-figure Lego collection had effectively vanished into a franchise collapse, why not just sue? Well, the boring answer is also the real one. Litigation is really expensive. By the time the Marion County District Attorney declined criminal charges, Mansell had already spent months trying to get his collection back through phone calls, documentation, police reports, inventory spreadsheets, photographs, certified letters, and lawyers. And suing a franchise system, successor operators, or multiple defendants across state lines is not cheap. And as far as I can tell, I'm not even sure who's at fault as between the new franchisor or Bricks and Minifig corporate. Or maybe both of them. And of course, even if you think you're right, civil litigation comes with an ugly catch. You can be completely correct and still lose financially. We've been talking about the $200,000 value of the Legos, but of course that's not the value of the remaining Legos any way you slice it. So instead of filing suit, the Mansells appeared to have gone in a very different direction. They reached out to the internet. And that's where things got weird. Enter Reckless Ben. But that's gonna have to wait for the next video because you could write an entire law school curriculum on all of the actions that Reckless Ben took to publicize this whole event. And that's gonna be the subject of our next video. Now, all this highlights why it's
Yes! Oh my god, dude. I've never been so excited for a Legal Eagle video in my fucking life. I am buzzing. I am vibrating with excitement. Finally! Finally! Somebody's gonna rate this Reckless Ben guy. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. I'm so fucking excited for that. It's gotta happen. Somebody's gotta do it. I didn't think that Legal Eagle would be the one wading in to the fucking drama to be able to give the real takes about it. I didn't think he had the balls, frankly. I thought this guy was kind of like a little bit of a moist critical figure, you know? He knows where his bread's buttered politically. He knows what topics to weigh into, and probably the angle to weigh at them at, right? Holy fuck. Okay. I'm vibrating with excitement. Yeah, take a look at every time on the stream that I'm tapping my leg. Yeah? Yeah. Okay. Dude, I'm vibrating. I've got 700 gauges in my ass right now. Dicker's Snark genes are activating. What are you talking about, dude? They never turned off. Okay. Nice. 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 Now that he's agreeing with me, I like him too. Dude, we've even got Nate, the neocon, to start liking Legal Eagle. Let's go. Let's go. 6 months ago, this tribe was trying to recommend me a fucking hit piece against Legal Eagle. I would never defame my goat on this live stream. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. The way that Nicholas DiOrio feels about loss, I feel about Legal Eagle, okay? And people have said in chat, and I am aware, that Loss is doing his live stream right now, and apparently, from what I'm hearing, okay, little birdies chirping in my ear, Loss is banning like crazy, Loss is coping like crazy, crashing out live on stream. So, We will be taking a look at that tomorrow, okay? Unfortunately, I've got to go now, okay? I've agreed to do something early tomorrow morning, by which I mean 11 a.m. for me, okay? Oh, bright and early. Crack of dawn. Oh, finally got to wake up at a reasonable hour. All right. Nice. I sent some posts by him in inbox. Oh, Lus. Okay. Oh, we'll go over this at the very last thing. Denims has said something. Apparently, we're going to have to wait a little bit for the full legal decision, but there we are. What a crazy 24 hours, man. The tentative ruling feels a little surreal. First, I just want to say thank you to everyone who supported me, believed in me, and helped me get here. I could not have done any of this without all of you. For those who are unfamiliar, tentative rulings are something published in advance to hearings, in the interest of streamlining the hearings. The tentative ruling is the position of the court before the hearing, so the fact that the tentative ruling is to grant my motion for judgment is incredible news. The hearing was earlier today, and the judge has taken the matter under submission, and an official ruling will be issued, hopefully sooner rather than later. I'm feeling very optimistic, and I'll be going over the document tomorrow on stream at 7 a.m. See you all then. Nice. I'm interested and looking forward to that. You know what? We're taking that tweet. We're adding that to the docket. We'll be taking a look at that tomorrow as well. Dude, I am buzzing for content tomorrow. Should be fucking good. Okay. Nice. Dude, last Cope Sesh. Then we've got the Leonard French guy. And we've got the Denim stream. And we've got so much more content to fucking cover. Jesus Christ. Okay, gonna be chock full. What I want to do before we head out is thank everyone who donated, and then I'll move you on to somebody else. Okay? Nice. Okay. I'm gonna thank Sparks, Queen Comet, Will Is Me, Daxter, Nate, Dan Jr., and Will Is Me again. Listen, we may have treated Will Is Me a little harshly today. A little harshly. Especially given the fact that I didn't realize he'd donated, okay? But listen, I'm fine with people disagreeing in chat. I legitimately am, okay? I legitimately am. I do like the back and forth of the chat. Despite how nasty I can be, especially to Nate, most of the time, okay? It's just so fucking annoying when I'm talking about one aspect of a story and then people keep on wanting to, like, distract me onto another thing. And they're disagreeing with me, but they're not even disagreeing with what I just said. They're disagreeing on some nebulous other portion of my fucking take. It's fucking irritating beyond belief. Alright, but we love Will, okay? We love Will. Huge apologies to Will. Okay, nice stuff. I'm guessing by this time Queenman's probably already raided over to Kick, so I'm going to raid into it. Nothing. I'm going to raid into Himpleton, okay? Like I say, every time I raid into Himpleton, head over there, okay? Just let me know what he's covering, okay? It's probably something that I'm not talking about, so send it back my way. Cool? Cool. Have fun. Good luck. Speak to you tomorrow. Lots of love. Bye.